After all, this is the daunting immortal sect, and everyone here is a cultivator. Everyone who came to watch this challenge was a formal disciple. The food we usually eat is mostly spirit rice and vegetables that contain spiritual energy. Of course, some people also like to eat the meat of spirit beasts that contain spiritual energy. Different people have different preferences. It is possible for such stalls to appear in this kind of setting. This truly surprised many people. They can't even understand it. However, when the spirit beast meat is cooked, when Hubagui applied the basic barbecue seasoning, the rich aroma immediately spread. People who were originally uninterested in these things, or even extremely disdainful, couldn't help but swallow hard. Fellow deist, how many spirit stones does your watermelon cost per pound? 2 low-grade spirit stones per pound. Holy crap, is this melon flesh made of spirit stones or melon seeds made of spirit rice? Look at this, it's a top-quality watermelon. Where else can you find one like it? Can you guarantee this melon is ripe? Hilarious. Would I sell you a raw egg? The conversation between Zhao Ziyu on the left and the male deist opposite him gave Su Changqing a sense of déjà vu. He couldn't help but ask if the other person's surname was Lu. How did you know? Lu Qiang asked, surprised, looking at the unfamiliar face opposite him. Su Changqing was taken aback for a moment, then reminded Zhao Ziyu, be careful with the fruit knife. Zhao Ziyu looked puzzled upon hearing this, clearly not understanding what he meant. However, at this moment, Su Changqing's attention had already shifted to the other side. The aroma of the roasted meat grew stronger and stronger. More and more people are becoming interested. A portly male deist stepped forward and asked, how much is one skewer of this grilled meat? Hubagui replied, a string of 3 low-grade spirit stones. So expensive? The portly male deist stared wide-eyed upon hearing this. Hubagui chuckled, we have limited-time packages with even better prices. The word discount made the portly male deist's eyes light up. How much discount? Hubagui grinned and introduced, now, if you purchase the limited-time package 1, you can get a skewer of grilled meat and a cup of top-grade spirit rice wine for only 5 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the other party couldn't help but ponder it. 1 skewer of grilled meat costs 3 low-grade spirit stones. A cup of top-grade spirit rice wine costs 4 low-grade spirit stones. If you buy them separately, they will cost 7 low-grade spirit stones in total. Therefore, no matter how you calculate it, the package deal is more cost-effective. Su Changqing thought to himself, it's a waste of this guy's talent to let him cultivate immortality. The price and package were indeed the result of their joint discussion. 1 skewer of grilled meat costs 3 low-grade spirit stones. A pound of chilled watermelon costs 2 low-grade spirit stones. A cup of top-grade spirit rice wine costs 4 low-grade spirit stones. Package 1. 1 skewer of grilled meat plus 1 cup of premium spirit rice wine equals 5 low-grade spirit stones. Package 2. 1 skewer of grilled meat plus 1 pound of chilled premium watermelon equals 4 low-grade spirit stones. Package 3. A skewer of grilled meat plus a cup of premium spirit rice wine plus a pound of chilled watermelon equals 7 low-grade spirit stones. But the rest of the rhetoric was entirely Hubagui's own interpretation. Neither he nor Zhao Ziyu ever taught it. This guy is definitely born to be a businessman. After Hubagui finished introducing all the limited-time packages, the portly male deist immediately said, give me set meal 3. Alright, brothers, let's get started, Hubagui called out. Su Changqing immediately poured a cup of top-grade spirit rice wine. Zhao Ziyi then cut out a pound of chilled watermelon. Once the 2 items were gathered, Hubagui handed over a steaming, fragrant skewer of grilled meat to the other person. Delicious! Delicious! The male fellow deist opposite him was eating with his mouth full of oil. We're finally open for business. The eyes of Su Changqing and the other 2 were a little moist. If there is one, then there will naturally be 2. Before long, their stall was surrounded by people. This even includes peers. Some people were only interested in the barbecue, but when they saw that it cost 3 low-grade spirit stones, they hesitated. But seeing such a great deal on the package, they immediately made their choice. Therefore, most buyers choose the full package. Currently, the most popular option is package 1. 1 skewer of grilled meat plus 1 cup of premium spirit rice wine equals 5 low-grade spirit stones. The grilled meat is delicious. Lingmai wine has a richer flavor. Although some people buy watermelons, many believe they are not cost-effective. As time went on, more and more people bought them. Some clever people have even invented errand running services. Buy barbecue for the people crammed into arena number 1. 1 low-grade spirit stone can be used for transportation once. Furthermore, since the second-ranked player, Lan Tian, has not yet appeared, the arena challenge has not yet begun. As a result, Su Changqing and other stalls became increasingly lively. A large group of cultivators, regardless of gender or age, they all held a cup of premium spirit rice wine in their left hands. In his right hand was a skewer of sizzling, oily roasted spirit beast meat. Occasionally, someone would hold a piece of bright red watermelon and nibble on it. It tastes really good. Although it's a mundane thing, it's nice to eat it once in a while. The roasted meat, spirit rice wine, and watermelon are all imbued with rich spiritual energy. Buying them is definitely worthwhile. Everyone ate, drank, and waited. Just then, Choo-Choo stood up on stage number 1. In an instant, everyone's attention and gaze were fixed on him. At first, I thought the blue sky had arrived. It turned out that this was not the case. Then, Choo-Choo in arena number 1 leaped over everyone's heads and landed in front of Su Changqing and his 2 companions' stall. He looked at the other person's cold face and exceptionally sharp eyes. Su Changqing, Hu Bagui, and Zhao Zio all felt a sudden tightness in their chests, sensing a crisis. The reason so many formal disciples gathered here was originally because of Choo-Choo and Lan Tian, but unexpectedly, Su Changqing and his 2 companions stole all the limelight. Senior brother Chu. Hu Bagui's expression changed drastically in an instant. Choo-Choo spoke in a low voice, Sorry, we'll leave now. Su Changqing didn't want to provoke this person. Choo-Choo waved his hand, No, I'm a little thirsty. I'll have a glass of chilled spirit rice wine. Everyone was stunned by these words. Su Changqing and the other 2, in particular, all stared wide-eyed. I thought something terrible was going to happen, but it turned out they were just thirsty. Senior brother Chu, this cup of spirit rice wine is on me. Su Changqing reacted quickly, immediately pouring the other party a cup of spirit rice wine, which was even chilled. Thank you. Choo-Choo took it, and it felt icy cold to the touch. What he cared about, or rather was interested in, was the rich spiritual energy contained within. Throughout the entire Tianyuan realm, spirit rice wine is the most common type of alcoholic beverage. But such a concentration of spiritual energy is absolutely unprecedented in my life. Then, Choo-Choo took a small sip. It has a smooth texture, is not strong, and is slightly sweet. After swallowing it, I felt the spiritual energy in my body jumping with joy. Without hesitation, he drank it all in front of everyone. Then he stood there, lost in his own world. The 3 people opposite exchanged glances upon seeing this, and all of them were relieved. Hu Bagui, in particular, let out a long sigh of relief. After all, he and Choo-Choo were both disciples of the Spirit Beast Valley. Su Changqing asked, What does senior brother Chu think? Upon hearing this, Choo-Choo's perpetually icy face revealed a faint smile, Good wine. Hu Bagui, standing nearby, couldn't help but boast, Of course, this wine is made from top-grade spirit rice. Choo-Choo's eyes lit up, and she stared intently at Su Changqing, asking with great curiosity, Did you brew this spirit rice wine? Yes. Su Changqing nodded in agreement. His style is characterized by being discreet and low-key. But not everything. If there's an opportunity to curry favor with someone powerful, of course you can't miss it. Although Choo-Choo is not as good as Li Lingbai, he is currently the number 1 formal disciple. Choo-Choo nodded slightly and said, I am Choo-Choo from the Spirit Beast Valley. And you are, junior brother? Su Changqing quickly introduced himself, Ling Tian, Su Changqing. Very good, I'll remember you. Choo-Choo had just finished speaking when he suddenly looked to the other side. Then, the sound of rushing water began. A cruise ship, its surface shimmering on the blue water, sailed towards us. Choo-Choo, I'm late. Lan Tian's voice suddenly rang out. No, you've come at just the right time. Choo-Choo put down his wineglass, his body swayed, and he leaped into the air, flying towards arena number 1. The blue sky is finally here. The people around seemed to be ignited and became excited. At this moment, Su Changqing took out a pen and paper and wrote down a line of words. After finishing writing, I quietly placed it in the most prominent position on the stall. What content! Even Choo-Choo praised the spirit rice wine highly. Arena 1. Choo-Choo is on the left. The right side is a blue sky. The 2 stood facing each other, their eyes meeting in mid-air. They both sensed the other's intense fighting spirit. Choo-Choo is the number 1 formal disciple of Spirit Beast Valley. First place in the pre-match standings. At less than 30 years old, he had already reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. It has 2 spiritual roots, water and wood, and they are mutually reinforcing. Most importantly, he was recognized as a master by a 1,000-year-old spirit beast called Crane 7. The opponent on the other side is equally formidable. Lan Tian is the first formal disciple of Yu Shui Ge. They were once ranked first in the pre-match standings, but are now ranked second. Both are under 30 years old and have already reached the early stage of foundation establishment. Only the water elemental root was awakened. With strong aptitude and high comprehension, one can still be powerful even with only 1 spiritual root. Furthermore, he possesses a growing spiritual weapon called the Autumn Water Sword. It is said that this magical artifact will evolve into a magic weapon, which makes many people wary of it. The challenge between the 2, while not causing a huge uproar, certainly attracted a lot of onlookers. After all, Everyone wants to see what tricks this genius-level cultivator has up his sleeve. Learning some techniques from their fight would be of great help. Chu Chu will never lose, after all, he has a 1,000-year-old spirit beast. Indeed, how can Blue Sky possibly win? That's not necessarily true. That autumn water sword is extremely terrifying. The people below eagerly discussed and analyzed the situation. This also affected the stalls of Su Changqing and his two companions. The number of customers buying things has decreased significantly. Hoopa Gui craned his neck, gazing curiously into the distance, and couldn't help but ask, "Old Zhao, you're also a formal disciple of the Imperial Water Pavilion, who do you think will win?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziyo pondered, "I don't know Chu Chu, but Lan Tian is gentle on the surface, but he is extremely arrogant in his heart. Since he dares to challenge me, he must have some confidence." Hoopa Gui then asked, "What do you think, Lao Su?" Zhao Ziyu also showed a curious look. Su Changqing spread his hands and said helplessly, "I am just a chi refining stage spiritual farmer, and you want me to analyze two foundation establishment stage genius cultivators? Are you crazy?" He himself lacked combat experience. Moreover, neither Chu Chu nor Lan Tian had ever met before. "I learned almost all of their methods and trump cards from other people. Therefore, how can it be possible to analyze who is more powerful and who will win?" "That's true." Hoopa Gui and Zhao Ziyo nodded in agreement. "But I don't know why. They would always subconsciously seek Su Changqing's opinion. It seems that he is the most capable of the three." Then, Su Changqing said seriously, "We'll know who's stronger after the fight." The only thing that puzzled him: why didn't that 1,000-year-old spirit beast, Crane 7, appear? Suddenly, the entire square became oppressive. Whether it's the people in the ring or the spectators, they all looked up at the sky without prior arrangement. Suddenly, a huge black cruise ship flew in and floated directly above them. A golden banner fluttered in the wind, embroidered with the black and gold character, Chu, shaped like a dragon or snake. The Chu family? Su Changqing and the other two quickly exchanged glances. The incident with Chu Feng hasn't been long ago, and everyone will remember it. But it's not over yet. Soon, another large green leaf flew in from the other side. It is permeated with a rich wood elemental power, as if it is urging all things to grow. Not only that, several more flying devices have appeared one after another. A black leopard with a lightning bolt mark on its forehead and a pair of fleshy wings on its back. His entire body exuded a terrifying aura. On its back sat a burly man with a face full of scars. There is also a 7-story crystal tower, with various fresh fruits and vegetables displayed on each floor. They are oranges, pears, grapes, lotus roots, kiwis, persimmons, and mangoes. Dreamlike streaks of 7-colored clouds cascaded down from the 4 corners of the crystal tower. You can vaguely see a mysterious woman sitting cross-legged inside, her face covered by a veil. Hiss! Have the core disciples also come to watch this battle? Chu Hong, Kang Xiao, Mo Xian, Tantai Yuanyu, these are all geniuses among geniuses. The appearance of these people momentarily stole everyone's attention. The 4 people closest to arena number 1 Shigandang, Rongyan, Huowan, and Jian Hangzhen are feeling unprecedented pressure. Ordinary disciples of immortal sects are fine, they don't feel that sense of competition. After all, everyone's cultivation level, combat strength, and other aspects are neither high nor low, and those few were among the top teams on the pre-match leaderboard, even the number 1 among a certain spiritual route. Every now and then, you can feel the scrutinizing gazes cast down from above. Lan Tian smiled slightly. "It seems everyone wants to see who will win." Chu Chu asked expressionlessly, "Are you sure you want to fight me, with only a single spiritual route?" Lan Tian's smile froze slightly, then he said in a deep voice, "I have defeated many opponents with multiple spiritual roots, and you will be one of them." "Then let's begin," Chu Chu said without further ado. Instantly, the entire square fell silent. Everyone watched the number 1 arena with tension. Splash! The sound of flowing water resumed. Lan Tian flicked his right hand, and a long sword gleaming with pure flowing water appeared out of thin air in his palm. The fact that the blade was formed of water amazed everyone. At the same time, the surrounding water elemental energy became denser. The autumn water sword, a growth-type spiritual weapon? Chu Chu narrowed his eyes. Lan Tian stood with his sword in hand, and asked in a loud voice, "Where is your 1,000-year-old spirit beast?" Chu Chu shrugged, "You're not worthy of Lord He Chi's help." Upon hearing this, let alone the blue sky above the arena, even the spectators below the ring had their expressions change. The expressions of the core disciples, who were high and mighty, became even more amused. Hiss! It was unclear whether the sound came from the blue sky or from the resounding clang of the autumn water sword. In an instant, the 1-meter-long blade grew to 3 meters. A deep blue light flickered within. It harbors a deep and cold chill. Upon seeing this, Chu Chu conjured a spirit seal with the character, wood, on his right hand. With a gentle shake, a large number of sunflower seed-shaped seeds sprayed out. After sensing the rich aquatic energy around it, it grew rapidly. They quickly transformed into soft aquatic plants, each a meter long. If you look closely, you'll find that both sides are extremely sharp. With a slight turn, clear scratches immediately appeared on the hard ring. Sword water grass. Lan Tian raised an eyebrow upon seeing this, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. It's not over yet. Chu Chu suddenly curled up the corners of his mouth, revealing a strange smile. With a flick of his left hand, the character for water appeared. The next second, an incredibly dense surge of water elemental energy erupted forth. Water the sword water grass, in front of you like crazy. They were originally only 1 meter long, but in the blink of an eye they grew to 5 meters. Like rows of emerald green pythons, they occupied most of the arena. They then aimed at the target on the other side and rolled over like cutting machines. The hissing sounds rang out continuously, and the entire sturdy arena began to sway from side to side. Upon seeing this, Lan Tian, who had remained relatively calm, widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "You actually cultivate both water and wood spiritual roots." Cultivating both kinds of spiritual roots? This Chu Chu is too overpowered. Almost all people with multiple spiritual roots choose to cultivate only one major, but he actually cultivates two. At this moment, it was clear whether they were formal disciples below the arena or core disciples in the sky. Upon hearing Lan Tian's exclamation, everyone showed expressions of shock. As is well known, cultivators with multiple spiritual roots usually choose one of them as their main cultivation method. This can increase the speed and efficiency of cultivation, and even the success rate of breaking through realms. If you have 2 or more majors, then it will take an exceptionally long time. There have been other cultivators like Chu Chu who have multiple spiritual roots and choose to cultivate multiple spiritual roots together. Although its combat power, magical power, and other aspects are all very strong, he has almost no rivals at the same level. But in the end, he didn't even reach the golden core stage and was trapped and died at the foundation establishment stage. Why? Focusing on one type of spiritual root will lead to faster breakthroughs and fewer obstacles. The more spiritual roots one cultivates, the more difficult it becomes to break through realms, and the greater the obstacles become. Most importantly, compared to having a single spiritual root, having multiple spiritual roots requires more time to learn spells and cultivation techniques. Therefore, this is destined to be a very difficult road. Chu Chu's only advantage is that water nourishes wood, making him a dual elemental spirit root. I'm not watching anymore. He's a guy who's destined to have no future. At this moment, Chu Hong shook his head with disdain, and the huge cruise ship beneath his feet disappeared without a trace with a gentle sway. This guy still has no patience. Kang Xiao, sitting cross-legged on the back of the Black Panther, curled his lips. At this moment, a rather magnetic male voice came from above the green leaves. Isn't this the style of Ironblood Peak? Just charge forward and break through at all costs, just to hone that sharpness in their hearts, so they are very decisive in their actions. Tantai Yuanyu, inside the 7-story crystal tower, chuckled, doesn't this just prove that Chu Chu, who cultivates both spiritual roots, is more suited to Ironblood Peak? On the other side, Su Changqing was shocked, he's cultivating both spiritual roots. Hu Bagui suddenly realized, so that's why Chu Chu, who has water-based wood element, didn't enter the Imperial Water Pavilion. It turns out he's cultivating both kinds of spiritual roots. Zhao Ziya said with a playful expression, only in places like your Spirit Beast Valley, where there are many talented people and they speak so eloquently, would an immortal master be willing to cultivate such a person. Su Changqing's lips twitched slightly upon hearing this. This Zhao Ziya truly lives up to his reputation as a scholar, he can even curse without using any vulgar language. Within the entire Dongting Immortal sect, the Spirit Beast Valley is an anomaly among anomalies, a freak among freaks. Anyone can get in. Anyone with any spiritual root can enter. For example, Pei Mo, played by Jin Kemming. There's also Chu Chu, who currently cultivates both water and wood spiritual roots. Even that fisherman at the Golden Core stage. It seems like you can't fit in unless you're a little eccentric. Boom! Just then, a thunderous explosion suddenly came from the number 1 arena, causing the surrounding area to shake violently for hundreds of meters. When everyone looked again, their pupils immediately contracted. The originally transparent autumn water sword in Lan Tian's hand now bursts forth with a dreamy, ethereal blue light. With a gentle wave, a streak of blue light silently spread out. The moment it came into contact with the rolling sword watergrass, it was instantly pulverized, and its next target was Chu Chu on the other side. At the same time, Lan Tian's voice rang out again, I thought you were a worthy opponent, but now I realize you're just a fool who cultivates 2 spiritual roots. Watching the silent, pale blue light and listening to the other party's rather mocking voice, Chu Chu remained expressionless, as if he felt nothing at all. As they drew closer, even the onlookers began to tense up. Suddenly, long, transparent tentacles appeared out of thin air. Clap, clap, clap. They flew off one after another toward the dark blue light. Strangely, this action is not an attack, but rather an act of adhesion. Each time the transparent tentacles come into contact with the ghostly blue light, they draw away a portion of it. In the end, the originally transparent tentacles turned into a dark blue color. The original deep blue light turned transparent instead. The terrifying power contained within was completely transferred. Ha! Everyone, including Lan Tian, was stunned by this scene. Only then did everyone notice that Chu Chu was surrounded by tentacles. It looks very similar to the tentacles of a jellyfish. It is exceptionally long, stretching from an unknown place. All the attacks just now were easily neutralized by these things. Suddenly, Lan Tian seemed to realize something and exclaimed in horror, "Max-level water transformation technique." Upon hearing this, everyone around him wore expressions of disbelief. What is the water transformation technique? Su Changqing and Hu Bagui looked at Zhao Ziyou with curiosity. The latter explained, it can be understood as the first low-level qi refining stage cultivation technique that Ling Nan learned, which is the evergreen technique. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, could it be that Chu Chu, like me, is using cheat codes? Zhao Ziyou continued, the max-level water transformation technique is said to be able to use water elemental power to create something called the lifeless jellyfish out of thin air. At the same level, it has a 50% damage reduction effect against any water attribute damage. Furthermore, it can absorb, store, and even retaliate against damage. Hu Bagui blurted out, no wonder Chu Chu didn't take Lan Tian seriously. It turns out the outcome of this duel was predetermined from the start. Blue Sky has only a water elemental root, and the spells it releases are also water attribute. The growth-type spiritual weapon in his hand, the Autumn Water Sword, is also of the water attribute. Chu Chu not only possesses a 1,000-year-old spirit beast, but he also cultivates both water and wood spiritual roots. Now, he has even upgraded the low-level water transformation technique to the maximum level, which allows him to summon the lifeless jellyfish, which reduces water attribute attacks by 50% at the same level. Therefore, this was not a close battle at all. Tantai Yuanyu, inside the crystal tower, couldn't help but say, it seems Chu Hong left too soon. Low-level techniques are nothing special in themselves. However, very few people will cultivate to the maximum level, because this requires a lot of time and effort. The vast majority of people, almost none of them, have that kind of patience. Moreover, once you become a full member, you can learn advanced spells or techniques. As a result, no one took the mere water transformation technique seriously anymore. Unexpectedly, Chu Chu's comprehension was so astonishing. In just a few years, he actually upgraded the low-level water transformation technique to the maximum level. Lan Tian could no longer speak a complete sentence. Chu Chu shrugged, didn't I tell you, you're not qualified to get Lord He Chi to take action? He simply waved his hand. The tentacles, imbued with the power of the Autumn Water Sword, were all aimed at the blue sky opposite. Under the horrified gaze of the other party, they transformed into sharp blades. In an instant, it was as if dozens of Autumn Water Swords had launched a collective attack. The even deeper, darker blue light almost filled everyone's pupils. The blue sky's reaction was remarkably swift. He frantically channeled the water elemental power in his Danshan, transforming it into walls of water that blocked his path. However, all of this was in vain and meaningless, because these tentacles themselves contain all the damage from Autumn Water Sword's attack. It's like using someone else's strength against them. Snap! Slap! Slap! Clap clap clap. One by one, the water walls were breached, making a series of cracking sounds. Soon, Lan Tian was forced into a corner of the arena by these tentacles. He had long lost his former glory, and was now nothing but a disheveled mess, completely incapable of fighting. Seeing this, Chu Chu said casually, you lost. The duel between Chu Chu and Lan Tian. The battle between the first and second place teams in the pre-match standings ended quickly. Everyone thought the two were evenly matched and that a fierce battle was likely to take place. Unexpectedly, Chu Chu unilaterally crushed the opponent. This person not only cultivates both water and wood spiritual roots, but also has mastered the lowest level cultivation technique of the Water Control Pavilion, Water Transformation Technique, to the maximum level. It was truly amazing. Let's go, it's boring. Blue Sky, ranked second, is nothing special. It seems I overestimated it before. You can't say that. They just can't beat Chu Chu, not us. Many people find this outcome difficult to accept. The most dissatisfied group were those who bet on Blue Sky to win. These guys thought they could make a fortune from this opportunity to acquire large quantities of spirit stones, spirit rice, and even various other resources. Unexpectedly, they lost everything. Soon, Lan Tian, along with Huo Wan and the others, slunk away. Instead, Chu Chu went to Su Changqing and the other two's stall again. Senior brother Chu. Su Changqing glanced guiltily at the billboard. Chu Chu said with a half smile, shouldn't you give me some spirit rice wine? Su Changqing was taken aback at first, then immediately took out the remaining dozen or so caddies of top-grade spirit rice wine and said with a smile, "I prepared it a long time ago." Seeing that the other party was so sensible, Chu nodded in satisfaction, then took out one of his communication talismans and continued, "Your spirit rice wine is quite good. Let's keep in touch more often in the future." "Of course." Amidst the envious glances of those around him, Su Changqing quickly took the hand. Chu put the spirit rice wine into his storage bag, then waved goodbye without turning back as he walked out. Now, both protagonists have passed away. The onlookers dispersed at this moment. Of course, Su Changqing and his two companions sold quite a few more items from their stall later on. However, the premium spirit rice wine that Su Changqing brought is no longer available. The rest were all top-quality watermelons and roasted spirit beast meat. Seeing that there were no more customers, the three of them left, stepping on the large-leaved grass. After an incense stick's time, they returned to Su Changqing's wooden house in the core of the spiritual field. Hoopa Gui exclaimed excitedly, "Old Su, old Zhao, we've struck it rich this time." Su Changqing glanced at the two of them and said, "Quick, let's see how much we sold today." Zhao Zio counted them first, since the number of people buying watermelons was not many compared to those buying spirit rice wine and barbecue. Without a set meal, the price would be even lower. How much in total? 300 low-grade spirit stones. That's equivalent to 3 mid-grade spirit stones. This return is decent, it's a small profit. The combined cost of watermelon seeds, time, and labor is actually less than 1 mid-grade spirit stone. At this moment, Su Changqing finished counting and immediately said, "I have a little more than Lao Zhao, but it's a pity that it's not sold by weight, so most people only buy 1 cup. How much?" Zhao Zio asked curiously. Su Changqing placed all the proceeds on the table in front of him, a total of 685 low-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to 6 mid-grade spirit stones and 85 low-grade spirit stones. It is worth noting that both of them earned the profits independently. In other words, the spirit stones earned from the package deal are still in Hoopa Gui's hands. So far, the exact number is still unclear. Hoopa Gui became more and more excited as he counted, his body trembling involuntarily. "Old Su, old Zhao, I can't finish counting, I simply can't finish counting." Upon hearing this, Su Changqing and Zhao Zio exchanged a glance and immediately went to help. With the combined efforts of the three, they finally managed to count the spirit stones they earned from the barbecue and set meal. How many? 5,088 low-grade spirit stones. That translates to 50 mid-grade spirit stones or 88 low-grade spirit stones. At this moment, the three of them stared wide-eyed at the table full of spirit stones. "I knew I could make a fortune. I never expected to earn so much." It should be noted that Hoopa Gui earns less than 10 mid-grade spirit stones a year from selling spirit beast dung. As for Zhao Ziyu, he's just a fisherman, it's good enough that he doesn't owe any spirit stones. Su Changqing, on the other hand, calculates based on 2,500 caddies of top-grade spiritual rice per quarter. 800 caddies should be given to Li Lingbai. Give Hoopa Gui 150 caddies. 50 caddies of millet should be given to Han Su. Therefore, he only had 1,500 jin left. That's 6,000 jin, 3,000 caddies, for those 4 quarters combined. The second-grade Lingmai rice currently on the market. The ratio of inferior to inferior is 1:1.4. The ratio of premium to high quality is 1:1.3. The ratio of the best quality to the best quality is 1:1.2. They can sell 5,000 low-grade spirit stones a year, which is equivalent to 50 mid-grade spirit stones. This time, the total revenue from the 3 people's stall was 6,078 low-grade spirit stones. Even after deducting the cost, let's say it's 5 mid-grade spirit stones, that's still a profit of 55 mid-grade spirit stones. In other words, the final profit from this stall was equivalent to Su Changqing's official annual income. So many spirit stones. Hoopa Gui's eyes lit up, and he felt like he was about to faint from happiness. Zhao Ziyu's voice trembled slightly. "This is the first time I've ever seen so many spirit stones." Then, the two of them turned to look at Su Changqing, who remained relatively calm. His gaze was quite complex. Su Changqing asked, puzzled, "Why are you looking at me?" Hoopa Gui took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and then said seriously, "Old Su, if it weren't for your reminder, we wouldn't have made so much money this time, so you should get the lion's share." Zhao Ziyo nodded in agreement. "Yes, you should take the lion's share." "Then I'll take them all." Su Changqing pretended to take them all, but seeing the two people next to him become nervous, he grinned and said, "Just kidding." Phew! Hoopa Gui and Zhao Ziyo breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Changqing really takes it all, they might not turn against each other, but they will definitely be dissatisfied. After all, everyone worked very hard today. Su Changqing looked at the dense array of low-grade spirit stones in front of him and pondered, of the three of us, old who has had the hardest time this time. He hasn't stopped working from beginning to end. Indeed. Zhao Ziya nodded slightly. Hu Bagui quickly waved his hand. No, no, no. You've all worked very hard too. Su Changqing saw the two people's reactions, thought for a moment and said, how about this, Lao who worked the hardest, and I gave the suggestion for setting up the stall and the idea for the barbecue. We'll take the lion's share and split the 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Old Zhao, how about you take the remaining 1,078 low-grade spirit stones? Zhao Ziyu was startled and immediately said, no, I'm the most relaxed. Let's take the remaining 78 low-grade spirit stones instead. This kind of job can be done by any water elemental person. Therefore, he knew what was going on. Hu Bagui frowned. 78 is too little. That's quite a lot. I can use it to buy a lot of bait. Zhao Ziyu was already very satisfied. Don't waste time. Su Changqing was too lazy to waste any more words. Under Zhao Ziyu's horrified gaze, he pushed 1,078 low-grade spirit stones forward without saying a word. Then the remaining 5,000 low-grade spirit stones were divided in two, with 3,000 on one side and 2,000 on the other. He kept 3,000 low-grade spirit stones for himself. As for the other half, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, they were all pushed in front of Hu Bagui's wide-eyed eyes. Everyone has seen spirit stones. Neither Hu Bagui nor Zhao Ziyu had ever seen so many spirit stones before. Zhao Ziyu said excitedly, I can get new fishing gear now. Hu Bagui rolled his eyes. Old Zhao, is that all you've got? Zhao Ziyu asked, quite unconvinced, what are you planning to do? Hu Bagui smiled smugly, I plan to raise spirit beasts myself and provide them with food and water every day, so that I can get a steady supply of their droppings every day. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing and Zhao Ziyu's lips twitched violently. While in some ways this does demonstrate business acumen, but it always feels a bit dirty. Hu Bagui happily put all the spirit stones into his storage bag and then said, since today's profits are so high, we can set up a stall at Forging Peak every day. Su Changqing shook his head and said, today is because of the duel between Chu Chu and Lan Tian, so the foot traffic is extremely high. Normally, we wouldn't earn this much. Hu Bagui blinked. As long as there's a profit to be made, that's fine. Su Changqing continued, not only that, but when those competitors see that we've made a lot of money, they'll definitely try every means to imitate us, and they might even lower the price. Zhao Ziyu nodded slightly. Old Su is right, this is indeed a big problem. What should we do then? Hu Bagui frowned. Su Changqing glanced at the two of them and chuckled, simple, we just need to earn the franchise fees. Franchise fee? The two looked completely bewildered. Su Changqing explained, now, we have top-quality watermelons, top-quality spirit rice wine, barbecue seasoning that must be paired with barbecue, and even cheaper spirit beast meat. These have all been tested by the market and customers. Therefore, by using barbecue seasoning and various resources as bait to attract franchisees, all competitors can be turned into suckers. This was the first time Zhao Ziyu and Hu Bagui had heard of this idea. Therefore, I was deeply moved and couldn't calm down for a long time after hearing it. In their minds, all that matters is making money. Even a little less wouldn't matter. But Su Changqing was different. He no longer cared about such a small amount of profit. According to his description, as long as someone joins, it's equivalent to generating revenue. The more people there are, the more you earn. Ultimately, like a snowball rolling downhill, the profits will only grow larger and larger. Zhao Ziyu hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. But what if these people change their minds? Su Changqing had already thought of a solution. It's very simple, everyone who joins must sign a spirit talisman contract with us, that will do. Hiss. Hu Bagui couldn't help but gasp. The two of them felt as if they had been subjected to a dimensional reduction attack. Selling barbecue, ling rice wine, and watermelons, these things are indeed profitable. But I have to admit, it was extremely hard work. Moreover, you can't have this kind of return every day. Nowadays, as long as Su Changqing's franchise theory is implemented, they don't need to go out and set up stalls to obtain spirit stones continuously. Amazing! Zhao Ziyu couldn't help but give a thumbs up, completely convinced and feeling that he had wasted his time studying. Su Changqing squinted, thinking to himself, once the news gets out, I can sell wine and open a restaurant in the scattered cultivator market, and even cooperate with Yaoxiang Pavilion. Work to earn a living? Working is out of the question. I will never work for someone else in my life. The three of them then had a good chat. One is the follow-up plan. The two are the profits and losses afterward. Hu Bagui said seriously, Old Su, this time you have to take the lion's share, otherwise I'll withdraw. Zhao Ziyu chimed in, that's right. Su Changqing didn't stand on ceremony this time. Fine, from now on I'll take 70%. Even close brothers keep clear accounts. Moreover, the reason why so many spirit stones were distributed earlier was because, isn't the point to lure these two people onto the pirate ship? Zhao Ziyu was the first to state his position. I haven't made any significant contribution, so I only need 10%. Hu Bagui thought for a moment and said, then, I'll take the remaining 20%. Su Changqing provided Lingmai wine and watermelon. Hu Bagui provides spirit beast meat. As for Zhao Ziyo, Su Changqing, of course, wouldn't let this opportunity pass, and asked with a smile, "Old Zhao, how's your little cloud rain technique?" Zhao Ziyo replied, "It's alright, we're currently on the 3rd floor." Su Changqing pointed to his own grade 2 spirit field and said, "Then I'll have to rely on you from now on." Before Zhao Ziyo could speak, Hu Bagui asked in confusion, "Don't you have Bai Linger to help you?" Su Changqing shrugged. Ever since the Chu Feng incident, Bai Linger has been kept in check by her sister and is not allowed to come here at all. Furthermore, there has been no further news of Zhang Shui since that exchange. Therefore, we have no choice but to find someone else to bring rain. Coincidentally, Zhao Ziyo is a formal disciple of the Imperial Water Pavilion, and has even reached the foundation establishment stage. The key is that this guy has a lot of time. Instead of fishing, come here and let it rain. We've known each other for so long, we're practically family now. Okay. Zhao Ziyo did not refuse, and even immediately walked towards the spirit field. Having received so many spirit stones, he still felt indebted to Su Changqing. Now, finally, we can make even the slightest bit of compensation. As soon as he stood on the edge of the field, he immediately waved his hand. Soon, a cloud of water vapor gathered above the spirit field. Judging from its color, it was even darker than Zhang Shui. Splash! Soon, a dense rain of spiritual energy began to fall. The spiritual plants, nourished by the rain, stretched out one after another. Even the air here feels much fresher. Su Changqing saw this and smiled with satisfaction. At this moment, Hu Bagui asked, "Old Su, with your talent in planting, 1 acre of grade 2 spirit land is simply not enough. What realm are you at now, and how long will it take to break through to the foundation establishment stage?" Su Changqing replied, "I've already reached the late stage of qi refining. As for breaking through, that depends on luck." Hu Bagui pondered for a moment, "Then it should be soon. By then, the yield of 2 acres of grade 2 spirit fields will at least double." At that time, the spirit beasts he raised were also able to produce feces steadily. Su Changqing's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly asked, "What's the situation with that black dragon pool?" Hu Bagui came to his senses and said, "It's a deep pool hidden underground. We don't know exactly how deep it is, but we can be sure that there are dragonfish and fish demons inside." Su Changqing nodded. "I recently brewed a type of yellow rice wine that is even better than spirit rice wine. If this wine can really be used as bait to catch dragonfish, then we can give it a try." Hu Bagui's eyes lit up. Great. He already had a strong attachment to arowanas. "Although I didn't succeed last time, I did see it. If you catch a dragonfish, you can become an apprentice of that golden core stage fisherman." Not long after, Zhao Ziyo finished casting the minor cloud rain technique. When he returned, Hu Bagui told him about what had happened at Black Dragon Pool. Zhao Ziyo himself is an ultimate fishing enthusiast. Upon hearing that there was new bait, they even go fishing for dragonfish. They immediately became excited, their eyes sparkling. The three hit it off immediately and decided to give it a try tomorrow. Time quickly moved to the next day. Early one morning, Su Changqing, Hu Bagui, and Zhao Ziyo gathered together again, then took their belongings and flew towards Forging Peak. Those 3 guys really did come. "I've also made barbecue this time, so who's afraid of who? Although my watermelons aren't top grade, and my spirit rice wine isn't top grade, I'm cheap." The moment Su Changqing and his 2 companions appeared, many of their colleagues became alert. Pairs of eyes were fixed intently on them. Customers who had tried the barbecue yesterday were immediately drawn to it and crowded around. Many people showed disgust at the food in their hands and mouths. He vomited before he finished eating, and even threw the rest on the ground. Then, holding the spirit stones, he approached Su Changqing and the other 2. Meanwhile, the competitor's stall was almost deserted. This shows that Su Changqing and others cultivated a considerable number of fans in just one day. In comparison, the expressions on the faces of their colleagues must have been extremely unpleasant. But it wasn't over yet. Su Changqing's next action left them utterly hopeless. Hu Bagui arranged the shelves. Grilling meat. Apply barbecue seasoning while brushing on the ingredients. As the rich aroma filled the air, customers' mouths watered. Su Changqing suddenly pulled out an advertising board with 3 large characters on it. "What? Eat for free. Holy crap, it's free. This is to thank all our customers for their support yesterday. Quick, squeeze in." This move instantly snatched away the few customers remaining at the other stalls, effectively monopolizing the market. Damn it! Seeing the scene, countless colleagues gritted their teeth, and some even felt their hearts bleed. Seeing that it was about time, Su Changqing gave Zhao Ziyo a wink. The latter understood immediately and walked to the other side. Soon, he arrived at a stall that had no customers. The stall owner was a female cultivator who had awakened the fire elemental root. She has a lot of experience, insights, and skills when it comes to grilling meat. Unfortunately, they lost out because of the barbecue seasoning. No matter how hard you try, you can't recreate the taste of the roasted meat from Hubagui's hands in a short period of time. Zhao Ziyo said with a smile, fellow deist, you don't want to lose money, do you? Weren't you with those two guys over there? Lu Meng asked in surprise. Zhao Ziyo nodded slightly, yes, we're together. My name is Zhao Ziyo. Lu Meng snorted, you surnamed Zhao, are you here to laugh at me? Of course not. Zhao Ziyo grinned and said, I'm here to seek cooperation with you. Upon hearing this, Lu Meng's gaze immediately went blank, you want to cooperate with me? Zhao Ziyo pointed to the opposite side and said, you can see how popular our stall is, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Meng nodded subconsciously, I saw it. Zhao Ziyo coaxed patiently, do you want your business to be just as booming? Lu Meng's expression changed slightly. She couldn't help but look the man in front of her up and down. Seeing that he looked like a bookworm, she hesitated for a moment, then asked, what is the price? Zhao Ziyo shrugged, don't worry, I don't want you. You can join our team for just 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Thus, they could obtain the barbecue seasoning recipe for free. Lu Meng exclaimed in surprise, 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Seeing the other party's reaction, Zhao Ziyo couldn't help but curl his lips, you think it's too expensive? I'd better choose another one. After all, only smart people can make big money. He turned and left, not wanting to waste any time. As he walked, he muttered to himself, oh dear, I only earned 60 mid-grade spirit stones yesterday. Fellow deist, please wait. Upon hearing about this astonishing gain, Lu Meng quickly ran forward. Zhao Ziyo raised an eyebrow, what? Lu Meng took a deep breath, 10 mid-grade spirit stones for a barbecue seasoning recipe? Just thinking about how someone else earned a full 60 mid-grade spirit stones yesterday, she felt incredibly envious and jealous. Zhao Ziyo nodded and said, if you are worried, we can sign a spirit talisman contract. My name is Lu Meng. Fellow deist Zhao, please wait a moment. I'll go and gather 10 mid-grade spirit stones right away. At this moment, Lu Meng wished she could grow wings and fly away. If you miss this chance to make a fortune, she feels like every time she's sleeping, she wakes up and slaps herself hard. Upon seeing this, Zhao Ziyo immediately returned to Su Changqing and Hubagui's side. Su Changqing asked, how is it? Zhao Ziyo said in a low voice, a female deist has already shown interest and is currently preparing spirit stones. Su Changqing was very satisfied, very good. Develop one person first, and then wait until others see that she is making money. Naturally, more people will hand over spirit stones in exchange for barbecue seasoning recipes. Are 10 mid-grade spirit stones a lot? It seems like a lot, but it's not actually that much. It's stuck in a position that's neither here nor there. Ordinary cultivators could take it out by gritting their teeth and stomping their feet. As long as you can recoup your costs, then you're not at a loss. If business is booming and the profits exceed 10 mid-grade spirit stones, then it's definitely a huge profit. How much longer do we have to wait? Hubagui couldn't help but say, I want to go fishing at Black Dragon Pool. Su Changqing replied, soon. Not long after, Lu Meng rushed back. He stood in front of the three people. Her gaze swept back and forth between Hubagui, Su Changqing, and Zhao Ziyo. Finally, I looked around at the densely packed customers. Seeing so many people enjoying their meal, her heart began to pound. If all these people could become his customers, wouldn't that mean we've struck it rich? Zhao Ziyo asked, fellow deist Lu, have you gathered all the spirit stones? Lu Meng immediately took out 10 mid-grade spirit stones, of course. Each person who joins receives 10 mid-grade spirit stones. What if there are 10 people? Even 100 people? Suddenly, Zhao Ziyo became even more enthusiastic. Fellow deist Lu is indeed a smart man, you deserve to be rich. Lu Meng suddenly hugged 10 mid-grade spirit stones to her chest and said seriously, let's sign the spirit talisman contract first. Of course. Zhao Ziyo immediately took out a blank contract talisman. As everyone knows, signing a contract is equivalent to being recognized by the immortal sect. If anyone goes back on their word or denies it, the Ministry of Penalties will come knocking. Zhao Ziyo complied with the requirements and handed over the barbecue seasoning recipe. Lu Meng handed over 10 mid-grade spirit stones as a franchise fee. Su Changqing said, Old Hu, teach fellow deist Lu how to apply barbecue seasoning. Okay, Hu Bagui replied. Next, Lu Meng began to learn how to apply barbecue seasoning. It's actually not troublesome at all. In fact, it's very simple. The slightly difficult part is mainly the ratio of the barbecue seasoning. But not long after, Lu Meng said she had learned it. They even tried it a few times, and some of them did it quite well. Su Changqing and his two companions tasted each one and found that the cooking time, texture, and flavor were all surprisingly good. Hu Bagui immediately said, Ladies and gentlemen, we have finished eating all the barbecue for today. What? So fast? I haven't had enough yet. The customers all looked surprised upon hearing this. However, Hubagui did not offer any further explanation, but immediately put the things away. Immediately afterwards, the three of them rode on the large-leafed grass and quickly left the area. Our opportunity has arrived. Just as the other competitors were eager to try. At this moment, Lu Meng revealed a confident smile and started setting up her stall again. And the spirit beast meat she roasted. In terms of both texture and taste, it's even better than Hubagui. This immediately attracted many customers who hadn't left. Enter money-making mode in no time. Meanwhile, the three who left on the large leaf grass began to divide the spirit stones. A total of 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Su Changqing holds 70%, therefore he receives 7 medals. Hubagui holds 20%, therefore he takes 2 pieces. Zhao Ziya said he would take 1/10 of the prize, therefore he took 1 piece. Although it's less than yesterday, it only took half an hour today. Hubagui exclaimed in amazement. Su Changqing instructed, from now on, you should continue as you are today. Old Hu will do the barbecue, and old Zhao will recruit people. As for myself, of course I'll still be farming. Okay. The 2 people next to him nodded in unison. Before long, they arrived at the 100-foot cliff where Black Dragon Pool was located. By Zhang Cliff, as its name suggests. It is 100 feet high. From top to bottom, it is almost a straight cliff. At the very bottom is a dark hole. Looking down from above, Su Changqing felt the building was about to collapse. It felt like I was about to fall at any moment, and I immediately felt tense. The other 2 were not first-time visitors, so they remained relatively calm. Hubagui pointed to the dark entrance and said, Old Su, to get to Black Dragon Pool, you have to go inside first. After reading it, Su Changqing looked away and couldn't help but say, this doesn't seem simple. Zhao Ziya smiled mysteriously, it's even more complicated inside. These words immediately piqued Su Changqing's curiosity, and he immediately steered the large-leafed grass towards the dark entrance below. As you get closer, you can clearly feel the chilling aura emanating from within. This shows that things are not simple at all. As Su Changqing and his 2 companions fell into the cave entrance, the outside light was gradually swallowed up. Fortunately, we are all cultivators. Su Changqing and Zhao Ziyu, in particular, have reached the foundation establishment stage. Therefore, it's not that you can't see clearly in such a dark environment. However, compared to the outside, what you see here is a bit blurry. After entering, Su Changqing realized that they hadn't reached the bottom yet. He peeked out to check the situation. There was actually a vertical distance of several tens of meters. The surrounding rock walls are very smooth. It's obvious at a glance that this place was washed by water many years ago. The probability of rain is very small. It's most likely a waterfall. Before long, the 3 of them finally reached the bottom. It's dark and cold here, making people uncomfortable. Su Changqing has a wood spiritual root, and Zhao Ziyo has a water spiritual root. The 2 seem to be doing well. Hubagui seemed very uncomfortable. Environmental factors and atmosphere can cause various reactions in spiritual roots. Zhao Ziyo pointed to the longer and deeper passage on the right and said, next, walk this way. After a distance of about a few hundred meters, you will be able to see the Black Dragon Pool. Su Changqing nodded and continued to control the large-leafed grass to move to the right. It truly lives up to its reputation as a more advanced mode of transportation than even a flying paper crane. Occasionally, a few water droplets would fall, but they would be blown away by the whirlwind created by the large-leaved grass before they could get close. If this were replaced with paper cranes, it wouldn't be long before there were water stains everywhere. It might even cause more serious damage. Just keep moving forward, ever forward. After a straight-line distance of several hundred meters, the view ahead suddenly opened up. A large underground cavern came into view of the 3 of them. Black Dragon Pool is located in a depression directly in front of it. However, it wasn't completely dark here. Many green plants are growing out of the cracks. It emitted a greenish glow, making the atmosphere eerie. But precisely because of this, most people who come here to fish can see clearly. Su Changqing recognized the plant at a glance. Green water branches. Plants that only grow near groundwater. The current market price is decent. 1 plant can sell for about 1 low-grade spirit stone. There are about 10 plants of varying sizes scattered here. This is equivalent to a dozen or so low-grade spirit stones. But clearly, the people who come here are not here for these green water branches. Therefore, everyone agreed not to take them with them. The depression below is the famous Black Dragon Pool. Its shape is close to an ellipse, and its area is about 3 jang, approximately 10 meters. The pool was very still, like a mirror. Occasionally, fish or insects would swim by, creating ripples, but these would quickly become still. It has a faint green glow. I don't know if it's the color of the water itself, or if it's caused by the surrounding green water plants. As for the temperature, it's a bit lower than outside. It's important to know that we are currently in the transition period between summer and autumn. Therefore, the outside temperature is in the 20s, neither cold nor hot. It's a bit cold here, probably only around 10 degrees Celsius. Su Changqing saw a lot of fishing gear left behind by anglers, but didn't see anyone else. He couldn't help but say, I thought such a famous place would be very popular. Zhao Ziyo shrugged, there aren't many people who dare to come here to fish. Hoopa Gui chimed in, that's right, there was no one here when we came last time. So, what's the next step? Su Changqing glanced at the two of them. Although I know how to fish, and my skills are pretty good, but this is Black Dragon Pool, and it contains not only dragon fish, but also dangerous fish demons. Zhao Ziyo pondered, since there are 3 of us, let's choose 3 spots and each of us can try fishing first. Hoopa Gui then urged, Old Su, hurry up and take out your new yellow rice wine. Su Changqing nodded slightly, then took things out of the small storage bag. One is the yellow rice wine that everyone is longing for. There were also a few large, black-skinned watermelons. This time, I brought a total of 3 caddies of yellow rice wine. Each person gets 1 pound of fish when fishing. Hoopa Gui took it first, and before he could even use it as bait, he took a sip. It's really delicious. No wonder it's the wine you brewed, Lao Su. Upon seeing this, Zhao Ziyo couldn't help but lick his lips. He quickly took the wine and tasted it, saying, the taste is indeed quite good, it seems to be more mellow than the spirit rice wine. Su Changqing explained, yellow rice wine is indeed of a higher grade than spirit rice wine, but unfortunately, the quantity is limited. Zhao Ziyo pondered carefully and said, since spirit rice wine can attract dragonfish, then yellow rice wine must be fine. It's just a matter of whether they bite the hook. Next, the 3 of them each chose a fishing spot. They weren't far apart, about 3 meters apart. This way, we can react promptly no matter what happens. At this moment, Zhao Ziyo took out a green bamboo fishing rod from his small storage bag, which looked very tough. Hoopa Gui's eyes widened, Old Zhao, you're shameless. You actually changed to a new fishing rod. If I remember correctly, this green bamboo pole is worth 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Su Changqing was surprised, a mid-grade spirit stone. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziyo smiled smugly, I'm reluctant to spend money on anything else, but I'm really willing to go all out on fishing tools and bait. Hoopa Gui rolled his eyes as he pulled out his fishing gear. It resembles a piece of black iron and looks quite heavy. There were also a few faint spiritual patterns on it. Zhao Ziyo glared at him, you beast, how dare you say I'm shameless? This black iron rod is even more expensive, costing at least 2 mid-grade spirit stones. Hoopa Gui chuckled, a sly glint in his eyes. But soon, the two seemed to have thought of something. They all looked at Su Changqing without prior arrangement. They were immediately dumbfounded. It turned out that Su Changqing wasn't holding a fishing rod. Instead, they picked up the large-leafed grass, their mode of transportation, and then tied 4 fishing lines and hooks to it. Holy shit! Old Su, you cheated, didn't you? When it comes to shamelessness, you're the one. At this moment, looking at the large-leafed grass in Su Changqing's hand, both Hoopa Gui and Zhao Ziyo were cursing and swearing. Su Changqing, however, calmly stated, this time, the 3 of us will not only fish, but also compete to see who is the best angler. Splash! Pour in 2 ounces of yellow rice wine. The once calm, mirror-like pool of water was instantly rippled with waves. This also signifies the official start of the 3-person fishing competition. Su Changqing placed the large-leafed grass in front of him. The trembling of a leaf indicates which fishing line has taken the bait. Then he took out a wooden chair from the storage bag. He plopped down on it and then picked up the black-skinned watermelon. And so, they ate with relish while patiently waiting. The other 2, Zhao Ziyo and Hoopa Gui, were equally impressive. A true angler carries more than just a fishing rod. Chairs, stools, fishing nets, and other such items were all brought along. I remember last time, it seemed like we waited for half an hour. Be careful, the fish demon might also appear. There are 3 of us this time, we should be fine, right? Hoopa Gui recalled the last time he came here to fish for dragonfish, and how the scene was extremely dangerous. While I was relieved to have survived, I was also a little nervous. After all, no one knows if the fish demon will reappear. In fact, no one knows exactly what kind of strength it possesses. This time, there was 1 more person than last time. However, Su Changqing was only at the late stage of chi refining. And so, time passed by second. At first, the entire Black Dragon Pool was very quiet. Suddenly, bubbles began to rise in the distance. At first there were only a few, and the intervals between each one were very long. As the flavor of the yellow rice wine dissipates in the water, the frequency of bubbles gradually increases. Seeing this, Su Changqing and the other 2 quickly exchanged glances and became fully alert, so focused that they even forgot to breathe. One bubble after another approached them from afar. Just as it reached the position of the fishing hook, it suddenly stopped. There was no further movement. There were no more bubbles. It was as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Su Changqing took a deep breath and thought to himself, this Black Dragon Pool is really eerie. Hupagui was the first to lose his composure and asked in a low voice, "Old Su, old Zhao, what's going on?" Zhao Ziyu waved his hand and said calmly, "It's just a little trick of the fish. Let's not rush it, and let's not check the hook, lest we scare it away." Su Changqing remained silent. After all, it was his first time fishing at Black Dragon Pool. Moreover, this time the target is a dragonfish that is said to have a trace of the bloodline of a demonic dragon. I always feel that I can accept whatever happens. After that, this strange situation never happened again, not even the bubbles appeared. However, the three remained calm. I came here fishing prepared to stay for a whole day. Everything to eat and drink was prepared. You could totally take a nap here. In the dim underground, no one knew how much time had passed. Hupagui was feeling drowsy because he had drunk some alcohol earlier. Zhao Ziyu, true to his reputation as a seasoned angler, remained wide-eyed and looked quite energetic. Su Changqing had finished the watermelon in his hand, and then took out a premium sweet potato. Because it wasn't baked, it has a rather hard texture. Fortunately, the white meat inside is crisp and juicy. It's crunchy when you take a bite. After finishing his meal, Su Changqing took out 2 eggs laid by guinea fowl. It's already cooked in advance, so you can eat it right after peeling it open. Click, click. No, can you concentrate on fishing for once? Zhao Ziyu finally couldn't hold back anymore. I was staring intently at it. It's one thing for Hupagui to be sleeping on the other side. This is even more outrageous. His mouth never stopped moving, he was constantly eating. Su Changqing blinked. "Want some?" Zhao Ziyu was about to refuse, but after sensing the spiritual energy contained in the egg, he subconsciously swallowed. Seeing this, Su Changqing grinned and then tossed the hard-boiled egg from his left hand over. Zhao Ziyu took it and examined it carefully. "Strange, what kind of egg is this? Smaller than an egg. Yet it contains a more concentrated spiritual energy than an egg. It's a bit of a mishmash." Su Changqing shrugged. "This is an egg laid by one of my guinea fowls yesterday. Moreover, instead of 1 egg at a time, it has now become 2 eggs at a time." Zhao Ziyu peeled off the outer shell, and seeing the tender egg white, his appetite was immediately whetted, so he stuffed it directly into his mouth. The moment you chew it, the vital energy contained within the egg surges intensely in your mouth. His eyes widened immediately. "These are eggs laid by guinea fowl. I've eaten guinea fowl eggs before. It's tiny, and the spiritual energy content inside is extremely low. But the eggs laid by Su Changqing's guinea fowl were not only larger, even the spiritual energy content after cooking is actually higher than normal. Goodness, this person is not only talented in planting, but also in raising spirit beasts, right?" Just as the two were eating eggs, the sound of splashing water came from Black Dragon Pool again. This is underground, and it's very quiet. Apart from the 3 people eating, breathing, and their heartbeats, there was almost no other sound. Faced with this sudden situation, Su Changqing and Zhao Ziyu were the first to react and hurriedly looked towards the surface of the Black Dragon Pool. Hupagui, who was still half a beat late, had just opened his eyes. Then, you can see that the originally calm water surface is now rippling. At the same time, one bubble after another appeared continuously. It looked as if something was approaching Su Changqing's fishhook. Faced with this situation, Zhao Ziyu decisively put down his fishing rod and immediately went to fish. Hupagui finally came to his senses and asked nervously, "What's going on?" Zhao Ziyu called out, "Come quickly and help. Old Su might be about to catch his first fish." Soon, the 3 of them huddled together, all watching nervously. The underwater object kept circling around Su Changqing's fishing hook. "It looks like it's stealing the bait. They're still deliberately toying with us." In short, it didn't bite the hook immediately. The scene looked familiar to Hupagui. "Old Zhao, don't you think it's very similar to the last time we came here to fish for dragonfish?" Zhao Ziyu was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then said incredulously, "The first one can't be a dragonfish." Su Changqing was quite surprised, never expecting to be so lucky. However, Hupagui shook his head and said in an even weaker voice, "It's a fish demon." Zhao Ziyu added, "Last time, we also thought it was a dragonfish taking the bait, but it turned out to be a trick by a fish demon, deliberately trying to lure us in. Once the hook is pulled, the other person will inevitably drag you into the water." Hiss! Su Changqing gasped, saying incredulously, "So insidious?" Splash! The water began to churn continuously. Soon, one of the leaves of the big leaf grass began to shake violently. At first glance, it looks like a big fish has taken the bait. However, having learned from the previous experience, this time, with the reminders of Zhao Ziyu and Hupagui, they decided to proceed. Su Changqing not only didn't pull the fishing line, but also pretended not to see it and remained completely still, refusing to fall for the fish demon's trick. Splash! Splash! The sound of the rushing water grew increasingly intense, and even enormous fish tails emerged from the water. If it were someone who didn't know, or if Su Changqing were alone, seeing such a big fish tail, you'd definitely be eager to pull the hook. but if you do that, you'll fall into the trap of the fish demon in the water. After all, it has tremendous strength in water. Last time, if it weren't for Zhao Ziyou, who was in the foundation establishment stage, helping him, Hubagui would have certainly died. Now, looking at the huge fish tail that was faintly visible, all three of them remained very calm. Hubagui gritted his teeth and said, "Let's see how long you can keep up this act." After a while, the other fishing line tied to the large leaf grass also started to sway. At this moment, both fishing lines and both hooks reacted. Now, everyone was in a dilemma. Is it a fish demon? Or is it an arowana? Is it arrogant or not? The three of them quickly exchanged glances. Su Changqing couldn't help but ask, "Should we try a second fishing line?" This, Zhao Ziyou and Hubagui exchanged a glance, somewhat hesitant. Seeing that neither of them knew what to do, Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. "To be honest, this dragging on isn't going to work. Let's just take action." Hubagui was taken aback. "Old Su, what do you want?" Su Changqing said in a deep voice, "Isn't the fish demon trying to scheme against us? Then let's deliberately pull the fishing hook, and when it thinks it's about to succeed, we'll suddenly launch an attack." I feel a bit. Zhao Ziyou was reluctant to take the risk. Based on his many years of fishing experience, if you fail once, it's unlikely you'll succeed again. Moreover, those who come here to fish may encounter even more dangerous attacks. This fish demon will definitely hold a grudge. However, Hubagui said fiercely, "I think Lao Su is right. We can't just sit here and wait. What if an arowana actually takes the bait? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Besides, I also want revenge." It was clear that both Su Changqing and Hubagui said the same thing. After thinking it over, Zhao Ziyou finally nodded. After all, they are a team, essentially a unified entity. Su Changqing said seriously, "Once my large leaf grass starts to rotate, it will generate extremely strong power. In this way, the fish demons in the water will mistakenly think that someone is pulling on the fishing hook. When the time is right, we'll seize the opportunity and take action. Even if we don't kill it, just getting injured will be revenge for old Hu." Zhao Ziyou and Hubagui immediately nodded. Next, Su Changqing held the large-leafed grass above his head. "Infuse it with your own wood elemental power." It immediately started spinning clockwise. It started slowly, but then got faster and faster. From 4 leaves, it gradually became 1. At first, the fish demon underwater thought that the fisherman had finally reacted. Unexpectedly, the reaction this time was so strong. With a soft puff, it was also brought to the surface of the water. Su Changqing and the other two had been staring at him, and when they saw his face, their expressions all changed slightly. The fish demon had a rather ferocious appearance. It not only has human-like facial features, the eye is a triangle. His eyes held a sinister glint. The lips are very thin, and the teeth inside are all thin and sharp. Its body is quite large. The part that is visible above the water is 2 or 3 meters long. From top to bottom, except for the face, the entire body was covered with a layer of dark fish scales. Combined with the slightly greenish pool water and the dim environment, it was incredibly eerie and terrifying. Ha! The fish demon also saw Su Changqing and the other two. They were taken aback when they saw that the fish hooks were not being pulled. "Let's do it!" Su Changqing called out. Immediately, the three of them unleashed their respective attacks. Hubagui raised his hand and tossed a piece of iron into the air. Then he snapped his fingers with his right hand, and with a snap sound, suddenly, orange flames ignited on the surface of the iron block. Soon, the huge block of iron melted into dozens of tiny, sharp iron needles. It was burning. It shot towards the fish demon. This time, Hubagui was determined to avenge the previous incident. Zhao Ziyou then activated the water elemental power in his danshin, creating an invisible water wall that directly blocked the water flow near the fish demon, making it unable to flow, like a cage. Su Changqing held the large-leafed grass in his left hand, and a spirit seal with the character wood appeared in his right palm. The weed seeds stored inside were scattered out. As they got closer to the fish demon, the seeds transformed into poisonous plants with sharp thorns. Before the fish demon could react, the attack had already hit its face. Tisk! Sizzle! Instantly, its massive body began to tremble uncontrollably. His appearance, in particular, received special attention from Hubagui. His face was instantly disfigured, and his features were distorted. It looks even more ferocious. The fish demon was furious and bared its teeth at the 3 people above. Originally, it intended to lure Su Changqing into a trap and drag him into the water. Unexpectedly, they were the ones who fell into the trap first and were even attacked. In his anger, he intended to dive into the water to hide temporarily. As a result, they encountered resistance. The surrounding water seemed to have become a cage. The entire body was imprisoned inside. At this moment, Su Changqing's poisonous thorns also landed around and on the fish demon. Although it lacks accuracy, but its advantage lies in its large number. It covers a wider range and area. Moreover, Su Changqing can control it from a distance. Therefore, any poisonous thorns near the fish demon frantically burrowed into the gaps in the black fish scales, as if trying to take root in the flesh and blood. Hiss! The fish demon writhed in pain. In water, its strength increases many times over. Even if the water supply is cut off, it should not be underestimated. Therefore, after withstanding several attacks from Su Changqing and Hu Bagui, it suddenly leaped up. Amidst the splashing sound of water breaking, the fish demon's enormous body came into view of the three. The overall length is at least 5 meters. It was as if a black catfish had come to life. However, Su Changqing keenly noticed this. The other's tail appeared to have been scorched by something. The fish scales on it were all cracked and dry, and the flesh was charred. Yes, that's right. It's just dry and cracked, and burnt. Even in the extremely cold water of the pool, it was in this injured state. Then, the fish demon fell heavily into the water. This time, however, it was not within the area to be stopped, but rather fell to the other side. Clap, clap, clap. The fishing line on the large-leafed grass couldn't withstand the weight and snapped instantly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Waves surged and splashed on the water's surface, and the previous calm was gone. Seeing this, Zhao Zio said with great regret, "It seems we won't be able to catch the dragonfish." Hu Bagui was very unwilling. "If I reach the foundation establishment stage, I can cause even greater damage." Su Changqing thought to himself, "This fish demon doesn't seem very powerful. If all three of them were at the foundation establishment stage, they might be able to severely injure it, or even kill it." However, Zhao Zio was not wrong. Now that it's turned out like this, even if there were any arowanas that were attracted just now, they've been scared away. Therefore, the three of them simply packed their things and quickly left. Night fell quickly. The already dimly lit black dragon pool was now even darker. The eerie green light made the atmosphere particularly sinister. At this moment, Su Changqing, who had originally left, returned to Black Dragon Pool alone. With Hu Bagui and Zhao Zio around, he couldn't go all out. "Now that I'm alone, I naturally have no worries." Therefore, looking at the pool water that has now returned to calm, Su Changqing's heart stirred, and he summoned the demon wood water avoiding boat. "I came to Black Dragon Pool alone. It was still late at night. That's incredibly bold." But Su Changqing thought it was worth it. After all, he had personally witnessed the fish demon being injured, and not just slightly. The extent of the injury was clearly serious. At this moment, the small demon wood water avoiding boat rapidly grew larger after being infused with spiritual power. Seeing this, Su Changqing casually tossed it into the black dragon pool in front of him. With a plop, the demonic wooden water avoiding boat, magnified several times, landed on the water. Then, Su Changqing seized the opportunity and jumped down. In a flash, he stood on the deck of the demon wood water avoiding boat. However, the ship did not tilt or sway at all. It's easy to imagine how stable it is. This was Su Changqing's first time operating the ship, so he carefully sensed its movements, thinking to himself, "If Senior Brotherly Lingbai wasn't lying to me, the ship can submerge in water." Soon, the boat began to rock slightly. Immediately afterward, the bow of the ship began to sink little by little. Su Changqing watched helplessly as the bow, the hull, and himself were all submerged in the water. Strangely, no water flowed into the pool. The clothes and deck were dry. Su Changqing was even more surprised to find that, although the demon wood water avoiding boat entered the water at an angle, but he himself was completely unaffected, as if walking on flat ground. It won't fall at all, it's no different from lying sideways. All the water passed by the demon wood water avoiding boat. It seems to avoid it automatically, or even deliberately. Thus, Su Changqing successfully entered the black dragon pool. He was surprised to find that the inside of the pool was larger than it appeared from the outside. There are no small fish or shrimp here. I did see quite a few broken fishing lines and damaged fishing hooks. Some are soaked in water. Some are hanging in the crevices of the stone wall. Su Changqing controlled the demonic wood water avoiding boat to continue deeper into the water. 10 meters, 20 meters, 100 meters. We still haven't reached the bottom. 200 meters, 300 meters, even 500 meters. There's still no end in sight. The interior of the entire Black Dragon Pool is exceptionally long, and its destination is unknown. At depths exceeding 500 meters, aquatic life began to appear in the surrounding area. It looks similar to a carp. Overall gray-black. It has a spindle-shaped body with a rounded abdomen. It has a relatively small head and 3 pairs of whiskers. They are located on the upper jaw, lower jaw, and lip. At this moment, Su Changqing suddenly noticed that one of the carp was completely different in color and size from its counterparts around it. It is entirely red, but it gleamed with golden light. Could it be an arowana? Su Changqing asked in astonishment. The so-called dragonfish. It is a fish that contains a trace of the bloodline of a demonic dragon. It only exists in the waters of Black Dragon Pool. Seeing this, Su Changqing immediately controlled the demon wood water avoiding boat to get closer. The ordinary carp around the boat, sensing the intense demonic aura emanating from it, all froze in the water, one by one. Only this red carp, gleaming with golden light. He actually had the idea of running away. It wagged its tail, trying to leave. However, how could its speed possibly match Su Changqing's demonic wood water avoiding boat? They were instantly pulled closer. Then, the spirit seal of the character would appeared on Su Changqing's right hand. But this time, it wasn't an attack. Instead, they transformed weed seeds into black iron vines. Extending from his hand, he directly entangled the red carp. Then he pulled it towards himself. With a plop, the dragonfish landed in my arms. Is it already in my hands? Su Changqing asked incredulously. The dragonfish that so many anglers dream of was caught so easily by him, without even needing to use yellow rice wine as bait. It's safe to say that there's absolutely no difficulty involved. Looking at the plump Arawanano, it should be called a dragon carp that was still struggling in my arms. Su Changqing quickly took out the water absorption bead that Sun Peng had given him earlier. Throw it into the cold pool of water in front of you. It immediately began to absorb it. When the container was 1/3 full, Su Changqing withdrew it. Next, the first dragon carp was placed in the water-gathering bead for raising. He then continued to steer the demon wood water-avoiding boat to explore deeper into the water. Not long after, they discovered another dragon carp, its entire body red and shimmering with golden light. It was even larger than the one we just saw. It's still the exact same method. Close the distance. Bind with black iron vines. Drop it into the water-gathering bead. The whole process was completed in one go. After an unknown amount of time, Su Changqing had caught 5 dragon carp. But at this moment, the demon wood water-avoiding boat stopped. Then, it seemed to be searching for something, and the bow of the boat began to sway from side to side. I sensed the poisonous thorns that were released earlier. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, the demon wood water-avoiding boat quickly located its position. Keep going. Soon, a fish demon over 5 meters long appeared before them. It really is it. Su Changqing's eyes lit up. At this moment, the fish demon was staring blankly ahead. Unbeknownst to them, a large ship was silently approaching from behind. With less than 30 meters remaining, Su Changqing issued his first command to the demonic wood water-avoiding boat, kill it. Whoosh! The demonic wood water-avoiding boat suddenly shot out. This time, the speed is several times faster than before. The fish demon sensed something and hurriedly turned around. His pupils immediately contracted. A large blue ship came speeding towards them. There was also a human standing on the deck with a half-smile on his face. The fish demon quickly recognized him as the guy who had attacked earlier. However, although it reacted, it was unable to dodge. Because the ship was going too fast. I saw it a second ago. The next second it was crushed on his face. Immediately afterwards, it felt as if the body had been violently struck by a heavy object. His body shuddered violently, followed by a hissing sound. It didn't even have a chance to struggle before it was smashed to pieces. A large amount of foul-smelling blood spread out. Countless bits of meat were floating everywhere. Just then, Su Changqing discovered that the demon wood water-avoiding boat automatically extended tentacles that resembled tree roots. It not only absorbed the blood of the fish demon, it even pierced into the bits of flesh. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, they ate it all up. Then, the demon wood water-avoiding boat trembled violently. The already large body grew even larger. No, to be precise, it grew again. Su Changqing quickly checked the situation. Demon wood water-avoiding boat. Effect 1, Advanced Wind Control. Effect 2, Advanced Water Repellency. Effect 3, Advanced Durability. Effect 4, Devouring Growth. Special effect, locks onto location upon sensing demonic energy. The situation just now was clearly Effect 4. Then, Su Changqing controlled the demon wood water-avoiding boat to continue forward. Actually, he had felt that this fish demon was very strange just now. They seemed to want to venture deeper into the black dragon pool, but there was also something he was afraid of. Therefore, he appears hesitant. After walking about another 100 meters, Su Changqing sensed that the water temperature around him was off. The water in Black Dragon Pool was clearly very cold and damp. But here, it's getting hotter and hotter. It was as if the water had been boiled. Then, he saw something he would never forget for the rest of his life. The enormous wreckage stood silently in the water. Judging by visual estimation, it is at least 10 jong in length. No skin. There is no meat. There is no fascia. All that remained were pale white skeletons. However, even if this thing had been dead for a long time, it was still tens of meters away. Su Changqing could still feel a chilling aura that made him tremble. I got goosebumps. It was as if they were facing not wreckage, but a raging flood. It's easy to imagine how terrifying this thing must have been in life. Could it be that demonic dragon? Su Changqing wondered to himself. However, the shape of the wreckage is a bit off. It seems to be circling around something. The upper body, in particular, is piled up like a bone tower. Its mouth was opened as wide as possible, as if it were about to swallow something. He probably failed in the end and suddenly died. Therefore, it remained in this posture even after death. There was clearly something in the middle of the skeleton. Su Changqing's heart stirred, and he carefully controlled the demon-wood water-avoiding boat to approach. Although the temperature of water increases as it gets closer to the ground, but this ship has the effect of avoiding water. In addition, there was the chilling aura emanating from the skeleton. Therefore, Su Changqing did not feel unwell. For now, we can hold on. It's fine to hold on for a while. As they drew closer, Su Changqing discovered that he was carrying the demonic wood water avoiding boat with him. Compared to this massive wreckage, it looks like a small toy. It should be noted that the demon wood water avoiding boat is even larger than the 5-meter-long fish demon. But when faced with this thing, we feel as insignificant as ants. However, Su Changqing had no intention of leaving. After all, this thing is dead, so it shouldn't pose a threat. Moreover, I had a strong premonition. The things inside were of great use to him. Therefore, I must take a look no matter what. As they get closer, the water temperature is getting higher and higher. Fortunately, we finally arrived directly beneath the wreckage. Su Changqing stood on the deck and peered down. He was completely stunned. I thought it was something extraordinary. To my surprise, it turned out to be a tree. Fortunately, after careful observation, we discovered that this was more than just a tree. To be precise, it was a tree struck by lightning. As is widely known, lightning-struck wood is considered to be of the highest yang nature, which is specifically designed to counteract yin and evil influences. Therefore, its price in the market has always been high. A 10-centimeter-long piece of lightning-struck wood is worth 100 mid-grade spirit stones. The tree in front of us is at least 3 meters tall. Moreover, an entire tree was struck by lightning. The yang energy contained within it is unimaginably intense. Therefore, at least 10,000 or more mid-grade spirit stones can be sold. Su Changqing glanced at the lightning-struck tree radiating heat, then at the chilling remains, and couldn't help but ponder. One side is extreme yin, the other is extreme yang. The demonic dragon belongs to the yin element. Trees struck by lightning are considered yang. Holy shit! This demonic dragon has grand ambitions. Unfortunately, he failed in the end and died instead. At this moment, Su Changqing noticed something flickering inside the lightning-struck tree. It occasionally emits a bluish light. It occasionally flashes a red light. Sometimes they intertwine, forming a hazy white halo. What is this? Su Changqing's heart began to race. He sensed the intense woody spiritual energy contained within. Of course, there was also a blazing fire elemental energy. The greenwood spiritual root within his body now felt a desire to devour. It's like someone who's been starving for a long time suddenly seeing delicious food. Because Su Changqing was obsessed with spiritual roots, he had learned about everything that could produce them. If I remember correctly, this seems to be the wood fire spirit crystal that allows a wood spirit root to give birth to a second spirit root. Once absorbed, it can generate a fire spirit root. Su Changqing chuckled as he looked at the remains of the demonic dragon. You didn't eat it, so it doesn't belong to you. I found it, therefore it's mine. Immediately, he controlled the demonic wood water avoiding boat to approach the lightning-struck tree. As they get closer, the greenwood spirit root's desire to devour grew stronger and stronger. Even Su Changqing felt a sense of hunger. Soon, a man in a boat arrived at the side of the lightning-struck tree. I saw a ball of light emitting blue and red hues. Inside, there appears to be a very small crystal. It's about the size of an adult's fingernail. Su Changqing turned the demon wood water avoiding boat sideways, then extended his right hand and released the wood spirit power in his danshin. Before even touching it, I felt a resonance with this crystal. The moment you touch it, a cool and hot sensation begins to penetrate your body. Su Changqing suppressed his discomfort and grabbed the crystal in his hand. Instantly, the clash between the two auras intensified. The character, Qing, comes from the character, Mu. It transforms into nutrients for growth. Red comes from fire. The power to bring about transformation. He lost his balance and fell onto the deck. Then, I became increasingly tired and couldn't even keep my eyes open. The hair on its body grew at a visible rate, reaching its waist in no time. Moreover, it shows no sign of stopping and continues. Su Changqing was very sleepy, but he dared not sleep. The spiritual power emanating from this crystal is immense. It was as if a dam that had been accumulating water for many years had suddenly opened its gates to release it. It is incredibly powerful, yet harbors hidden dangers. He diligently circulated the Azure Lotus creation technique, using his own wood elemental power to guide the two streams of spiritual energy that had entered his body. The external wood elemental energy was alright, barely enough to work, but the fire elemental energy was like a disobedient child, surging and thrashing within his body. Su Changqing's skin turned red, like a cooked shrimp. However, his own wood elemental power, combined with the wood elemental energy released by the crystal, quickly restored his health. Repeated acts of destruction. Repairs were made time and time again. I don't know how much time has passed. The two streams of spiritual energy finally became gentle. At the same time, the crystals emitted a white halo once again, and its size is getting smaller and smaller, smaller and smaller. Ultimately, it all turned into spiritual energy and was completely absorbed by Su Changqing. At this point, the properties panel will appear automatically. Su Changqing, male, 20 years old, remaining lifespan 426 years, Greenwood Thunderfire Spiritual Root, Effect 1 Natural and Affinity, Effect 2 Thunder and Fire Affinity. Early stage of foundation building, the 5 layers of the longevity secret, the miraculous use of Lingmai wine, a miraculous method for making yellow rice wine, 3 layers of wood spirit entanglement, ironwood armor technique 4 levels, refers to 9 layers, the 6 layers of wood storage technique, the 9 levels of the Azure Lotus creation technique, Lingmai rice 6000 jin, 115 medium grade spirit stones, 3654 low grade spirit stones. It's not a fire elemental root, but a thunderfire elemental root. The flames contain the power of thunder. Su Changqing was shocked. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, it was 118,970 days before. In other words, after the second spiritual root was born, his lifespan was extended by another 100 years. Even if you do nothing, you can live for 426 years based on your total lifespan. He hasn't even found a deist partner yet, and his second spiritual root has already appeared. Su Changqing exclaimed in amazement. He slowly opened his eyes. But what I saw before me was a bit of a shock. Without realizing it, his hair had spread all over the entire demon wood water avoiding ship. It looked as if it were a black cocoon, enveloping itself and the ship. Fortunately, it was just a minor problem. Su Changqing raised his left hand, and the faint fire elemental power in his dantian spread to his palm. Immediately, the skin turned red and the body temperature rose. But this time, there was no discomfort at all. Then, he touched the extra hair with his left hand, and it melted away in an instant. Soon, her hair returned to shoulder length. However, the remaining items were not thrown away, instead, they were stored. First, it has great commemorative significance. Second, keep it to make a fly whisk. Then, Su Changqing stretched and climbed up from the deck, his gaze once again falling on the lightning-struck tree worth tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. Dongting Immortal Sect, somewhere. The extraordinary encounter at Black Dragon Pool was triggered by a disciple. A mere little fish demon. It takes hundreds of years for a disciple to succeed? It's good enough that we have it. Those fishermen are guarding a treasure mountain without even realizing it. Who exactly led the Immortal Sect astray? With such an extraordinary encounter, this person is destined to stand out. Keep a low profile. I must keep a low profile. Su Changqing said with a serious expression. Even though I obtained so many spirit stones, in particular, a second spiritual root was born. However, the style of doing things, especially the conduct, must remain the same. You must not let anyone notice anything amiss, and minimize your presence as much as possible. With great power comes great responsibility. He didn't want to be assigned to dangerous missions just because he was too strong. After losing the wood and fire spirit crystal, the yang energy contained in this lightning struck wood decreased by 50%, making it unable to boil the pool water. Even so, its value has not diminished. After all, naturally struck wood is extremely rare. Su Changqing immediately put the 3-meter-tall lightning-struck tree into another storage bag, but instead of leaving, it controlled the demon wood water-avoiding boat to wander around. I wanted to see if there was anything else I could take with me. As the saying goes, a thief is not, anything without an owner is ownerless. Since it is an unclaimed object, doesn't that mean anyone can become its owner? As he searched, Su Changqing came to the back of the wreckage. It's obvious there's still space inside. As for where it leads, it is currently unclear. Unfortunately, it is quite narrow. Almost everything was blocked by the remains of this demonic dragon. To get inside, you must put away the demon wood water avoiding boat. But once he did that, Su Changqing felt that even leaving alive would be a problem. So after thinking it over, he simply turned around and left. It's not too late to come and check it out when we have more strength. When Su Changqing emerged from Black Dragon Pool, he found that it was already daylight. He immediately replaced the demon wood water avoiding boat with large leaf grass. Then he hurried towards his own spiritual field. It must be said that having 2 kinds of spiritual roots and 2 kinds of spiritual power is quite remarkable. The growth rate of the large leaf grass has increased significantly. The fire elemental power was injected into it, and it surged forward at breakneck speed. The only drawback is that it runs out easily and cannot be sustained for very long. However, when Su Changqing returned home, he found someone waiting for him. Who? Why don't you return? You were waiting for me? Su Changqing landed quickly. Hupagui was taken aback at first, then asked excitedly, Old Su, where have you been for the past 7 days? Upon hearing this, Su Changqing's eyes widened, and he asked incredulously, 7 days? Hupagui nodded, you've been gone for 7 days, and I've been taking care of Wang Wang and the guinea fowl. Su Changqing quickly looked at the doghouse and chicken coop and found that the food bowls and water bowls were indeed plentiful. Want Want and the guinea fowl seemed to be in good condition. Perhaps because they hadn't seen their owner for 7 days, the two little ones were quite excited. Wang Wang kept opening its mouth and making woof woof sounds. The guinea fowl also occasionally made a clucking sound. Su Changqing never expected that so much time would pass just from developing a second spiritual root. Now that you're back, I don't need to stay any longer. Hupagui breathed a sigh of relief. Su Changqing smiled sheepishly, thank you. Hupagui waved his hand, we're brothers, saying thank you is too formal. Su Changqing simply took out a pound of yellow rice wine from his storage bag, handed it over, and asked, I have indeed been away these past few days. How's our business? Hupagui then slapped his forehead, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have really forgotten. Here this is the profit sharing from the 7-day franchise fee. Su Changqing took it and then scanned it with his spiritual sense. There were actually 140 mid-grade spirit stones. That's equivalent to 2 people joining every day. Hupagui took a big gulp of sweet and sour millet wine, then laughed and said, ever since Lu Meng made his fortune, people have been joining us. But old Zhao said, since you're not here for the time being, let's keep things under control. Su Changqing nodded slightly, I'm back. You can speed up the recruitment process now. Moreover, we'll not only provide the formula, we'll also act as the supplier. You mean, providing spirit beast meat? Hupagui seemed to understand but not quite. Su Changqing gave him an appreciative look and explained, as more and more people know the formula, it will be leaked sooner or later, and we will receive fewer and fewer spirit stones in the future. Therefore, transforming into a supplier is the right choice. No one else has the finest Lingmai wine. There are no premium fruits and vegetables, but I have it myself. That's where the advantage lies. This was also the main source of income for obtaining spirit stones in the long run. Hupagui wasn't stupid, he immediately understood, okay, I get it. Then he turned and left. Su Changqing watched the other person leave, then approached the 2 children with an apologetic expression. Touching the dog with my left hand. Touch the guinea fowl with your right hand. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry to have worried you. If all else fails, how about we bring you all along next time? After calming him down, Su Changqing went inside to cook. Although, Hupagui has been taking care of the 2 little ones these past few days, but they eat the most common food that spirit beasts eat. The 4-leaf clover is mixed with some grains, although there is spirit rice, but it's not the finest quality rice. Standing in front of the stove, Su Changqing subconsciously picked up the flint and steel, but as soon as he grabbed it, he suddenly froze. Then he burst out laughing. At least I have a fire elemental root now. Therefore, there is no need to continue using this primitive ignition method. Although there are currently no fire attribute cultivation techniques, however, slightly mobilizing the fire elemental power in the Qi Si is not a problem. Therefore, Su Changqing put down the flint and then rubbed his left thumb and forefinger back and forth. With a whoosh sound, a wisp of red flame appeared between the 2 fingers. This is no ordinary flame. It is a spiritual fire blessed with a thunder and fire spiritual root. Even in the early stages, the temperature was not low. Therefore, firewood, hay, and the like can be easily ignited. Su Changqing was overjoyed at the moment of success. He grinned broadly, watching the roaring flames in the stove, and chuckled to himself. But just then, a sudden crack sound came from the stove. Then, cracks rapidly spread from the inside to the outside. Then, with a bang, it exploded. Su Changqing's smile froze, and his gaze became blank. It took him a while to come to his senses. Silently, he picked up the small storage bag and took out a communication talisman. Who? It's me, junior brother Han. So it's senior brother Su. Do you want me to loosen the soil? This. What's wrong, senior brother? Do you know how to repair a stove? On the other side, Han Su, who was holding a communication talisman, was stunned when he heard the question. After a few seconds, he tentatively asked, Senior brother, did your stove explode? Su Changqing was taken aback. How did you know? Han Su explained, we Earth Spirit Roots have been helping Fire Spirit Roots repair stoves for years, so we're used to it. The only thing that surprised him was that senior brother Su, with his wood elemental root, could actually burn the stove to pieces. Senior brother, the stove is fixed. Han Su chuckled. Su Changqing took out 10 caddies of top-grade spirit rice and handed it over. Thank you for your hard work. Seeing this, Han Su waved his hand and said, it's just repairing a stove, no payment is needed. Su Changqing thought for a moment, put the spirit rice back, and then took out 5 caddies of top-grade spirit rice wine. I don't want the spirit rice, but you have to take this stuff. Han Su's eyes lit up immediately. This junior brother really needs it. For some reason, the wine brewed by senior brother Su just tastes better. Moreover, once you enter a slightly tipsy state, regardless of the speed at which spiritual energy circulates, it's still about the speed of spiritual energy absorption, or perhaps it's the speed at which one comprehends the techniques. All of these will be greatly enhanced. This is why Han Su made great progress during this period. Su Changqing turned to look at the stove, which had been repaired and reinforced, and thought to himself, it seems I need to find a fire attribute cultivation technique so that I can completely control the fire elemental power. He already understood what had happened with the stove explosion. Fire elemental roots are inherently difficult to control. Furthermore, this is a thunderfire spiritual root with a prefix. Not only did they become more irritable, moreover, the energy it contains is even more intense. This time, it's just about frying the stove. If you're not careful, it might turn into a big leaf weed next time, or anything that requires fire elemental power. At this moment, Han Su put the spirit rice wine into a small storage bag and then asked, Senior brother, I plan to go to the loose cultivator market in a few days. Do you want to come along? Or, shall I buy you something? Upon hearing this, Su Changqing turned around with a look of delight. The more he looked at this junior brother Han, the more pleasing he became. He immediately said, if possible, please help me buy some books and cultivation techniques. Still books and cultivation techniques? Han Su nodded. Su Changqing said seriously, I have been staying in the spirit field for many years and know nothing about the outside world. Only by reading various books and learning different techniques can one enrich their knowledge and broaden their horizons. Han Su agreed wholeheartedly, saying, Senior brother is right. Su Changqing reached out and patted the other person's right shoulder. Therefore, after you leave this time, could you help me buy some books to broaden my horizons? Or cultivation techniques based on wood or fire spiritual roots? Han Su quickly replied, all right, junior brother, I'll remember. Although I don't know why they wanted to buy cultivation techniques other than those for the wood spirit root, but he knew in his heart that everyone has secrets, so he couldn't pry into them or be curious about them. Otherwise, we will never be able to obtain top-grade spirit rice again. Afterwards, Han Su left with 3 mid-grade spirit stones. Anyway, it's the same as before, refund if there's too much, pay if there's too little. Next, Su Changqing started cooking again, but this time, to prevent the stove from exploding again, he picked up the flint that he had initially disliked. Half an hour later, Su Changqing, Wang, and Pearl Chicken were finally able to eat a hot meal. In the days that followed, everything returned to normal. Su Changqing works from sunrise to sunset every day. My life is very regular. There was no change whatsoever from beginning to end. They are even more low-key and reserved. He even resolutely refused when Lao Zhao invited him to go fishing. In short, staying in the spirit field is definitely the right thing to do. It wasn't until the day of the autumn equinox that others had just begun planting. The spiritual rice in Su Changqing's spiritual field has grown up. It became increasingly robust. It looks like it will be fully mature in at most a month. A few days later, Han Su brought a pile of books and cultivation techniques from the market for scattered cultivators. What is this record of herbs? The story of wood grain. More than a dozen books, including the method of cooking oil over a high heat. Because he bought too much, Han Su said the shop owner generously gave him a prescription as a gift. Its name is Lazwang Pill. It can boost a person's energy and slow down the rate of hunger. Whether within the immortal sect or throughout the entire Tianyuan realm. These are all very ordinary, even extremely common, prescriptions. Su Changqing always felt that this wasn't a gift from someone who bought a lot of things. It's more like they sold everything to Han Su at once, so they wouldn't have to wait for the next customer. Not only can you earn a good reputation, but you can also earn more spirit stones. Pills? Su Changqing asked thoughtfully. Since he possesses a fire spiritual root, he is able to accumulate fire spiritual power in his danshan. That means it's indeed possible to try alchemy. Moreover, because of the system, anyone who learns it can refine top-grade pills. Although this labor and vitality pill is the most common type of elixir. However, as long as the quality is high enough, it can still fetch a good price. Moreover, this most common low-grade pill does not require a pill refining furnace at all. You can just use a decoction pot. The steps are as follows: collection, processing, and soaking. Then comes the processing, a step that can alter or enhance the medicinal properties. Then crush it with a mortar and pestle or a stone mortar. Then moisten the powder with a wetting agent until it is kneaded into shape. Ultimately, it is made into one of the following: honey pills, water pills, paste pills, or wax pills. It is indeed complicated in terms of steps. It's not complicated, at least it doesn't require an alchemy furnace. In short, for Su Changqing at this stage, it's a good opportunity to practice. However, before that, you must first learn the high-heat cooking method. This is a low-level fire attribute cultivation technique. After learning this skill, one can achieve meticulous control over the fire elemental power in one's own danshan. Therefore, after finishing his daily work, Su Changqing immediately sat cross-legged on the bed. One hand holds up the fiery oil cooking method. He was holding a glass of yellow rice wine in one hand. I'll take a sip after watching for a while. I'll take a sip after watching for a while. And then, he passed out drunk. When I opened my eyes again, it was already night. Outside, the sounds of insects chirping and frogs croaking rose and fell. He actually got drunk. Su Changqing stretched and then got out of bed. Once outside, Wang Wang huddled in its doghouse, peeking out with its head. Its eyes glowed green, scanning the surroundings like laser eyes. The guinea fowl had its eyes closed and was fast asleep. At this moment, the moon is bright and the stars are few. The moon takes center stage tonight, reigning supreme. The numerous stars, however, became secondary this time, and you could hardly see many of them when you looked up. Large patches of dark clouds obscured the view from above, allowing only the pale moonlight to penetrate. Su Changqing inspected the spirit field and, seeing that there were no problems, returned to the entrance. I'm not sleepy now because I took a nap. He simply grabbed a chair and sat by the door, enjoying the gentle night breeze. Upon seeing this, Wang Wang immediately crawled out of the doghouse, yawning as he walked to his feet. Su Changqing patted the dog's head and chuckled. I'll keep watch tonight, you go and rest. Wang Wang tilted its head, seemingly oblivious to whether it had understood or not. It looked at its owner with curiosity in its eyes. What, are you going to come with me? Su Changqing blinked. This time, it seemed like Want understood. He immediately lay down and rested his head on Su Changqing's left foot. It fell asleep in no time. It made ee-ya-ya sounds from time to time. I don't know what I dreamed about. Su Changqing saw this and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he did not wake Wang Wang up, and so he guarded his second-grade spirit field. I continued reading The Method of Cooking Oil Over a Raging Fire by the Moonlight. I don't know how much time passed, but the moon had already moved to the other side. At this moment, Su Changqing seemed to sense something and looked at the attribute panel. The one-layer method of cooking oil over high heat. Effect 1, Flame Perception. Effect 2, Flame Manipulation. Effect 3, Fire Resistance increased by 10%. The effect of the first layer looks pretty good. Therefore, Su Changqing chose to go all in. Should I consume 2,433 days of my lifespan to upgrade the blazing oil cooking technique to level 3? Yes. The 3-layer method of cooking oil over high heat. Effect 1, Enhanced Flame Perception. Effect 2, Precise Flame Control. Effect 3, Fire Enhancement plus 30%. Effect 4, Fire Resistance increased by 30%. Remaining lifespan, 419 years. The maximum number of layers is 3, adding a normal effect. Because it is a low-level technique, it has no special effects. Su Changqing was quite satisfied with this. It was better than nothing. After all, many of the cultivation techniques and spells available outside are low-end versions, or even incomplete versions. Only immortal sects, large cultivation families, and top-tier forces possess the best. Then, Su Changqing waited until dawn before moving Wang Wang's head away. Then began the daily routine that repeated itself every day. Clean up the spirit beast's droppings. Remove the weeds from the sacred field. View the detailed information about the spiritual plant. Then use the blue finger technique on each one. Finally, absorb the trace amount of wood spirit energy that the spirit plant has gathered overnight into your body. By the time everything was done, the sun had already risen. Wang Wang and the guinea fowl also woke up and wandered around on their own. Finally, I can cook. Su Changqing excitedly entered the kitchen. The stove was repaired by Han Su. Most importantly, it was specially reinforced. Even a fire spirit root that has reached the qi refining perfection stage is very unlikely to be damaged if handled properly. Su Changqing extended his left hand again. Rub your thumb and forefinger back and forth. With a poof sound, a wisp of red spiritual fire emerged. One can clearly feel the terrifying power contained within. Su Changqing dared not be careless and hurriedly activated the fiery oil cooking method, using his microscopic control to continuously reduce the temperature of the flame. Ultimately, although there were no major changes in physical appearance, the power that can be released has indeed been greatly reduced. Then, Su Changqing threw it onto the prepared firewood. He scoffed. It immediately burst into flames. Moreover, it is spreading at a visible rate. But this time, the stove didn't actually explode. Temperature, power, and other aspects have all become controllable. That's more like it. Su Changqing looked at the burning red flames and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Next, he placed the large black pot next to him on the ground. Pour in slightly cool spring water. We waited for the water temperature to rise gradually before adding the spirit rice. Instead, he picked up the wooden brush next to him and stirred it back and forth. They stopped when the water became murky. Then, the first pot of water is poured out, and clean spring water is poured in again before adding the spirit rice. Compared to others, Su Changqing's cooking is characterized by its large portions and guaranteed to satisfy everyone. Let alone the finest spirit rice, even the best spirit rice is highly valued by everyone. For example, eating only 2 meals a day. 1 meal in the morning, 1 meal in the afternoon. Alternatively, you can mix the spirit rice from a first-grade spirit field with the spirit rice from a second-grade spirit field. However, Su Changqing did not need to do that. 3 meals a day. Every meal consists of top-grade spirit rice produced from second-grade spirit fields. In addition, there are various top-quality fruits and vegetables with abundant spiritual energy. In short, enjoy yourself however you like. Cook whatever tastes good. Even the most common mythical creatures like wang wang and guinea fowl. Because of the advantage, their physique and condition far surpass those of their peers. It can be said that she has never suffered since she started following Su Changqing. Of course, this excludes situations where one is being teased, manipulated, or ridiculed. Half an hour later, breakfast was finally ready. Regarding food, a large bowl of spirit rice. I fried 2 eggs. A cold dish of premium watermelon rind. Premium sweet potatoes steamed on top of rice. Regarding drinks, clean spring water. Masterful yellow rice wine. Cluck. The guinea fowl were the first to smell the aroma and hopped in from outside the door. However, just as they were about to reach the dinner table, a sudden gust of evil wind blew in from behind. Because it wasn't the first time, the guinea fowl reacted quickly. Without even glancing at it, he immediately leaped to the side. The next second, whoosh, a yellow wind swept past. It turned out that Wang Wang had also smelled the aroma of the food and ran back. This time, surprisingly, the guinea fowl wasn't kicked away. Wang Wang was quite surprised and tilted his head to take a curious look. But then they noticed a fleeting look of disdain in the guinea fowl's eyes. Clap, clap, clap. Su Changqing picked up the wooden chopsticks and tapped them a few times on the white porcelain bowl in front of him. You two, stop fooling around. Only then did Wang Wang and the guinea fowl behave themselves. Then a person, a dog, and a chicken ate breakfast around the table. About 20 minutes later, when we were almost finished eating, "Old Su, I've come to bring you rain." Zhao Ziyu's voice rang out from outside. Hearing the commotion, Su Changqing hurriedly went out of the house. Without him even having to say anything, Zhao Ziyo had already cast the minor cloud rain technique. Su Changqing was already used to this. In fact, the other party comes every few days. The main reason for doing this was to express gratitude. After all, if it weren't for Su Changqing and Hu Bagui, Zhao Ziyo was still a penniless fisherman. Unlike now, when we receive mid-grade spirit stones every day. Sometimes there is only one. Sometimes there are several. There's no need to scrimp and save anymore. When buying things, you don't need to think about which store is cheaper or more expensive. As Su Changqing approached, he asked, "Has the weapon forging peak been holding competitions lately?" Zhao Ziyo nodded. "It's not just about fighting, it's about producing even more geniuses." "Oh," Su Changqing asked in surprise. Zhao Ziyo continued, "In the pre-match rankings, wasn't Chu Chu first and Lan Tian second?" Su Changqing nodded slightly, "Yes." Zhao Ziyo chuckled, "Now we're ranked 4th and 5th. What? Su Changqing looked incredulous. "I personally witnessed Chu Chu and Lan Tian's duel. A first, a second. They are all very impressive." Unexpectedly, only 10 days to half a month have passed. Their rankings plummeted to 4th and 5th. Zhao Ziyo said with a playful expression, "The formal disciples, especially those with metal, fire, or multiple spiritual roots, mostly complete various difficult missions that award high points outside. That's why people like Lan Tian and Huowan, who never leave their homes, have been able to act so arrogantly." With less than a year left until the formal disciple competition, the competition is about to begin. More and more disciples are returning to the immortal sect. Among the returning disciples, more or less all had some extraordinary encounters or opportunities. Therefore, in terms of strength, they have become even more powerful than before. Su Changqing couldn't help but ask, "Who's number 1 now?" A young man named Masha was born in the northern desert and awakened 3 spiritual roots: wood, fire, and earth. His comprehension was even more extraordinary. He had even mastered the advanced blazing fire technique to its maximum level. There was a hint of envy in Zhao Ziyu's tone. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing clicked his tongue in amazement. "I originally thought that Chu Chu's dual spiritual roots of water and wood were already heaven-defying enough. An even more heaven-defying existence has appeared, possessing 3 spiritual roots mutually reinforcing each other." Zhao Ziyo agreed wholeheartedly, saying, "This person has already been selected as a core disciple. But in order to obtain the generous rewards of first place in the formal disciple competition, especially that 1,000-year-old vermilion bird fruit. Therefore, I refused to join this year, preferring to wait a year. After Zhao Ziyou finished the minor cloud rain technique and left, Su Changqing casually waved his hand and threw out the companion green lotus. In an instant, the azure lotus domain enveloped the entire acre of spiritual field, accelerating its growth. This time, Su Changqing was not most concerned about the spirit rice, but rather the 3 rare spirit plants he had planted earlier. They are green gourd, fire vine, Dian Ko. Of these 3 plants, if even one of them mutates, its value will increase at least tenfold, making it exceptionally valuable. Currently, the fastest growing plant is Geotrichum candelilla. It is located in a place rich in earthy energy. Like the Earth's veins, it can mature in just one day. Although the Earth energy in the spirit field is not very strong, it does contain black soil. In addition, Su Changqing was using the Qinglian domain to force growth almost every day. Therefore, this Naphthalima fine has grown into a mature plant. It looked like a wisp of yellow smoke. When the wind blows, it twists and turns back and forth. It looked as if it was about to take flight and drift away. In fact, its roots have long penetrated deep into the black soil. An hour ago, Su Changqing had tried it with his finger. Unfortunately, it did not mutate. Therefore, its current value is neither high nor low. At least within the immortal sect, there isn't a large need for such personnel. Even if you want to sell them, you have to go to the random cultivator market. Over there, ever since the appearance of the great demon rolling dragon in the Black Forest 500 years ago, the demand for ground grass has increased dramatically. The independent cultivators all wanted to take this opportunity to make a fortune. Once you succeed, you won't need to work hard for the rest of your life. The current price of a single earth guiding grass is 1 mid-grade spirit stone. The mutated earth dragon saliva increases 100-fold, reaching 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Only 1 mid-grade spirit stone, I don't care whether I sell it or not. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. Although fewer and fewer people are joining the franchise, on average, he still earns 2 mid-grade spirit stones every day. Therefore, there is no need to sell this Geophyllum oxypetalum now. Keep it for now, just in case it successfully mutates someday, since it is impossible to gain benefits in terms of quantity. Let's start with the quality aspect. To put it bluntly, I'm not in a hurry right now. As for the firevine, it's actually quite similar to the ground guiding grass. They have already grown, but because they are few in number, they are not very valuable. Overall, it looks like a burning centipede, to prevent it from climbing on the rice. Therefore, Su Changqing deliberately placed a wooden stick next to it. The wooden stick is 1 meter long. The fiery vines had already climbed to a length of half a meter. Normally, this would take several months. But with Su Changqing, it didn't even take a month. If sold now, it would only be worth a few dozen low-grade spirit stones. Therefore, we'll have to wait until it mutates someday to see what happens. The rare spiritual plant that Su Changqing valued most was the green gourd. Not to mention that after this thing mutates into a small gourd, it can be used to refine storage items. Even without mutation, it can be used to store alcoholic beverages, or even sold as a wine bottle. In the future, when giving gifts to Li Sankei, Li Lingbai, Chu Chu, and others, there's no need to use the most common wine pouch. It was clear that only half of the wood elemental power in his dantian remained, which was 3 drops. Su Changqing decisively stopped the process and then retrieved the accompanying green lotus. Next, we need to go to Stone Mountain to cultivate the mutated spirit rice. In terms of true value, each rice plant is worth 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As for the mother rice, it can even yield 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Unfortunately, it can't be seen in the light of day for now. Therefore, in terms of output and quantity, they are all very small. Excluding the mutant mother rice, only 99 mutant daughter rice plants can be planted each time. This is the biggest drawback and shortcoming at present. Soon, Su Changqing arrived alone at the foot of the rocky mountain. It must be said that Han Xian's formation is indeed impressive. No fragrance leakage issues have been encountered so far. After removing the stones blocking the entrance, Su Changqing crawled inside. Halfway there, I immediately smelled that familiar aroma of rice. This is the unique flavor of the mutated spirit rice. The richer the flavor, the more mature it is. Soon, Su Changqing saw 100 mutated spiritual plants, including the mother rice. Overall, it's not much different from usual. Immature, abundant spiritual energy, no damage. Once we've finished processing these mutated spiritual plants, we can rest today, Su Changqing shrugged. Then, he activated the little wood elemental power he had left in his dantian. The index finger of his right hand suddenly glowed with a bluish light. They don't look like human fingers. It looks more like a piece of precious porcelain. 1 plant, 2 plants, dozens of plants, but none were successful. Su Changqing was already used to this. This is the result almost every day. Mutations are somewhat related to luck. If you're lucky, you might succeed in a row. If you're unlucky, you might fail for an entire quarter. Before long, all the mutant rice plants had been greened, not a single one mutated. In the end, only the mutated mother rice remained. Many children, many blessings. Reiki cultivation. 1 Jong of domain. There is absolutely no difference in status, terms, or effects. Extremely tenacious. Su Changqing sometimes wonders if this rocky mountain is limiting its potential. If transplanted outdoors, it will receive ample sunlight every day. Moreover, he would be bathed in spiritual rain every few days. Perhaps things will change differently. Then, Su Changqing used the last of his wood elemental power in his dantian to make a sudden thrust. Bite. Just then, a long-lost voice rang out. Could it be? Su Changqing's eyes widened. Suddenly, the mutated mother rice plant appeared before me. The body began to writhe, as if it had come to life. At the same time, it released a rich wood elemental energy, subsequently witnessed by Su Changqing himself. The originally tall, golden mutated mother rice. It's actually getting smaller little by little. It quickly reached half of its previous height. At the same time, the rice seeds on top are fuller. Each one is the size of an adult's fingernail. It's unbelievable. After the mutation process was over, Su Changqing hurriedly used his spiritual sense to investigate. Fusion mutant mother rice. Many children, many blessings. Reiki cultivation. Domain 2 Jong. Special effect, doubles the yield of spirit rice within the area. Oh dear. Su Changqing couldn't help but stomp his foot as he watched. However, any mutated mother rice can be placed outdoors. Even if he only has 1 mu of second-grade spirit field, the maximum yield is 4,000 caddies. However, as long as it's within the realm of mutated mother rice, it can double. Each quarter's output should exceed 5,000 jin. The problem is, this thing can't be ported out yet. Although this place is very remote, almost no one comes here. It's not the 10,000 that's scary, it's the 10,000. Who knows when, out of nowhere, someone will suddenly appear. Moreover, what if Hubagui and Zhao Zio accidentally let something slip? Therefore, at this stage, only the yield of mutant rice has doubled. It has increased from 40 jin to 80 jin. If we use it sparingly, it can last for a month. Su Changqing narrowed his eyes, pondering the matter. I've been a member of the Lingtian Corps for almost 4 years. Breaking through to the foundation establishment stage in 4 years is not considered fast. Let's just spread the news next spring. In this way, we can obtain a new second-grade spirit field. We will then transplant both the mutated mother rice and the mutated daughter rice. Then use the green gourd and the vines of the fire vine to build a fence and enclose the inside. In addition, the concealment array seals off the scent, so no one should be able to detect anything unusual. In this way, the total yield of 2 mu of ling rice each quarter could very likely exceed 10,000 jin. It was afternoon. Su Changqing rode the large-leafed grass towards the Lingtian Corps Management Office. Since I had nothing better to do, I decided to gather all the necessary ingredients for the labor-strengthening pill. There are only 3 ways to obtain it. 1. Exchange points with the immortal sect. 2. Issue transaction tasks. 3. Purchase from someone who has medicinal herbs. Clearly, Su Changqing currently has no way to purchase the medicine. Therefore, only 2 other options remain. Regardless of the type, one must go to the Corps Management Office. Along the way, Su Changqing saw many spirit farmers and spirit fields. For them, the 3rd quarter planting season has only just begun, less than a month ago. The rice seedlings in the spiritual field were all tender green. They look youthful and energetic. Not long after, Su Changqing arrived at Pingdingshan and saw the familiar palace. Because of regulations, large leaf grass cannot be planted directly on it. Therefore, he could only go down to the foot of the mountain and then climb up the steps one by one. Fortunately, the mountain wasn't very high. When we reached the top, a familiar face came towards us. Who? Junior brother Su? Zhang Su asked in surprise. Su Changqing was also surprised and quickly bowed, saying, Senior brother Zhang. This person helped me when I first joined the core of the spirit field. Therefore, even if they are cousins of John Er. Even under John Er's instigation, the 2 ended their cooperation ahead of schedule. But Su Changqing had no complaints about this person at all. John Su chuckled, Junior brother Su, it's been a year since we last met, hasn't it? He couldn't help but look him up and down. A year later. The person in front of me looks exactly the same as when he first arrived. He was dressed in a formal white disciple's robe. He was wearing a brown conical hat. He had an honest and simple appearance. Su Changqing nodded, yes. At this moment, Zhang Su warmly stepped forward and put a hand on his shoulder. Junior brother Su, the medicinal herbs in my spiritual field are about to ripen. Would you like to come and help? Su Changqing paused for a moment, then hesitated before saying, but. John Suxin understood immediately and said, my cousin John Er has been missing for more than half a year. In fact, everyone thought he was dead. If John were still alive, out of consideration for their relatives, he definitely won't seek a second collaboration with Su Changqing. But now, with John's fate unknown, it's naturally irrelevant. It's better to hire someone you already know than someone you don't know well. Su Changqing did not reply upon hearing this. Instead, he looked surprised and asked, John still hasn't been found? Jiang Su shook her head, I guess it's gone. Su Changqing thought to himself, it would be a miracle if we could find it. Let's not talk about him anymore. Jiang Su didn't want to waste time on a dead man, so he extended an invitation. Junior brother Su, would you be willing to cooperate with your senior brother again? Well, as you know, I'm helping senior brother Li Lingbai, so there might be a time conflict. Su Changqing didn't agree directly, but hesitated slightly. Jiang Su nodded quickly, I understand. As a core disciple, Li Lingbai will definitely help him first. If junior brother has time, helping senior brother shouldn't be a problem, right? Of course, the pay will be more than before. Su Changqing had been waiting for these words, so he grinned and said, as long as the time doesn't conflict, I'm of course willing to help my senior brother harvest the spiritual plants. Good. Jiang Su's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out one of his communication talismans and handed it over. I will let you know in advance when I need your help, junior brother. Su Changqing quickly took it, okay. Then, Jiang Su patted him on the shoulder and walked down the steps. Su Changqing looked at the other person's bulky back and seemed to be deep in thought. I have a feeling that this person's attitude has changed. Previously, the hierarchical relationship between superiors and subordinates was clearly perceptible. He appeared to be smiling, but there was no sign of intimacy in his eyes. But this time is different. Their eyes, attitude, and tone all became very polite. There was even a hint of ingratiation. Afterwards, Su Changqing put Jiang Su's communication talisman into his small storage bag and turned to walk towards the palace. Before long, all the medicinal materials needed to brew the labor and vitality pill were purchased. After greeting old Manhwa, he left without stopping and returned to his wooden house. The medicinal materials are now ready. Next, all you need to do is learn how to make the labor strengthening pill. Therefore, he took out the prescription and began to read it in depth. Not long after, the attribute panel changed. Introduction to Lizhuang Pill's Upward Arrow. Effect 1, Energy Boost plus 10%. Effect 2, Hunger minus 10%. Should I sacrifice 6 years of my lifespan to upgrade Lizhuang to the level of master? Yes. Su Changqing agreed decisively. Various experiences, techniques, and insights regarding Lizhuang pills have emerged. In the process of absorption, one gradually understands, becomes proficient, and ultimately masters it completely. Remaining lifespan, 412 years. The miraculous effect of Lizhuang pills. Effect 1, Energy Boost plus 30%. Effect 2, increases Qi and blood by 10%. Effect 3, Hunger minus 40%. Special effects, long-term use can enhance physical fitness. Because it is the most common type of pill, its effects are not remarkable. Even if you reach the master level and activate special effects, it only enhances your physical constitution. This might not mean much to Su Changqing, but for those independent cultivators who hunt monsters every day, having this on you can not only relieve fatigue but also boost your energy. One pill is all you need to eat for the whole day. And, most importantly, with it, you can last longer than others when you're escaping. In other words, the chances of survival are greatly increased. Interesting, Su Changqing chuckled. He immediately took out everything he needed from the small storage bag. Each is a decoction pot, a stone mill for crushing medicinal herbs, 100 kilograms of common wild honey, for common medicinal herbs, 5-year-old ginseng, Astragalus membranaceus that has been aged for 3 years, 2-year-old yams, licorice root that has been grown for 1 year. The ratio is 1 mace of ginseng, 2 chien of astragalus, 1 chien of yam, 2 chien of licorice. This is just for practice, so there isn't much of it. Su Changqing immediately began cleaning the medicinal herbs. Place it in clean spring water. Use a soft brush to remove any residue from the surface. Next, slice it with a knife. Then it is put into a stone mill and ground into powder. Then use a sieve to remove the impurities and coarse powder. Once prepared, put it into a decoction pot and boil it. This step is crucial and tests one's control over the spirit fire. If it were the previous Su Changqing, he definitely wouldn't have been able to handle it. It's very likely that all the medicinal herbs will be charred. It might even blow up the stove again. Fortunately, I learned the fiery cooking method and even reached the highest level. Therefore, their control over the spirit fire has become extremely meticulous. Which place has a high temperature? Which place has a low temperature? They can anticipate problems in advance and take immediate remedial action. Once it becomes a liquid, before it cools down, quickly add honey to bind it together. It gradually transformed from a pool of brown liquid into a lump resembling a dough ball. Only at this point is the first step truly complete. Let's move on to the second step. Place it in the mold and roll it up and down while pressing it firmly. It wasn't until it turned into tiny pills that it was truly over. Through Su Changqing's tireless efforts, a total of 4 labor-strengthening pills were obtained, each weighing approximately 7 grams, and without exception, they were all of the highest quality. Looking at the 4 round and plump pills, Su Changqing used his right thumb and forefinger to pick up the leftmost one. It was thrown directly into the mouth and chewed carefully. Although it's small, it has a very firm texture. It's quite sweet, not just a little bit, but very sweet. The sweetness of licorice even overpowers the sweetness of honey. As the number of chews increases, the bitter taste of ginseng gradually emerges. It's sweet at times and bitter at others, with a very layered flavor. It's not greasy at all. Instead, it leaves a refreshing herbal scent in your mouth. As expected of the premium labor-strengthening pill, the taste is indeed excellent. As the body's qi and blood increase, the person feels exceptionally energetic. As for whether it alleviates the feeling of hunger, I haven't experienced it yet. As a cultivator, one doesn't need to eat or drink every day. Even if they don't eat for several days, there won't be any problems. Su Changqing nodded slightly. It's alright, but if top-grade pills enter the market, even in a small market for independent cultivators, it will attract the attention of some people. Therefore, if they really intend to sell Lizhuang pills, the frequency and quantity of using top-quality items should never be too frequent. The best approach is actually to let it happen only occasionally. Most of the time, it's enough to just sell high-quality labor-strengthening pills. Of course, this was not a difficult task for Su Changqing. After all, he had elevated Lizhuangguan's control over it to a master level. The quality and quantity depend entirely on my mood. As for the remaining 3, Su Changqing decided to keep them for later. Therefore, in the time that followed, besides completing his daily routine, there's one more thing to do: refine the labor-strengthening pill. The quality is mostly controlled at the high level, with a few exceptional pieces occasionally. As for the worst quality, there wasn't a single one. It's not that it's impossible, but it's completely unnecessary. Not to mention that there are too many on the market. The key issue is that the returns are very low. Since the intention is to sell, it is essential to highlight one's own advantages. For example, selling only high-quality labor-strengthening pills is a great promotional gimmick. A few days later, at noon, Su Changqing had just finished lunch. Zheng He, Wang Wang, and Pearl Chicken were sitting under the poplar tree enjoying the breeze. Suddenly, a slight vibration came from the small storage bag. Su Changqing took out a communication talisman that was flashing with spiritual light. "Junior brother Su, it's me, Zhang Su." "So it's senior brother Zhang. What's the matter? You haven't forgotten what we talked about a few days ago, have you?" "I remember now. I need to help you harvest the medicinal herbs." "Yes, do you have time now?" "Yes, there are, but don't worry, your senior brother will definitely not treat you unfairly. Harvesting 1 acre of spirit field will earn you 30 low-grade spirit stones, or 30 caddies of high-quality spirit rice from a second-grade spirit field. But then again, since my senior brother needs help, I certainly can't refuse. I'll go over right now." Su Changqing's eyes lit up as he put down Zhang Su's communication talisman. "If I remember correctly, I helped them harvest medicinal herbs a year ago. Only 10 caddies of high-quality spiritual rice can be produced from 1 mu of spiritual field. Unexpectedly, the rewards are so generous now." Immediately, Su Changqing patted Wang Guang's forehead, and when it turned its head with a puzzled look, he immediately instructed, "I'm going out to make money. You all stay at home and take good care of the spirit field." He then got up and stepped out of the shade. Then he summoned the large-leafed grass and immediately flew towards Zhang Su's spiritual field. They arrived shortly afterward, only to find the other party already waiting at the door. However, this time he was alone. The previous deist partner did not appear. Looking at the large-leafed grass with its 4 leaves spinning around, Zhang Su said in surprise, "Junior brother is amazing. You actually used the large-leafed grass for transportation." Of course, on the surface, it was praising Su Changqing. Actually, the first person I thought of was Li Lingbai. Ordinary spirit farmers simply don't have that much spirit rice and spirit stones. The only means of transportation available for purchase are flying paper cranes and land-based mythical beasts. Although large-leaved grass is not rare, it is not common either. Given Su Changqing's abilities, it would be almost impossible for him to use it within 4 years. I reckon it's related to Li Lingbai. Su Changqing controlled the large-leafed grass to land, then asked with a smile, "Senior brother John, why are you alone?" Zhang Su paused for a moment, then explained, "My deist partner has some family matters to attend to and has been away from the immortal sect for some time. The journey there and back is very long, and he probably won't be back for another month." "I see," Su Changqing said in realization. Zhang Su nodded. "As you know, although we are cultivators, we can't just let go of our feelings for our families. Su Changqing asked non-committally, then, which acre should I harvest? Jiang Su extended her right index finger and swept it across the 10 acres of spirit fields, all of them. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Me alone? He asked. Jiang Su smiled slightly. No one else is as reliable as my junior brother. Hearing the other party's rather flattering words, Su Changqing understood. It seems the other party intends to use this method to mend the rift in their relationship. He might even want to establish a connection with Li Lingbai through his own efforts. However, this is not necessarily a bad thing for Su Changqing. 10 acres of spiritual fields, with so many spiritual plants. To put it mildly, add at least several decades to your lifespan. You can also obtain 3 mid-grade spirit stones from the other party. Yes, Su Changqing wants spirit stones this time, not spirit rice. Since they don't plan to participate in the formal disciple competition, that must be based on self-interest. 30 caddies of second-grade spiritual rice were produced from the spiritual field, yielding high-quality spiritual rice. At most, it would be 25 low-grade spirit stones. All things considered, choosing Lingmai is a bit of a loss. At this moment, Jiang Su moved a table over and placed a pot of hot tea on it. Seeing this, Su Changqing asked in confusion, "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Jiang Su replied, "I have to go out for a bit and won't be back until tonight. If you're thirsty, have some tea." Su Changqing immediately understood. Then, Jiang Su gave a detailed introduction to the 10 mu of spiritual fields. Different spiritual fields are planted with different spiritual plants. Therefore, the harvesting methods also differ. Some only require the stamens. Some things must be started from the root. If it were Su Changqing a year ago, he would definitely be a little confused, but things are different now. At least he has reached the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, he reads various books whenever he has free time. I've read the record of 100 Tales of Spirit Fields in particular several times. He could recognize all the spiritual plants in the spiritual field without even needing an introduction. After finishing speaking, Jiang Su summoned her mode of transportation. Upon closer inspection, Su Changqing discovered it was a large green butterfly. Its colors are constantly changing. It seems that it will change into a certain camouflage color depending on the surrounding environment. This is clearly some kind of high-end mode of transportation. Standing on the butterfly's back, Jiang Su chuckled and said, "Junior brother Su, I'll go ahead first. You can harvest slowly, no need to rush." After saying that, he strode away with an air of nonchalance. Su Changqing watched this unfold and couldn't help but twitch his lips. He definitely did it on purpose. Upon seeing that he had large leaf grass, he summoned an even rarer mode of transportation. But one has to admit, these butterflies that constantly change their camouflage are truly enviable. Jiang Su left. Su Changqing was the only one left in the entire area. Holding a sickle in his right hand, he arrived at the first acre of second-grade spiritual field on the far left. This place grows a medicinal herb called blind grass, which looks like an enlarged version of foxtail grass. It is very fluffy and has many fine hairs. The overall length is about half a meter. The fur is soft. The wind blew, creating ripples of ivory white. As usual, Su Changqing first used his spiritual sense to survey the spiritual plants. Blind grass. Already matured. Abundant spiritual energy. No damage. Today's highlights. Tomorrow's best. A total of 3,033 pieces. Su Changqing thought to himself, why don't I try pointing my finger at King Z? Although the Azure Lotus domain can advance the growth time of spiritual plants. That means you don't have to wait until tomorrow, you can get the best quality items today. The problem is that doing so is pointless and will only cause unnecessary trouble. Conversely, if there were fewer blind grasses, or just a few spiritual plants, Jiang Su would never care, much less suspect. After all, it's normal to suffer losses during harvesting. Su Changqing simply used his pointing green finger technique to harvest the crops at the same time. Harvesting one high-quality blind grass will increase its lifespan by 7 days. Harvesting one high-quality blind grass will increase its lifespan by 7 days. Harvesting one high-quality blind grass will increase its lifespan by 7 days. Because the pointing finger technique is required, the harvesting time is slightly extended. Furthermore, not a single one of the more than 3,000 blind grasses mutated. A probability of 1 in 1,000 is extremely low. Fortunately, the lifespan obtained from this harvest is satisfactory. How many? A full 58 years. After harvesting the first acre of spiritual field, one gains a lifespan of over 50 years. This is definitely a great start. 58 years plus 412 years equals 470 years. Su Changqing's lifespan is now approaching 500 years. He walked out of the spiritual field and went to the table to pour himself a cup of tea. He took a satisfying sip and then went down to the second acre of spiritual field. This time, the spiritual plant is called the pointed tail maple. A quick scan with my spiritual sense revealed it to be of high quality again. However, this time there were only 305 plants. This thing is larger than the blind grass, so there are not many of them. Su Changqing used his pointing green finger technique while harvesting with a sickle. Harvest 1 premium pointed tail maple tree, its lifespan increases by 7 days. Cumulative lifespan plus 5 years. The third mu of spiritual land. Harvest 1 premium eggplant and its lifespan will increase by 7 days. Cumulative lifespan plus 28 years. The fourth mu of spiritual land. Harvesting 1 strain of high-quality white round mushroom increases its lifespan by 7 days. Cumulative lifespan plus 19 years. The fifth mu of spiritual land. Harvesting 1 high-quality black-hearted grass will increase its lifespan by 7 days. Cumulative lifespan plus 21 years. By afternoon, Su Changqing had secured 5 mu of spiritual land. The total lifespan of the harvested crops is 131 years. Unfortunately, none of them mutated. Su Changqing took out a premium health-enhancing pill, and without chewing it, swallowed it with the cold tea. Before long, his energy and physical strength were restored to some extent. Looking at the remaining 5 acres of spiritual fields, he did not feel tired. On the contrary, they felt a strong sense of satisfaction. Although the spiritual plant wasn't his own, but the increased lifespan is. The more you harvest, the more you increase. Today, its lifespan has officially exceeded 500 years. It even reached 543 years. It should be noted that Su Changqing still has 5 acres of spiritual fields that have not been harvested. Adding another 60 years shouldn't be a problem, right? Think about it, a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. Their lifespan not only surpasses that of people in the same realm, they are even comparable to cultivators in the golden core stage. After resting for a while, Su Changqing headed towards the 6th mu of spiritual field. Harvesting 1 high-quality firetail grass will increase its lifespan by 7 days. Cumulative lifespan plus 31 years. Ding! Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Su Changqing immediately looked at the last firetail grass. Then I saw it begin to change. The top originally resembled a burning rat's tail. Now, it has actually turned into a shape similar to a feather. The surface also features extremely complex patterns. Fire elemental energy began to gather around. Before long, the mutant firetail grass emitted a scorching aura. Su Changqing had long ago used his spiritual sense to imprint the contents of books, including the Lingtian Bei Wenlu, into his mind. Therefore, the mutated firetail grass was quickly identified. Its current name is Very Beautiful Phoenix Feather. Although it's not a real phoenix feather, but this thing contains an extremely strong fire elemental energy. Moreover, it is one of the main medicinal ingredients of Nirvana pill. As is well known, elixirs are classified into inferior, superior, and top-grade varieties. Elixir formulas, like cultivation techniques, are divided into levels: low rank, high rank, earth rank, heaven rank, immortal rank. Nirvana pill is a heavenly rank pill formula, and it is extremely rare. As long as there is a breath left, one can bring the dead back to life and heal the wounded, because such rare items are seldom seen on the market. Therefore, the specific price is currently unknown. Fortunately, it is certain that 1 phoenix feather can be sold for 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. After all, the rarer something is, the higher its price. Besides, it's a life-saving device. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. Even ordinary mutated spiritual plants cannot be mentioned, let alone such a rare mutated spiritual plant to Jiangsu. After all, the spiritual plant had matured. The probability of mutation is almost zero. The other party must have already found out before leaving. If this were to be revealed, at the very least, this phoenix feather would cause their relationship to deteriorate significantly. In severe cases, those who know. After all, this thing is extremely valuable. Even brothers can turn against each other, let alone strangers. Immediately, Su Changqing aimed his sickle at the phoenix feather and swung it down fiercely. Harvesting 1 mutated phoenix feather increases lifespan by 1 year. Then put it into another storage bag. Without hesitation, he walked toward the 7th mu of spiritual field. Harvesting 1 premium variegated lotus flower increases its lifespan by 7 days. Cumulative lifespan plus 8 years. The 8th mu of spiritual land. Harvesting 1 high-quality climbing vine will increase its lifespan by 7 days. Cumulative lifespan plus 13 years. The 9th mu of sacred land. Harvesting 1 high-quality umbrella vegetable plant increases its lifespan by 7 days. Cumulative lifespan plus 22 years. Soon, only the 10th mu of spirit field remained. Su Changqing recognized the spiritual plants inside at a glance. This is the Piyuan fruit, one of the materials specifically used to refine the foundation building pill. Prices are usually high. Now it's even more incredible. Jiangsu was already at the foundation establishment stage, so he definitely didn't need it. The formal disciple grand competition is less than a year away. Many people wanted to take this opportunity to make a quick buck. If you break through to the foundation establishment stage, your ranking will not only improve. After the competition, the rewards will be even more generous. Su Changqing pondered, next year, after I obtain my second acre of grade 2 spirit field, I might be able to grow some chi cultivating fruits to sell for money. The only problem is, you need connections within the alchemy pavilion. Then, he swung the sickle in his hand again. Harvest 1 premium PE1 fruit and its lifespan is increased by 7 days. Cumulative lifespan plus 17 years. 10 acres of spiritual land. All the spiritual plants have been harvested. The cumulative increase in lifespan is 223 years. The current total lifespan is 635 years. Su Changqing was merely a foundation establishment stage cultivator with a wood elemental root. However, in terms of lifespan, it is no different from that of the golden core stage. The sky grew completely dark. The enormous moon shone with a bright light. The spirit fields, freshly harvested, were unusually quiet at this moment. There was neither the noisy chirping of insects. There was no continuous croaking of frogs. The tranquil atmosphere allowed Su Changqing to relax completely. He sat at the table, placed the cool tea in his left palm, and slightly activated the fire elemental power in his danshin. In an instant, the cold tea boiled again. Then, Su Changqing drank the steaming hot tea while waiting for Zhang Xuti to return. Time passed by, second by second. The night breeze grew increasingly gentle. Because it was autumn, there was a chilly, desolate feeling in the air. Su Changqing seemed to sense something and immediately looked up into the sky. In the dim light, something seemed to be rapidly approaching. Even with the moonlight shining through, it was still impossible to see clearly. It is almost impossible to distinguish with the naked eye. The traces can only be barely detected through spiritual sense. Junior brother Su. Suddenly, Zhang Su's voice rang out from above. Su Changqing suddenly realized that the other party had returned. However, Zhang Su appeared to be semi-transparent. Only when it leaves its mode of transportation, that is, the back of the large butterfly that constantly changes its camouflage, is it fully revealed. Su Changqing immediately stepped forward to greet him. Zhang Su glanced at the spirit field and saw that all the spirit plants had been harvested and were neatly arranged. His smile became even brighter. As expected of my junior brother, you can finish it all in half a day. If it were someone else, it would take at least 2 or 3 days. Su Changqing smiled slightly. Since I'm helping my senior brother harvest, then I, as his junior brother, must put in the effort. Upon hearing this, Zhang Su's eyes showed even greater satisfaction. He then took out some food from his storage bag and introduced it, saying, "Junior brother, you've worked hard. This is a medicinal meal I brought from the alchemy pavilion. It not only contains abundant spiritual energy, but can also repair bodily damage. You should try it." Su Changqing's eyes lit up. "Although I took a premium health boosting pill, I don't feel hungry right now. You could even say they're very energetic. But if it's free medicinal food, why not take it?" Moreover, this was something Zhang Su had specially brought for him from the alchemy pavilion. He immediately took it and began to eat heartily. "You know what? It's a bit cold, but it's very delicious." A large bowl of high-quality glutinous rice cooked into a porridge with goji berries and lily bulbs. The aroma of rice blends with the fragrance of medicinal herbs, creating a layered flavor profile. The rice porridge is sweet but not greasy, and soft and smooth. Bright red goji berries. Each one is plump and juicy. Take a bite, and the sweet juice will burst out. There was also a pot of angelica, ginger, and mutton soup. Although ginger is spicy, it can dispel cold. It is perfect for consumption in autumn and winter. The mutton soup was delicious and flavorful. The aroma of mutton filled my nose as soon as I took a bite. The lamb is tender and springy. The oily parts melt in your mouth. As he ate, Su Changqing felt a warm current surging in his stomach. Their complexions became exceptionally rosy. This medicinal cuisine comes from the alchemy pavilion, and its effects are indeed amazing. While Su Changqing was eating, Zhang Su used her spiritual sense to envelop all the spiritual plants. He had learned everything before leaving. How many? What quality? Whether it is mature or not. Is it damaged? I know it perfectly well. Although it is said that one should trust those one employs and not employ those one distrusts. But we can't let ourselves suffer a loss. Fortunately, the quantity and quality are not significantly different from before we left. It's even better than I imagined. I'm done eating. Before long, Su Changqing finished preparing all the medicinal dishes. The wolfberry and lily porridge and the angelica, ginger and mutton soup were eaten clean. There was nothing left in the bowl. Zhang Su said with a smile, "Junior brother Su, you've worked hard. This is the reward we agreed on beforehand." He immediately handed over 3 mid-grade spirit stones. Su Changqing quickly took it. "Thank you for your help, senior brother. I will remember it." Hearing this, John Su breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward, saying, "Junior brother Su, we'll have plenty of opportunities to cooperate in the future. And if you need any help from your senior brother, just ask, don't hesitate." Su Changqing's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Junior brother wants to buy some pills, but he doesn't know anyone at the alchemy pavilion and is afraid of being ripped off." John Su asked curiously, "What kind of elixir do you need?" Su Changqing replied, "Junior brother's cultivation level has reached the late stage of qi refining. He is afraid that he will be stuck at the qi refining perfection stage and will not be able to make any further progress. Therefore, he wants to prepare the foundation establishment pill in advance." John Su waved his hand and said, "It's just a foundation establishment pill, junior brother, don't worry. In a few days, when that friend from the alchemy pavilion is free, your senior brother will personally take you to meet him." "Thank you, senior brother." Su Changqing quickly clasped his hands in thanks. John Su patted him on the shoulder. With this, the relationship between the two sides was restored to normal. Next, the two drank a cup of hot tea and chatted for a while. Seeing that it was getting late, Su Changqing got up to take his leave. "Take care, junior brother." John Su personally escorted the person to the outside of the fence gate. "Senior brother, get some rest." Su Changqing waved his hand, then summoned the large leaf grass and soared into the air. There were no problems along the way. They were getting closer and closer to their own spiritual field. You can even see Wang Guang's bright green eyes. Suddenly, a slight vibration came from the storage bag. It is clear that someone is using communication symbols to try to communicate. To be honest, for a moment, Su Changqing felt a tightness in his chest. I thought it was Jiang Su. When they took out the communication token, they found that it wasn't the correct one. Who is it? Fellow deist CAI, I am Sun Peng from the loose cultivator market. Oh, it's you. What's up? I'm so sorry to bother you so late. I'm having my wedding banquet the day after tomorrow. Will you be coming? Su Changqing was stunned. It seems the day has indeed come for us to go to the Sangxia market. Fellow deist CAI? At this moment, Sun Peng felt uneasy. I was even more nervous than when I first consummated my marriage with my bride. After all, they are disciples of a celestial section. I will go. Su Changqing responded shortly afterward. Upon hearing this, Sun Peng was immediately excited and quickly said, "Let me know when you arrive, and I will personally come to greet you." Su Changqing responded calmly, "Okay, then I won't disturb your rest any longer." Sun Peng didn't dare waste any time and quickly ended the call. Su Changqing put down the communication talisman, lost in thought. Sun Peng already has a wife, but I'm still single. But there was no other way. When I had a wood elemental root, I only wanted to find a water elemental root deist partner. One can generate spiritual roots. Secondly, to cast the minor cloud rain technique on the spirit field. Now, I possess both wood and fire spiritual roots. Even if you were to look for one, it would have to be a wood elemental root or a dual water and wood elemental root. With the changing conditions, it's naturally harder to find them. Or, how about we invite Hubagui and Zhao Zio sometime, and the three of us go take another look at the flower field or some blind date spot? Nothing was said that night. The next morning arrived. After finishing his daily work, Su Changqing would prepare all 3 meals at once. After all, once they go to the market town for rogue cultivators, they won't be able to return until the next day. We can't let our Wang dogs and guinea fowl go hungry. I'm leaving. You all stay home and make the best of it. Remember, don't wander around. 3 meals a day have been prepared in advance, and you can eat any time. After giving his instructions, Su Changqing summoned big leaf grass. He leaped into the air and quickly disappeared into the distance. Before long, he arrived at Weapon Forging Peak. Although it was still morning, the place was as lively as usual. All 9 arenas were packed with people. Although there are no rewards for participating in the arena, but in private, many people are actually gambling on spirit stones. 6 of the 9 arenas have been occupied by a certain group. Only 3 arenas truly belong to independent players. Moreover, this was the result of someone intervening. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to get a single one. Wherever there are interests, there will be conflicts and disputes. In the end, there are only 2 possibilities. One is strength. One is connections. Su Changqing glanced around and noticed that many of the surrounding stalls had signs advertising secret barbecue seasoning. You can tell from the smell that this is the barbecue seasoning I made before. Some people have changed the flavor. Some people didn't change the flavor. Those who didn't change their names must have paid a franchise fee of 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Those who changed their minds were clearly afraid of being held accountable for not paying the franchise fee. Su Changqing was not surprised by this. There aren't many ingredients in barbecue seasoning to begin with, so sooner or later people will figure it out. The only slightly difficult part is the proportion of the ingredients. Nowadays, with more and more people joining the franchise, the barbecue seasoning will inevitably be leaked. This is also the main reason why he brought Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyo with him to switch suppliers. In any case, the arena here will not be removed before the formal disciple competition. You can earn money every day, it's just a matter of how much or how little. Old Su, you're here. Hu Bagui waved. Zhao Ziyo was standing next to him. The two of them would come to Casting Peak every morning. One is recruiting people. Another is that it offers a variety of fresh ingredients. Su Changqing stepped forward and asked, "How was your day?" Hu Bagui shook his head and said, "Fewer and fewer people are joining." Zhao Ziya took it in stride. In the end, only a minority of people set up stalls. Su Changqing nodded slightly. "Therefore, we will focus on supplying ingredients from now on." Afterwards, Hu Bagui took out all the profits he had made that morning, after deducting various expenses, especially the cost of ingredients. It is roughly equivalent to 12 mid-grade spirit stones. 10 of them represent one person's franchise fee. The remaining 2 are 200 low-grade spirit stones. Su Changqing took 70%, and therefore received 7 mid-grade spirit stones and 140 low-grade spirit stones. The remaining 3 mid-grade spirit stones and 60 low-grade spirit stones were to be divided between the two of them. Su Changqing put all the spirit stones he had received into his small storage bag and then said, "You guys are busy, I have to go out for a while, I'll probably be back tomorrow." "Okay." Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyo nodded. Afterwards, Su Changqing headed towards the sword pavilion. Before long, he chose a giant flying sword and sat cross-legged on it. As time went on, more and more people came up. It was almost time to leave. Just then, a shadow approached. It directly enveloped the entire sword pavilion. Everyone, including Su Changqing, looked up in astonishment. It turned out that a huge white crane with a wingspan of over 20 meters was standing on the eaves of Jianzhi. A pair of huge black eyes were looking down at the crowd below. "Isn't this Lord He Chi? He Chi? Could it be Chu Chu? Who's here? Senior brother Chu is here." Just when everyone was puzzled, a person stepped out from Heki's back. "Who? It's Chu Chu." Although this former pre-match leader is now ranked 4th, but for most of his fellow disciples, it remains an insurmountable peak. Just then, Chu Chu spoke up, "Junior brother Su, it's been a long time." "Who is junior brother Su?" "So senior brother Chu came here to look for someone. My surname is Su. Are you here to see me?" Just when everyone was puzzled, Su Changqing stood up and said loudly, "Senior brother Chu, it's been a long time." Chu Chu asked calmly, "Are you going out?" Su Changqing nodded slightly, "Yes, junior brother is going to the market for rogue cultivators." Immediately, Chu Chu waved and said, "I'm going out too. We happen to be going the same way, let's go together." Su Changqing hesitated slightly. Chu Chu raised an eyebrow upon seeing this. "What?" Su Changqing glanced at the huge white crane and chuckled dryly, "We'll have to ask Lord Crane 7 for permission." At this moment, He Chi's melodious female voice, just like a human's, could be heard. "Since Chu Chu agrees, this lord will certainly not refuse." Helpless, Su Changqing walked up to the man with the golden spiritual root who was piloting the giant flying sword. "Sorry, senior brother Chu wants to take me with him. How about these spirit stones?" Jin Lingen dared not refuse and hurriedly returned the travel expenses, which amounted to 20 low-grade spirit stones. Su Changqing put it away, then summoned his large leaf grass and quickly took to the air. Once they got close to Heki, they immediately jumped on top of him. "After many years, I finally stepped on the back of a white crane once again. The last one was Crane 19. This time it's Crane 7. I have this strange feeling that my ranking has risen." Chu Chu said to He Chi, "Let's go." Crane 7 raised its head, stretched its neck, and let out a cry. Then, with a flap of its enormous wings, it immediately carried the two of them into the air. At the same time, water spheres appeared all around it. They are all about 1 meter in size, and there is water flowing inside. While suspended in mid-air, Su Changqing felt not a single wisp of wind. He discovered that everything that came near was absorbed by the surrounding water sphere. Therefore, there is no difference between standing on someone's back and standing on the ground. Suddenly, Chu Chu asked, "Junior brother Su, the spirit rice wine you gave me last time is all gone. Do you have any left?" Su Changqing had already guessed what the other party was thinking. Upon hearing this, he immediately took out 10 caddies of top-grade spirit rice wine from his small storage bag and handed it over. This time, it wasn't just to attend Sun Peng's wedding banquet. They also planned to open a wine shop with the Sun family to sell off their surplus spirit rice wine. Of course, what they're selling isn't top-grade spirit rice wine. This thing is mainly used as a gift for friends, or to curry favor with someone powerful. As for independent cultivators, they don't really care about quality. As long as it tastes good, that's all that matters. Good wine. After taking over, Chu Chu took a big gulp of wine and immediately felt refreshed. Su Changqing asked with a smile, "Senior brother Chu, are you also planning to go to the rogue cultivator market?" Chu Chu put down the wine pouch, then shook his head and said, "No, I was invited to attend the Crossing the River tournament founded by Zhao Qinyun, the son of the current city lord of Suingzin City. The dragon boat race?" Su Changqing looked puzzled. He certainly knew about Suingzin City. It is not far from Dongqing City, the market town for scattered cultivators. It looks like it's at the beach. Its current city lord is said to be a golden core cultivator. Chu Chu explained, the full name of the competition for crossing the river is the 1,000 Sails competing for crossing the river water and land Dharma assembly. Many cultivators will participate. If you want to go, I can take you with me. Never mind, Su Changqing quickly waved his hand. It's too dangerous outside. Even with Chu Chu, a genius with dual spiritual roots, protecting them, safety is not guaranteed. Therefore, there is no need to participate in this so-called crossing competition. Su Changqing's biggest thought, or rather, his only wish. That means honestly farming. Cultivate immortality peacefully. External things are not important to him at this stage. Alright, Chu Chu said without pressuring him. At this moment, Su Changqing asked curiously, by the way, does senior brother Chu know that guy who's ranked number 1, what's his name, Mo something? Chu Chu nodded and said, I know him. His name is Masha, and his strength is terrifying. Fear? Su Changqing was quite surprised to hear those two words from Chu Chu's mouth for the first time. Chu Chu picked up the wine flask again, took a big gulp, and then said in a deep voice, this guy is ruthless and will never give up until he achieves his goal. He is also an extreme person. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing immediately abandoned the idea of making contact. If you were to offend someone like that, even Li Lingbai wouldn't be able to help. The two then chatted casually for a few minutes. The main focus is on the competition for formal disciples. Chu Chu believed that his chances of winning first place were not high. Among the formal disciples who returned this time, there are several formidable individuals. That mosque was just one of them. Before long, He Chi approached the market town for rogue cultivators. Su Changqing could already see the iconic Dongqing tree of Dongqing City. He Chi did not land, but stopped at the ferry that originally belonged to the giant flying sword. Goodbye, senior brother Chu. After greeting everyone, Su Changqing immediately jumped off the crane's back. Chu Chu thought for a moment and said, if you encounter any problems, you can use the communication talisman to let me know. The distance between the two cities isn't far, I should be able to get there. Su Changqing, of course, would not refuse the other party's kindness and readily agreed, okay. Then, He Chi carried Chu Chu into the air. It disappeared into the horizon at an extremely fast speed. Su Changqing withdrew his gaze and couldn't help but mutter to himself, I didn't expect that this senior brother Chu is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Then he left the flight dock. I randomly found a guest house nearby and booked a regular room. He disguised himself again, transforming from a disciple of the immortal sect into an ordinary, decadent rogue cultivator. However, they did not contact Sun Peng immediately. Instead, they followed the main street of the scattered cultivator market and began to investigate the current price of spirit rice. Currently, there haven't been any major changes. The Dongting Immortal Sect's prices are relatively high because of its official disciple competition. And here is the market town for scattered cultivators. The main reason is that grade 2 Lingmai rice is extremely rare, which is why its price is also inflated. The current market share is, the ratio of inferior to poor is 1:1.6. Premium quality is 1:1.5. The ratio of the best quality to the best is 1:1.2. It's even more expensive than the Dongting Immortal Sect. After all, things are valued for their rarity. However, Yupin Lingmai rice is much more affordable. The current market share of Yupin Lingmai is, inferior is 1:8. Premium quality is 1:6. The best quality is 1:4. This is the main reason why many disciples of immortal sects would rather come here to exchange for rice. Within the immortal sect, Nangshim Company holds a monopoly on spirit rice and can manipulate prices at will. In the market town of rogue cultivators, competitors are everywhere. There are more than 4 shops that offer free lingmai, a type of rice. Although the prices are relatively uniform, however, various preferential benefits will be available. After inquiring about the proportion of spirit rice today, Su Changqing headed towards the place that sells pills. The market town for independent cultivators is very large. It could even be said that the entire Dongqing city is different regions. The things they sell are also different. For example, the North Gate near the Black Forest. They sell things related to monsters. The elixirs and talismans are located near the East Gate. Some of these shops are owned by a particular faction. Some are stalls set up by individual practitioners. Labor strengthening pills, freshly made labor strengthening pills. The rejuvenation pill that can be used 10 times in one night. Would you like some freshly picked Manhwa grass? Listening to the sounds of people hawking their wares around me, Su Changqing arrived at the stall of a rogue cultivator. This man only sells one kind of pill, the labor-strengthening pill. A black cloth was laid on the ground, and then many cheap small porcelain bottles were placed there. Upon seeing that customers had arrived, the stall owner immediately said, 5 pills per bottle, 3 low-grade spirit stones for 1 bottle. Su Changqing asked, can I take a look? Of course. The stall owner immediately opened a bottle and poured a pill into his palm. However, he did not hand it over directly to Su Changqing. Instead, I just held it in my palm. Although Lazwang pills are inexpensive and are extremely common medicinal pills, but some people just love to get something for free. Or perhaps their hands are not clean. Su Changqing squinted and carefully examined the Lazwang pill. Soon, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. If I'm not mistaken, this guy's cooking skills are alright. But there's definitely something wrong with this labor-strengthening pill. It has a yellowish tint and is large and round overall. It looks similar to the premium health-enhancing pills I made myself. However, upon closer inspection, differences can be observed, especially the colors. Normally, it should be more amber in color. The main reason is that honey was added. But this one definitely doesn't look like it has any honey added. Moreover, the proportion of licorice must be too high. It's definitely a health tonic, without a doubt. But the stall owner must have saved costs when cooking it. Su Changqing immediately looked away and stopped observing. Seeing this, the stall owner put it back into the porcelain bottle and then asked, do you want it? Su Changqing said calmly, it's too expensive. Expensive? The stall owner pointed to the surrounding stalls and said excitedly, only here can you buy 5 high-quality labor-strengthening pills for 3 low-grade spirit stones. Su Changqing curled his lip, whether it's expensive or not, you know better than I do. Goodbye. He turned and left, not wanting to waste his time on this person. The stall owner spat angrily, Pa, you poor wretch, don't ask if you can't afford it. Next, Su Changqing visited several stalls that specialized in selling Lazwang pills. They compared everything to their own. The quality was found to be inconsistent. There is only one shop selling pills, and because it is backed by a certain immortal cultivation family in Dongqing City, the quality is quite good. In the corner, Su Changqing pondered, currently, it seems that only one shop in the entire loose cultivator market sells Lazwang pills, which can achieve high quality without saving costs or cutting corners. This is undoubtedly good news for me. But the people who came to the cultivators market today weren't there specifically to sell pills. Therefore, he took out Sun Peng's communication talisman from his small storage bag. Fellow deist CAI? I have arrived. Where are you? I'll send someone to meet you right away. No need, just give me an address, I'll go there myself. Okay, I'm in Dongqing City. Soon, Sun Peng gave the address. Su Changqing listened and remembered it, then disconnected the communication. Of course I'll go, but we need to investigate further. Even though we've cooperated with the Sun family many times, we can't let our guard down. The Sun family? The Sun family is doing quite well lately. Yes, I heard that the patriarch, Sun Rong, has already broken through to the late foundation establishment stage. As Su Changqing approached the Sun family mansion, he gathered information. In the entire Dongqing City, there are 5 relatively well-developed small cultivation families. They are the Li family, the Wang family, the Han family, the Sun family, and the Lei family. The reason the Sun family was able to prosper was because Sun Rong had followed the administrator of Dongqing City when he was young, who was known as the Golden Elixir Master Wang. Later, several more people in the family awakened their spiritual roots. Therefore, it gradually grew and expanded. Especially in the last 6 months, it has made rapid progress. First, Sun Rong, who was over 50 years old, broke through to the late stage of foundation establishment. Then, Sun Peng, who was only 25 years old, broke through to the late stage of qi refining. In addition, Sun Yu, Sun Xiang and others have also grown. The Sun family is now thriving. And, right today, Sun Peng is about to marry Lei Yuna, the 3rd daughter of Lei Ji, the current head of the Lei family. This woman is no ordinary person either, she has awakened a fire elemental root. He has a considerable talent for alchemy. Therefore, these two companies can be described as a powerful alliance. Su Changqing seemed to be deep in thought. If I remember correctly, it's the only shop in the entire Sangxia market that can make Lazwang pills reach the high quality level. It seems that the first character on the plaque is Lei. Judging from the appearance, the Lei family made their fortune in the scattered cultivator market by brewing medicine and refining pills. Currently, the Sun family has a decent reputation, although there have been things that angered the independent cultivators, but it's a bit better than the other companies. As for the address Sun Peng gave, it is indeed the Sun family's current residence. And indeed, the wedding banquet will be held today. Then let's go take a look. Su Changqing no longer hesitated. Why haven't we heard anything yet? Sun Peng, dressed in his wedding attire, paced anxiously back and forth. The best man next to him chuckled and said, "The bride hasn't arrived yet." Sun Peng glanced at the other person, then shook his head and said, "I'm not waiting for Yuna." Ah. Upon hearing this, all the groomsmen were dumbfounded. You, the groom, are waiting for someone other than the bride. If this gets out, it will be a disaster. The Lei family will probably turn against us. Sun Peng realized there was something wrong with his words, so he explained, "I'm waiting for a very important friend. He's already arrived in Dongqing City, but he hasn't shown up yet." One of the best men wondered, could something have happened that caused the delay? Sun Peng immediately showed a worried expression and took out his communication talisman. He tried several times, but was still unable to infuse his own spiritual power into it. After all, he dared not urge them, much less offend this disciple of the immortal sect. In the past 6 months, if it weren't for the 1,000 caddies of top-quality spiritual rice we bought, I eat 3 meals a day in a box. It will probably take more than a year to break through to the late stage of qi refining. More importantly, what if future children also awaken their spiritual roots? Perhaps through Su Changqing, they can be sent to a celestial sect to cultivate. The future is much better than staying in this small, scattered market town. Coming. At that moment, a maid-servant ran in quickly. Sun Peng asked excitedly, "Fellow deist Cai has arrived." The maid looked bewildered upon hearing this, then replied, "It's the master who's back." Oh. Sun Peng looked disappointed. The maidservant then said, "Master asked me to tell you not to worry. Put on your wedding dress, prepare the betrothal gifts, and quickly lead the wedding procession to the Lei family to pick up the bride." Sun Peng nodded. She was already wearing her wedding dress. The betrothal gifts have also been prepared. Nowadays, all you need to do is bring a wedding procession to pick up the bride. The overall style and customs of the wedding are actually quite similar to those of ordinary weddings. The only difference is that most of the people attending the wedding banquet this time are cultivators. Therefore, the wedding procession also includes various modes of transportation. Spirit beasts cleared the way on the ground. Paper cranes flew in the sky, accompanying the birds. The entire wedding procession consisted of approximately 300 people. It looked like a grand and imposing procession. It almost took up an entire street. The larger the family, the more they emphasize pomp and scale. Ordinary independent cultivators don't have so many requirements. 1 second their eyes meet, the next they're in bed together. They care more about feelings, or the person they spend their lives with. Cultivation families, on the other hand, place greater emphasis on profit. To put it bluntly, even if the bride and groom don't like each other. But when it comes to family interests, they have to be together. Even if it's just a marriage in name only. An hour passed between the 2 trips. Sun Peng and Lei Yuna started their wedding ceremony. There is still no news about Su Changqing. This made Sun Peng somewhat distracted. "You invited them to your wedding banquet. They've already arrived in Dongqing City, but they haven't shown up yet. I have a feeling that something might have happened." I was constantly filled with anxiety. After all, if something happens to a disciple of the immortal sect, the entire Sun family will be implicated. Suddenly, the best man shouted, "First bow to heaven and earth." Sun Peng turned around and looked outside. Just then, he saw a familiar face. His clothes and mustache were exactly the same as when we first met. "Isn't this the person I'm worried about? We've arrived. What a relief." Su Changqing stood in the crowd, smiled at Sun Peng, and that was his way of greeting him, bowing to heaven and earth. The best man couldn't help but remind the groom, who seemed a little dazed. Even the bride reached out and tugged at it. "Ah, right. Sun Peng finally relaxed and grinned as he began to bow. The whole process took another half hour. The bride, Lei Yuna, was led to the bridal chamber to await the sleepless night ahead. The groom then began to toast each table of guests in turn. Before long, led by the best man, they arrived at Su Changqing's table. Holding a wine glass, Sun Peng couldn't help but complain, "Fellow deist Cai, why didn't you greet me when you arrived?" Su Changqing asked in surprise, "I already spoke with your father, didn't he tell you?" I do think I did say something like not to worry." Sun Peng recalled carefully. He mistakenly thought it meant not to worry about the wedding. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a hint that Su Changqing had already arrived. This has caused quite a stir. Sun Peng had been worried for a long time. Even on the way to pick up the bride, he was filled with anxiety. They were terrified that their joyous day would turn into a day of mourning for the whole family. "All right, go about your business." Su Changqing waved his hand after finishing his drink. Sun Peng nodded, "Okay, just tell the servant if you need anything." Then, he and the best man walked toward another table. Not long after, Sun Rong approached Su Changqing. The two left together and arrived at a garden behind the Sun family mansion. "It's very quiet here, and no one will bother us at this time." Sun Rong knew the habits of the person in front of him, so without any nonsense, he immediately took out 5 mid-grade spirit stones and handed them over. However, what Su Changqing took out was not spirit rice, but spirit rice wine. No, to be precise, it's high-quality Lingmai wine. Wine made from high-quality glutinous rice. It's a step below the previous premium Lingmai wine. It was specially brewed for the independent cultivators in the market town. Fellow deist CAI, what is this? Sun Rong asked, puzzled. Su Changqing handed it over with a half-smile, try it first. Sun Rong was stunned for a moment, then reached out and took it. He first opened the stopper. Instantly, a rich aroma of rice mixed with the fragrance of wine wafted out. Even before tasting it, the mere smell made Sun Rong involuntarily swallow hard. Sun Rong picked up the wine flask, poured a mouthful into his mouth, and the sweet wine washed over his mouth and taste buds, making his eyes widen. The aroma of Lingmai rice. The aroma of the spirit wine. The two aromas blended together, creating a rich fragrance that even wafted from the mouth and nose, leaving one completely intoxicated by the scent. He appeared slightly drunk, but his mind was unusually excited. Their understanding of their own cultivation techniques has become more profound. Many things that I couldn't understand before, I'm starting to understand little by little. Anyone would be completely obsessed with this state. Without any hesitation, Sun Rong began gulping down mouthful after mouthful of food. The alcohol that enters the stomach releases a rich spiritual energy, transforming into a warm current that surges through the body, even creating a feeling of fullness. The wine sack contained a total of 10 caddies of high-quality spirit rice wine, but Sun Rong forced down 2 caddies of it before reluctantly putting it down. Su Changqing asked with a smile, how is it? Delicious. Sun Rong nodded, then tentatively asked, is this wine brewed by fellow deist CAI? Su Changqing nodded slightly, that's right, it's brewed by me. Sun Rong looked incredulous and couldn't help but exclaim, although this wine is just the most ordinary spirit rice wine, its flavor is incredibly complex, its aroma is rich, and its spiritual energy is concentrated. In all my years, this is absolutely the first time I've encountered such a thing. Fellow deist, you are truly a genius. A hint of jealousy flickered in his heart. The person in front of me is not only young, but also very talented in planting. Nowadays, even their winemaking skills are extremely impressive, they are simply amazing and versatile. Compared to Su Changqing, I feel that my younger relatives, especially my son Sun Peng, are really pathetic. Seeing how much the other party liked it, Su Changqing quickly got to the point, I plan to sell this quality of spirit rice wine in Dongqing City, but I will encounter a lot of trouble if I do it alone, so I would like to run it with you. I'll provide the spirit rice wine, you can sell it. What are your thoughts, fellow deist Sun? Sun Rong was stunned. He originally thought the other party wanted to sell it to him. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the enormous Dongqing City. As expected, I underestimated the ambition of the immortal sect disciples. However, even Sun Peng loved this quality of spirit rice wine so much that those unsophisticated rogue cultivators would probably wear down the threshold. Moreover, Dongqing City not only has independent cultivators, but also many ordinary people. Although these people have not awakened their spiritual roots, they are unable to cultivate immortality. However, they would compete to buy anything that cultivators liked, attempting to shorten the distance between them in this way. Sun Rong didn't think for long before asking, how many kilograms can you provide each month, fellow deist? Su Changqing held up 5 fingers on his right hand and blurted out, at least 500 jin. Are there many? Actually, not many. I inquired at the liquor store before. Even the lowest quality spirit rice wine can sell 700 or 800 caddies a month. Those of better quality can even weigh over 1,000 kilograms. And this is just the sales volume of one company. However, Su Changqing will be very busy from now on. Not only must we brew high-quality Lingmai wine, we also need to brew the finest Lingmai wine, even the finest yellow rice wine. The high-quality Lingmai wine is sold, hence the highest volume, at least 500 jin per month. The premium Lingmai wine is mainly used as a gift, and the quantity can be reduced to 100 jin per month. As for the finest yellow rice wine I drink, unless I increase the scale, I can only drink about 10 caddies a month. But the biggest problem right now is actually Lingmai, a type of rice. Premium Ling rice is used to brew premium Ling rice wine, and his own spiritual fields produce only the finest spiritual rice. Therefore, buying some high-quality spirit rice from second-grade spirit fields from the scattered cultivator market every month is also a considerable expense. Sun Rong said thoughtfully, in the beginning, 500 jin was not a small amount. If you can truly provide a stable supply, then I, Sun, am willing to give it a try. Very good. This was exactly what Su Changqing had been waiting for. Sun Rong then pressed on, in that case, what percentage does fellow deist CAI intend to take? Su Changqing thought for a moment and said, I'll take 7, and you take 3. Sun Rong frowned and shook his head, saying, if you want to open a liquor store, the shop must be located on the busiest and most bustling street, and it must be exquisitely decorated. You also need to hire people to work there. All these things added up to quite a sum of money. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing asked, how much do you think is appropriate? Sun Rong inhaled the aroma of wine emanating from the wine sack, took a deep breath, and his saliva quickly welled up in his mouth. He said earnestly, in this way, for the first 6 months, we'll split the profits 60% to you and 40% to me. After 6 months, regardless of whether business is good or bad, the split will be 70% for you and 30% for me. How about that? Okay. Su Changqing could barely accept it. Selling wine was just the first step for me into the market of rogue cultivators. The profits from alcohol are incomparable to those from elixirs. After all, you can drink alcohol or not. The lack of elixirs would be fatal, especially for rogue cultivators. In Dongqing City, the annual consumption of elixirs alone is terrifying. According to incomplete statistics, each independent cultivator consumes at least 1 pill every day. If it's a hunting team that goes out, then there are even more. Next, the two had a more in-depth conversation. The final agreement reached was that, starting next month, Su Changqing would not only have to provide 500 jin of top-grade spirit rice, but also 500 jin of high-quality spirit rice wine. As for the Sun family, the settlement for spirit rice is still made on the same day, but the settlement for spirit rice wine is made once a month. Sun Rong also promised that the liquor store would be renovated this month and would definitely be located on the most bustling street. Both sides have shown the utmost sincerity, genuinely wanting to cooperate, rather than joking. Su Changqing finally took out the spirit rice, your 500 caddies of top-grade spirit rice for this month. Sun Rong said with a smile, it is truly an honor to have a partner like fellow Deus Cai. If the spirit rice wine becomes a hit, it can generate a lot of revenue every month. Even without relying on the Lei family, who specialize in alchemy, the Sun family will rise to prominence completely. All of these changes began when he met Su Changqing. Let's start the wedding night festivities. The bride and groom are so embarrassed. It seems brother Sun won't be able to sleep tonight. This Lei Yuna is one of the 10 most beautiful women in Dongqing City. Just then, the sounds of people making a ruckus in the bridal chamber came from the other side. It looks like today's wedding banquet is coming to an end. Seeing this, Su Changqing shrugged. I attended the wedding, drank the wedding wine, gave them the spirit rice, and even the cooperation is almost finalized. I have to go now. Let me see you off. Sun Peng wanted to persuade him to stay, but he also knew the other person's temperament. Not long after, Su Changqing left the Sun family. Although it was already night, it was not yet midnight, and the entire Dongqing city was bustling with activity. Things that are invisible during the day emerge at night. Su Changqing observed these gaudy, ostentatious women and remarked, wedding banquets are boring, but I haven't had a flower wine, a type of banquet served with flowers, in a long time. Let's go to Invitation Pavilion for some wine and women. The biggest difference between Yaoxiang Pavilion and a few months ago is that the beautiful women inside have changed again. Several top courtesans are missing. It's unclear whether they were redeemed by some cultivator or simply passed away. The courtesans and dancers remained largely unchanged. The only ones were the child prostitutes. They were all complete strangers. Master, which floor are we going to? The manager was still Hungju, her eyes sparkling with spring and her smile full of warmth. Su Changqing tossed 2 low-grade spirit stones into the other person's arms and said indifferently, second floor. Now, I am just one of the many independent cultivators in Dongqing City. Going to the 3rd floor would easily attract attention. That floor is, after all, a place favored by disciples of the immortal sect. But there were just too many people on the 1st floor. People were packed together, shoulder to shoulder. Therefore, the 2nd floor, where there are fewer people, is undoubtedly the best choice for drinking with courtesans. The beautiful woman on this floor is only less attractive than the one on the 3rd floor, but she has no other flaws. Alright, immortal master, please go upstairs. Hungju put away the spirit stones, then winked at the beautiful women beside her. She, as the manager, would personally lead the way only to the 3rd floor. The 2nd floor and the 1st floor are not required. Of course, if you can pull out a mid-grade spirit stone, that's a different story. Immortal master, let's go upstairs. Soon, several beautiful women surrounded Su Changqing, and the group went up the steps to the 2nd floor. They then found a seat by the railing. Then, these people lined up and waited to be chosen. Even a few good-looking male prostitutes have emerged, all of them strong and muscular with 8-pack abs. Su Changqing glanced around and then chose a girl named Xiaodahong. She is young and petite. His face was flushed, and he seemed a little drunk. Of course, Su Changqing knew in his heart that these people were not drunk at all. At first glance, they seemed to be all sweet and tender, full of affection. But in reality, it's all just a rehearsed performance. If you don't do this, how can you willingly spend money on her? Do you really think that you can enjoy yourself all night at the Invitation Pavilion with just 3 low-grade spirit stones? As a notorious den of iniquity in Dongqing City, this is merely the cost of going upstairs. Immortal Master, would you like a drink? Not long after, Xiao Dahong, who had changed into a pink dress, placed the wine on the table, poured a glass herself with her delicate white hands, and then held it up to the guest's lips. Su Changqing took a small sip and found that the wine at Yaoxiang Pavilion was indeed better, at least a level above the wines in the market where cultivators lived. But it's not sweet, on the contrary, it's extremely spicy. One bite, and it felt like everything was on fire, from your mouth and throat all the way down to your abdomen. At this alcohol content, most people will get drunk after drinking no more than 5 ounces. What happened next? Those who know. It's fair to say that Yaoxiang Pavilion practically puts the demand for money out in the open. Just then, a loud commotion came from the doorway. Su Changqing looked over and found that there were a few guys who were dressed reasonably well, but acted extremely crudely. Sister Hong, I'm bringing my brothers here to have some fun again today. The leader was a man with a face full of pockmarks, quite ugly, but he was very generous, pulling out a huge mid-grade spirit stone. Ouch! Hongju's eyes lit up, and she immediately led several beautiful women to greet them. TCH, what's with this Han Meize pretending for? That bastard is really lucky, he actually found a cultivator's cave in the Black Forest. This seems to be the area where that rolling dragon appeared, right? Han Meize's appearance drew envious glances from many people. In just a few words, Su Changqing understood what was going on. It turns out that Han Meize was a member of a demon hunting team in Dongqing City. While everyone's attention was focused on the rolling dragon, Han Meize had a stroke of luck and unexpectedly entered the cave of a cultivator. Therefore, this guy suddenly became very wealthy and now lives a carefree life, partying every night, no longer needing to join the demon hunting team and risk his life to hunt monsters. As a result, he has been the target of jealousy and envy from many of his peers. Su Changqing didn't care about this and quickly looked away. Just then, a conversation between a man and a woman came from the 3rd floor above his head. The man said, "The owner of that cave has been confirmed to be Huang Yuanhua, a golden core cultivator from 300 years ago. There is still half of it unexplored, especially the Earth rank escape technique, which has not yet been found." The woman said, "Although I don't have an Earth elemental root, I can still sell it for at least 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones if I find it." The conversation between the man and woman may have seemed quiet, but in reality, everyone around them could hear it clearly. Without exception, all those who come to Yaoxiang Pavilion are cultivators, each with keen senses. Therefore, many people's expressions changed after hearing this. Why is it that this rogue cultivator named Han Meize can get rich while they can't? If we find the so-called Earth escape technique these two mentioned, wouldn't we be able to stay in the Invitation Fragrance Pavilion every day? Something's not right. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. When Han Meize first appeared, he attracted attention by spending money like water. Immediately afterwards, the couple on the 3rd floor began to inadvertently leak this important news. Although not many people have heard of it, those who can get to the 2nd and 3rd floors are not simple people. Moreover, it wasn't just cultivators who heard this. Su Changqing glanced at Xiao Dahong, who seemed to be slumped over beside him. At this moment, her attention was no longer on the guests, and her eyes were constantly peeking at the 3rd floor. Obviously, this news will leak out very soon. But Su Changqing felt it was too much of a coincidence. He suspected that the couple upstairs and Han Meize, who had been spending money like water on the 1st floor, were all putting on an act. Their purpose is likely to lure a group of people into exploring the so-called golden elixir of human character in Yellow Primordial Transformation Cave. It's either a trap. Either use these idiots as cannon fodder. Therefore, Su Changqing was not tempted at all, and instead stopped paying attention to the matter. In any case, he could not possibly venture deep into the Black Forest. What are caves, secret realms, or treasures compared to his own life? Sure enough, in the following time, many people left the Invitation Pavilion. As for what they're going to do, only they know. Time flew by, and it was the morning of the next day. Su Changqing removed his disguise and changed back into the white clothes of a disciple of the Immortal Sect. After leaving the inn, he walked step by step toward the flying ferry. As soon as I arrived, I saw several people coming down from upstairs. I wonder if what the 3rd brother said is true or false. If this really is the cave dwelling of a golden core cultivator, we'll definitely make a fortune. We need to hurry, we're not the only ones over there. These people are clearly cultivators. One of them was dressed in the white robes worn by formal disciples of the Dongting Immortal Sect, with an upside-down golden sword embroidered on his chest, clearly indicating that he was a disciple with a golden spiritual root. When they passed by Su Changqing, the other man nodded, greeting them even though they didn't know each other. After all, outside, people from the same immortal sect, family, or region are all considered one of us. Su Changqing watched the group's hurried departure, his expression one of shock. Even the disciples of the immortal sect have been alerted. What exactly are those two up to? Although he was indeed a little surprised, Su Changqing still did not become curious. Therefore, when the immortal sect's flying giant sword arrived, he immediately boarded it. After waiting for a while, several more disciples came up one after another, and left the flying ferry when the time came. Just as the flying giant sword carried Su Changqing and the others into the air, a loud boom suddenly rang out from the distant black forest, as if something had exploded, causing the ground to tremble violently. Even more, a powerful shockwave swept in from a great distance, shredding the vegetation in its path and tearing flying birds and insects to pieces. Even the giant flying sword, controlled by a golden spiritual root and protected by the immortal sect's array, shook violently at this moment, and all the people sitting on it trembled, which shows how strong the impact was. Su Changqing's expression changed slightly, and he immediately shouted, "Go quickly! This matter is most likely related to the cave of Huang Yuanhua, the golden elixir of human character. If nothing unexpected happens, many people must have died after that explosion, so we need to get away from this dangerous place as soon as possible." What's that noise? It seems something has happened in the Black Forest. Holy crap! At this moment, the entire Dongqing city was in an uproar. Everyone knows that there are monsters in the Black Forest, which is very dangerous, but this situation is absolutely unprecedented. As you can see, many cultivators took to the air using their means of transportation, all looking in the direction from which the explosion was heard. Some of the bolder ones even moved closer to that side. However, before the aftermath had subsided, another wave of trouble arose. Boom! A second loud bang. Immediately afterwards, an even more violent shockwave surged toward this side at an even faster speed, shattering all the flowers, trees, and even the soil into pieces. Those cultivators who wanted to get close didn't even have time to dodge. Their flesh and blood instantly turned into countless chunks of meat, and fragments of internal organs and foul-smelling blood poured down like rain. Many people were sprayed in the face, and many were so frightened that they wet themselves. Those who had originally wanted to check the situation quickly retreated back into the city, not daring to go out at all. Whoosh! The giant flying sword finally stabilized, then its blade trembled and immediately transformed into a sharp golden light, slicing through the sky at an extremely fast speed and disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Call! Su Changqing let out a long sigh. Although I knew something bad would happen, I didn't expect it to be this big. I don't know how many people will die this time. What exactly happened in the Black Forest? The fellow disciples around him all looked shaken. However, everyone looked bewildered, and no one knew what was going on. An hour later, everyone finally returned safely to the Dongting Immortal Sect. When Su Changqing stepped back onto the solid ground of Weapon Forging Peak and saw that he was surrounded by fellow disciples, and even some familiar faces on the arena, his heart finally settled down. I never imagined that Dongqing City could be so dangerous. I wonder how many unknown secrets lie hidden deep within the Black Forest. It seems there was a deeper reason why this Golden Core cultivator chose to establish a market for rogue cultivators in that place. Hoopa Gui exclaimed excitedly, "Old Su is back." Su Changqing asked in surprise, "Why is Lao Zhao on the stage?" Almost without exception, the entire fishing trio Ziji, Hoopa Gui, and Zhao Ziyo did not particularly enjoy fighting and preferred the life of cultivating immortality. Especially this Zhao Ziyu, besides bringing rain to Su Changqing's spiritual field, he only thinks about fishing. It's unbelievable that he actually stepped onto the arena for the first time. Hoopa Gui immediately said with a serious expression, "Someone is stealing our business, and their methods are extremely malicious. They even stole our barbecue seasoning." Old Zhao was furious, so he made a bet with the other party. Whoever lost would have to leave the Casting Peak Plaza. "You acted impulsively. Why didn't you wait for me to come back?" Su Changqing squinted as he looked towards the arena. Zhao Ziyo has a water elemental root, while the person opposite him has an earth elemental root. Because his spiritual root was suppressed, Zhao Ziyo was very passive in battle. It is only by relying on the unique and enduring spiritual power of the water elemental root that it has been able to hold on until now, but even so, it still cannot gain the slightest advantage. It's obvious that the other side has made ample preparations. It's likely that Zhao Ziyu, Hoopa Gui, and even Su Changqing have all been thoroughly investigated by someone. "Old Su, you have to think of a way. We can't really withdraw from the Casting Peak, can we?" Hoopa Gui didn't want to give up his profits so easily. Fewer and fewer people were joining the franchise, and now such a strong competitor has emerged. Su Changqing frowned. The franchise fee alone earns at least 10 mid-grade spirit stones every day, not including the subsequent profits from ingredients. It's indeed easy for others to target us. Hoopa Gui couldn't help but ask, "Then what should we do?" Looking at Zhao Ziyo, who was struggling on the stage, Su Changqing thought for a moment and said, "How about this? I'll try to contact some acquaintances to see if they're willing to help. If that doesn't work, we'll just have to give up the profits from the Forging Peak." Hoopa Gui said with a bitter face, "I've tried, but no one is willing to help." Su Changqing didn't say anything, but immediately took out several communication talismans. One of them is Li San Ke. One of them is Chu Chu. One of them is Bai Linger. One of them is Han Xin. Of all the people I know, these are the only ones who might be able to help. Chu Chu is away attending some kind of dragon boat racing competition. Li Sankei has his cousin's backing, but Li Lingbai is currently hunting monsters in the central region. That leaves only Bai Linger and Han Xin. Bai Linger's father is a talisman cultivator, so he must have a high status. However, the two have not had any contact recently. Therefore, after much deliberation, Su Changqing first injected his own wood elemental power into Han Xin's communication talisman. This person also has an earth elemental root and is a formation master, perhaps he can be of help. Time ticked by, and Su Changqing's wood elemental power continued to dwindle. However, Han Xin on the other end did not respond and the call never went through. Su Changqing complained, "Big sister, you can't be drunk first thing in the morning, can you? Hey." Finally, Han Xin's rather hoarse voice came from the other side, as if she had just woken up. "Sister Han, you are Su Changqing. I've run into a bit of trouble, can you help me out? You think you can ask me for help now? I won't ask for anything for nothing. If I can help, I will definitely thank you with a generous gift." Tisk tisk tisk. "I'll get up and come find you right now. I am not in the spirit field. Where are you?" "I'm at Casting Peak." Soon, communication with Han Xin was lost. The other person had just woken up and was rushing over here. Fortunately, the Casting Peak is directly above the earth vein, so it shouldn't take too long. After much deliberation, Su Changqing felt that Han Xin alone was not enough, so he also channeled his own wood elemental power into Li Sankei's communication talisman to see if he could be of any help. Just as Su Changqing injected his wood elemental power into Li Sankei's communication talisman, a loud crack suddenly came from the other arena, as if something had broken. Su Changqing immediately broke off the call and looked towards the arena with Hubagui. Their expressions changed instantly. Zhao Zia used his continuous water elemental power to cast a water sphere around himself for self-defense during the battle, and just now, the loud bang was the sound of the water sphere breaking. Without the water sphere, there is less defense, less damage reduction, and even slower speed. Su Changqing hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Old Zhao, can you still hold on?" Zhao Zio gritted his teeth and said, "I am alright." Hubagui said indignantly, "Isn't this bullying an honest person? Heh, you might as well admit defeat. You're already countered by my spiritual root, so you can only unleash half your full strength at most. Even if your spiritual power is long enough, how long can you last?" The male disciple with the earth spiritual root opposite him had a half smile on his face. While the advantage of water elemental roots is their sustained spiritual power, allowing them to last longer in battle, earth elemental roots are no less impressive, possessing equally enduring spiritual power and even stronger defensive capabilities. Zhao Zio's attacks barely scratched his opponent, while Zhao Zio himself was easily injured by the slightest touch, causing his blisters to burst. This was clearly not an evenly matched battle. Judging from the current situation, this male disciple with the earth elemental root is even deliberately toying with the situation. Suddenly, a loud bang came from the other side. People nearby were startled and hurriedly turned to look. They saw a black shuttle landing on the open ground on the other side. No, falling is a more appropriate word to describe it. Immediately afterwards, a female cultivator staggered down from above. Han Xin. Su Changqing's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly went to greet him. Han Xin raised the wine flask in her right hand and took a big gulp, then wiped the wine from her mouth and asked, "What exactly happened?" Su Changqing immediately explained, "It's like this." He quickly recounted the entire incident. Han Xin was stunned for a moment, then asked as if to confirm, "So, you've been selling barbecue all this time?" Su Changqing nodded, stating matter-of-factly, "It's perfectly reasonable for a farmer like me to sell barbecue." Han Xin looked at the arena with a helpless expression. She didn't recognize Zhao Ziyu, but she had a vague impression of the male disciple with the earth elemental root on the other side, so she immediately walked over. Seeing this, Su Changqing followed closely behind. "Old Su, is it okay for you to hire this drunkard?" Hubagui had some impression of Han Xin, but it was mostly a bad one. Su Changqing didn't know how to answer this, so he could only clutch Li Sankei's communication talisman tightly in his hand. Soon, Han Xin strolled down to the edge of the arena, then squinted and stared intently at the earth elemental male disciple for a while before exclaiming, "Isn't that Wang Xian? Senior Sister Han?" Originally, Wang Xian, who possessed the earth spirit root, was thinking about how to toy with Zhao Ziyu, but when he saw that familiar face, his expression changed drastically, and he immediately became nervous. "Why have you come?" Han Xin clicked her tongue, then waved at the other person and shouted, "Get over here." Wang Xian's lips twitched several times. After thinking it over, he ran off the stage and asked rather humbly, "Senior Sister Han, so many people are watching, can't you give your junior brother some face?" Face? Upon hearing this, Han Xin curled her lip and asked dismissively, "Do you know they are all my friends?" Wang Xian's eyes widened immediately. It's important to know that Han Xin is quite famous in the Earth Vein region, not only because of his love of drinking, but also because of his exceptional talent in formations. Therefore, all disciples with Earth Elemental spiritual roots in the Earth Veins respect her, which can also be interpreted as fearing her. Han Xin pointed at Su Changqing, then at Zhao Ziyo on the stage, and then glared at him and shouted, "One is my friend, and the other is a friend of my friend. Are you sure you want to offend me?" Wang Xian turned pale with fright and stammered, "No, I just..." Su Changqing pressed on, "Who exactly is instigating you?" Wang Xian opened his mouth, but hesitated to speak, clearly not wanting to speak easily. Han Xin sneered, "You're also a disciple with an Earth Elemental root from the Earth Veins, so you know what the consequences will be if you offend me, right?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xian's pupils contracted, his eyes filled with fear. It should be noted that the people that disciples with Earth Elemental spiritual roots dare not offend the most are Formation Masters, mainly because Formation Masters hold a very unique position in the Immortal section. Especially this woman in front of me, she's a complete madwoman. If you offend her, she'll definitely find an opportunity to get drunk and then go on a crazy rampage. The last person who offended Han Xin was berated and humiliated for 7 days straight, a truly horrific ordeal that became the subject of much gossip and laughter. If I were to be blocked at the door and cursed for 7 days, that would be the least of my worries. The real problem is that I have offended a Formation Master. Just thinking about the days to come sends chills down my spine. Han Xin shouted, "Speak." Wang Xian shuddered in fright and could only helplessly say, "It's a guy from Nongzhen Society named Su Mingsheng who asked me for help. He said that as long as I defeat Zhao Ziyo, I can get a mid-grade spirit stone." Nongzhen Society? Han Xin frowned. Su Mingsheng? Su Changqing recognized the name, he seemed to have heard it somewhere before. At this moment, Zhao Ziyo saw that there was no need to fight anymore, so he stepped down from the arena and came to the side of the group. Then he whispered to Hu Bagui, "What's the situation now?" Hu Bagui scratched his head, looking puzzled, and said, "So all this fighting ends up with our own people turning against each other. I've said everything I need to say, Senior Sister Han, please spare my life." Wang Xian said anxiously. Han Xin ignored him and looked at Su Changqing, saying seriously, "As one of the 5 major powers, Nongzhen Society holds spiritual plants that everyone needs, and I cannot offend them. Although she enjoys drinking and even more so when she's drunk, she's absolutely rational when she needs to be. Offending Nongshim for the sake of one person is clearly a losing proposition, and could even be said to be completely unworthy of attention." Su Changqing nodded slightly, "It's already a great honor that you came to help. At least we now know who's behind this." Han Xin pondered, "Li Lingbai and Lu Yuanyuan of Nongzhen Society have a good relationship. If you want to resolve this matter completely, I suggest you find Li Sankei. He's Li Lingbai's cousin, essentially her representative within the Immortal sect, they should give him face." Hu Bagui asked blankly, "Why not just go to Li Lingbai?" It turned out that everyone was staring at him like he was an idiot. Zhao Ziyo patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, even I know that Li Lingbai went to the central region to hunt demons. As a core disciple of the Imperial Water Pavilion, Li Lingbai's every move attracts attention. He. Hu Bagui could only use a silly laugh to cover up his embarrassment. Su Changqing picked up the communication talisman he had prepared beforehand and sighed, "I never expected that I would still have to ask Senior Brotherly for help in the end." At this moment, Han Xin, Wang Xian, Zhao Ziyu, Hu Bagui, and others watched as Su Changqing picked up the communication talisman and then injected what elemental power into it. In an instant, a faint light appeared on the surface of the communication talisman, and then it began to flash continuously at a very slow frequency. Not long after, a familiar voice came from the other side. "Hello? Senior brother, I am Su Changqing. Junior brother Su, is there something you need?" "Yes, and it's a pretty big deal." Not long after, Li Sankei, who had heard the news, landed the flying paper crane on the hard ground of Casting Peak. As Su Changqing approached, he waved and greeted him, "Senior brother." Li Sankei glanced around and found that there were quite a few people, and even saw a familiar face. He couldn't help but ask, "Why is Han Xin here too?" "It's like this." Su Changqing recounted what had just happened. "That's why I'm here at Casting Peak," Han Xin nodded. Li Sankei suddenly realized and said, "So, you mean a guy named Su Mingsheng from Nongzhen Society has his eye on your business at Zuki Peak and wants to take it away? Is that what you mean?" "Right." Su Changqing, Zhao Ziyu, and Hu Bagui nodded in unison. Li Sankei frowned and said, "This matter can be easy to handle in some ways, but it is indeed difficult in others." Han Xin rolled her eyes in annoyance and muttered, "Isn't that obvious?" Su Changqing thought for a moment and said, "Senior brother, if you feel it's difficult, there's no need to stand up for your junior brother. At worst, we can give up the business of the weapon forging peak." Although this would mean losing the income of hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones every month, there was no other way, since Nongzhen Society was one of the 5 major powers and an absolute behemoth. Both he and Li Sankei were just members of the spiritual field, they couldn't fight against the powerful. Upon hearing this, Hubagui and Zhao Ziyou were both very anxious, because if they lost the profits from this place, they would be poor again. There's an old saying that goes, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. These two were used to receiving mid-grade spirit stones every day, and they could accept a gradual decrease, but losing them all at once was truly unacceptable. Li Sankei waved his hand. The key to this matter is whether Su Mingshen's decision is his own or whether he is actually a representative put forward by Nanxim Society. Nanxim is a large and powerful company. Would they really be interested in our meager income? Su Changqing was more inclined to believe that this was Su Mingshen's personal idea, but that the other party was deliberately using Nanxim's reputation to intimidate them. The daily transaction volume of Nanxim Society is more than tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones, while the forging peak only has a few dozen, which is at most a fraction of their daily revenue. Yes, Hubagui wholeheartedly agreed. Han Xian took a big gulp of the sweet and sour wine and then said, there's no point in guessing here. If you really want to resolve this matter, you might as well go directly to Red Maple Valley. Immediately, everyone's eyes were focused on Li Sankei. Feeling the expectant looks from everyone, he nodded and said, you're right. Saying this already indicates a willingness to help. Su Changqing quickly clasped his hands and thank you, senior brother. Next, everyone started discussing. Wang Xian cannot leave, he must be taken to confront Su Mingsheng. Zhao Ziyou felt quite exhausted, so he went home to rest first. Hubagui then took care of the matters at Casting Peak. As for Han Xian, it doesn't matter, she can go wherever she wants and do whatever she wants. After all, it's already quite kind of them to come and help. Let's go, Li Sankei called out, then summoned a flying paper crane. I'll go with you. Han Xian jumped onto her black flying shuttle. Su Changqing was surprised, you're not. Han Xian blinked, I just stopped by to buy some spiritual plants. Su Changqing chuckled, then said to Zhao Ziyou and Hubagui, be careful, don't get into any more arguments with anyone. We'll talk about everything when we get back. Good, Hubagui and Zhao Ziyou responded simultaneously. Then, the flying paper cranes and the black shuttle took off into the air. He quickly left with Su Changqing, Li Sankei, Han Xian, and Wang Xian. As they drew closer to the Red Maple Valley Market, Wang Xian's expression grew grim, and he couldn't help but ask, senior brothers and sisters, are you really going to take me with you? Offending Han Xian will make things difficult for him, he will definitely be suppressed. If you offend HSU Mingsheng, or even Nanxim Cooperative, you won't be able to buy resources. It feels like no matter what I do, it's a dead end. Li Sankei glanced at him sideways and said coldly, do you have a choice? Small fry who get caught in the vortex are destined to be swallowed up. If Su Changqing didn't know Han Xian, didn't know Li Sankei, and didn't have many connections, then Su Mingsheng would definitely have taken over the business of Zuki Peak, without a doubt. To put it bluntly, since you've been used as a pawn and become an accomplice, you should be prepared for things to go wrong. I'm completely finished. Wang Xian was almost in despair. Before long, the four arrived at the Red Maple Valley Market. Before we even landed, we could already see the antique-style building of the Nanxim Exchange Point, with people constantly going in and out of the entrance, a huge flow of people. Li Sankei instructed Su Changqing and Han Xian, once inside, leave everything to me. Neither of you should say a word. Okay. Su Changqing nodded. Han Xian shrugged and said, I'm just here to buy spiritual plants. Li Sankei chose to ignore this and then led Su Changqing and Wang Xian into the trading point. He was quite familiar with this place, having been a member of the corps of Ling Tian for many years. Although he didn't have the same influence as his cousin Li Lingbai, he still knew the managers of the trading point. Not long after, they found a female cultivator named Lu Shuang. This person had a close relationship with Lu Yuanyuan, the two had spent a romantic night together. You're looking for Yuanyuan? Lu Shuang asked, slightly surprised. Yes, please contact her. Li Sankei had no other choice, he genuinely didn't have Lu Yuanyuan's contact information, so this was the only thing he could do. All right. Lu Shuang took out a communication talisman from the pink storage bag. Hello? Yuanyuan, Li Lingbai's cousin wants to see you about something. Wait for me for half an hour. Subsequently, the communication was prematurely terminated by Lu Yuanyuan. Su Changqing and the others exchanged glances, their expressions more or less strange. Lu Shuang was the most normal one among everyone present. She smiled slightly and explained, Yuanyuan is currently developing her spiritual route, so she rarely comes here. Su Changqing's lips twitched several times. The life the other person was talking about seemed to have a different meaning from their understanding of life. Han Xian said with a playful expression, so, Lu Yuanyuan Sheng means giving birth. Half an hour later, Lu Yuanyuan, her face flushed, returned to the Red Maple Valley trading point. Yuanyuan, you're here. Lu Shuang immediately stepped forward, her eyes scanning the other woman's curvaceous figure. Lu Yuanyuan nodded slightly, then glanced at Su Changqing and the others. She first looked at the pretty Han Xin, then fixed her gaze on Li Sankei and asked, Lingbai's cousin, are you looking for me because Lingbai has some needs? The too crisp senior brother Lingbai calls left Su Changqing and the others speechless. At first glance, they thought Lu Yuanyuan and Li Lingbai were a couple. Li Sankei stood up from his chair and said with a smile, indeed, there are two things. Which two items? Lu Yuanyuan asked with a curious look. Li Sankei immediately said, the first thing is that my cousin Lingbai does need a batch of spiritual plants. We'll discuss the details later. This time, we'll focus on the second thing. When Lu Yuanyuan heard that Li Lingbai needed help, her eyes lit up and she quickly asked, okay, what's the second thing? Li Sankei's smile faded, and he said in a deep voice, before discussing the second matter, I would like to ask fellow Deus Lu, have you sent people to Forging Peak to sell things, or even steal business? Lu Yuanyuan was baffled by what she heard. I have no idea what you're talking about. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing and Han Xin exchanged glances and both breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this matter has nothing to do with Lu Yuanyuan. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that this woman is lying. Li Sankei nodded slightly, then pointed to Su Changqing and introduced him. This is my junior brother Su Changqing, and also a member of my cousin's team. He and two other friends recently set up a stall near Casting Peak, and the profits were decent, but they caught the eye of someone, and that person. They're from Nanshim Society? Lu Yuanyuan wasn't stupid, she immediately guessed. Li Sankei glanced at Wang Xian, whose face was ashen, and continued, this fellow deist clearly admitted that he was instructed by a man named Su Mingsheng from the Nanxin Society to maliciously seize business from the Casting Peak. Lu Yuanyuan's face darkened. Su Mingsheng is indeed a member of Nanxin Society, and even an intermediary connecting other spiritual farmers. So you really are from Nanxin Society? Han Xian suddenly spoke up, her tone somewhat sarcastic. Lu Yuanyuan fixed her gaze on Su Changqing, and then asked, how much do you earn each day at the Forging Peak? Su Changqing answered honestly, 30 mid-grade spirit stones a day. In reality, he could only earn a maximum of 10 mid-grade spirit stones a day, but he deliberately said more. In this way, not only will it attract the other party's extra attention, but more importantly, it will also make Li Sankei and Han Xian pay more attention to it. 30 a day? Wang Xian's eyes widened, his expression one of disbelief. He worked himself to the bone, had to take the blame, and would even be suppressed by Han Xian in the future, all for a mere mid-grade spirit stone. Doesn't that mean that if Su Mingsheng were to steal the business from the Forging Peak, he could earn at least 20 or 30 mid-grade spirit stones a day, which would amount to several hundred a month? Even Li Sankei was quite surprised. He thought that 10 coins a day would be good, and at most 20. He never expected that setting up a stall at the Casting Peak would be so profitable. Han Xian, the array master who made even more money, also widened her eyes in shock. Lu Yuanyuan, however, didn't react much after hearing this 30 mid-grade spirit stones a day. It seems that setting up a stall on the weapon forging peak is indeed profitable, but I'm not interested. As the highest-ranking manager of the Nanxin Society at the Red Maple Valley Trading Point, she receives over 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones as her monthly dividend, and even more at the end of the year. She really doesn't care about this mere 30 stones. The main purpose of this statement was to tell Su Changqing and the others that as a cultivator who made a lot of money, it was impossible for him to instruct Su Mingsheng to do such a thing. It was obvious that the other party was deliberately using the name of Nanxim Society to scare people, hoping to make Su Changqing and the others back down. Li Sankei stepped forward and said with a serious expression, we certainly believe that this is Su Mingsheng's personal behavior and has nothing to do with fellow Deus Lu, but he had the backing of Nanxim, which gave him such confidence. He even instructed this man named Wang Xian to severely injure one of our friends. Wang Xian looked completely bewildered. If I remember correctly, I only broke Zhao Ziyu's bubble. How did it turn into the other party being seriously injured in the blink of an eye? He opened his mouth, about to explain, but suddenly felt Han Xian's fierce gaze and immediately shut his mouth. Anyway, now it's like mud dripping down your pants. Even if it's not poop, it's still poop. Lu Yuanyuan nodded slightly. Don't worry, I will personally give you an explanation and will not allow anyone to damage the reputation of our Nanxim Cooperative. Su Changqing couldn't help but think to himself, does Nanxim Co. Limited still have any credibility? Seeing that the other party had made a guarantee, Li Sankei took a step back and then said, don't worry, I won't let Lingbai know about this. Lu Yuanyuan breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to Lu Shuang, one of the managers of the trading point. Shuanger, go and call Su Mingsheng over. Lu Shuang understood immediately and turned to run outside. As one of the managers, she had Su Mingsheng's communication token, so why did she have to go outside and personally call this person over? Su Changqing and the others weren't stupid, but they could only watch helplessly, with no other options. After all, Lu Yuanyuan has made it clear that she will handle it personally, so we can't push her too hard, or she might turn on us. At that point, we won't even be able to negotiate. Seeing this, Han Xin simply turned and left as well. It wasn't that he was there to supervise Lu Xuan, but rather that he felt his help was no longer needed here. Not long after, Lu Xuan brought the person back. Sister Lu. As soon as Su Mingsheng entered, he knelt down with a thud, looking extremely frightened. Lu Yuanyuan narrowed her eyes, staring down at her, and asked in an unfriendly tone, "So, you know you've done something wrong?" Su Mingsheng immediately burst into tears, saying, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have been envious of other people's business, and I shouldn't have damaged Nanxim Cooperative's reputation." Lu Yuanyuan said to Li Sankei, Su Changqing, and Wang Xian, "You three go out first. I'm going to teach this guy a lesson." Upon hearing this, Li Sankei and Su Changqing led Wang Xian out. After everyone left, Lu Yuanyuan stomped on Su Mingsheng's face, grinding it hard with the sole of her shoe. Her expression turned ferocious, and she said in a cold, harsh voice, "I won't say anything about you taking a cut from other spirit farmers' prices, but now you dare to ruin my image in senior brother Lingbai's eyes? Do you want to die?" In other words, she didn't think the person beneath her feet had done anything wrong, she was merely worried about damaging her image in Li Lingbai's eyes. At this moment, Su Mingsheng had no interest in peeking under her skirt. His voice trembled as he said, "Sister Lu, I was wrong, I'll never do it again." Su Changqing, Li Sankei, and Wang Xian waited outside. A moment later, Lu Yuanyuan led Su Mingsheng out, one after the other. Su Mingsheng immediately apologized, "Fellow deist, I'm so sorry." Su Changqing looked at the shoe print on the other person's face and suddenly realized, "Isn't this the person who forced me and another female spirit farmer to sell rice when I first participated in the Red Maple Valley market?" Ahem. Lu Yuanyuan coughed lightly. Su Mingsheng trembled and immediately took out 50 mid-grade spirit stones from his storage bag. "It was my greed that caused your business to suffer and your friend to be seriously injured. This is a small compensation." Su Changqing did not immediately take the money, but looked at Li Sankei beside him with a questioning look. After seeing the other party nod slightly, he took the 50 mid-grade spirit stones. Seeing this, Su Mingsheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he was very puzzled. He had already investigated and found that Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziya did not have much background or connections at all. One is a formal foundation establishment stage disciple in the Imperial Water Pavilion. One of them is a formal disciple of the Spirit Beast Valley in the Qi refining stage. That's why they thought the two were easy to bully. They figured they could intimidate them with the name of Nanxim Society and snatch away the business from Casting Peak. Unexpectedly, this rarely seen third person managed to find Li Lingbai's cousin and even alarmed his boss, Lu Yuanyuan. It was truly unbelievable. However, Su Mingsheng did not recognize Su Changqing. The two had only met once, and at that time, Su Changqing was using a fake name. At this moment, Lu Yuanyuan stepped forward and said with a smile, "I should also thank you all. If you hadn't told me what happened, I don't know how much longer I would have been fooled by this guy." Li Sankei cupped his hands in greeting, "Not at all, fellow deist. Lu is truly kind-hearted and beautiful to be able to step forward and take charge of the overall situation and work with us to resolve this matter." Being flattered by Li Lingbai's cousin put Lu Yuanyuan in a good mood, and she immediately asked, "In that case, is this matter over?" Li Sankei and Su Changqing exchanged a glance, then nodded, "Yes, it's over." Lu Yuanyuan blinked, "Shall we still talk about the first thing?" "Let's talk," Li Sankei replied affirmatively. Then, he and Lu Yuanyuan went into the room to talk about the first thing, which was the various spiritual plants that Li Lingbai needed. On the contrary, Su Changqing, Su Mingsheng, and Wang Xian looked at each other, and the three of them were more or less a little awkward. Fortunately, not long after, Li Sankei and Lu Yuanyuan walked out of the room together, laughing, clearly having finished their conversation. Li Sankei said to Su Changqing, "Junior brother, let's take Wang Xian with us." "Okay." Su Changqing tilted his head at Wang Xian, who was sweating profusely beside him. Soon, the three of them walked out of the trading point. Su Mingsheng stared intently at Wang Xian's retreating figure, gritting his teeth. "If the other party had been even a little bit tougher, I wouldn't have ended up like this." Lu Yuanyuan said coldly, "What, you're planning to take revenge?" "No, how could I dare to retaliate against Li Lingbai's people?" Su Mingsheng shrank back. Su Changqing, Li Sankei, and Wang Xian arrived at the entrance of the trading point. Li Sankei looked at Wang Xian, who was trembling incessantly, and then waved his hand, saying, "You can go now." Wang Xian was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief, and tentatively asked, "Can I leave now?" Li Sankei shrugged, "If you don't leave, are you just waiting to be retaliated against by Su Mingsheng? I'm leaving now, thank you both for sparing my life." Wang Xian realized what was happening and turned to run away, not daring to linger here for even a second longer. However, having offended Su Mingsheng, Su Changqing, and the array master Han Xin, his future days are likely to be difficult. At this moment, Su Changqing said, "Senior brother, actually I lied just now." Li Sankei smiled slightly, "I know." Su Changqing was surprised, "Ah, you know." Lee Sankei's eyes gleamed with a sharp light as he said confidently, even if you could make that much money setting up a stall on Casting Peak, it wouldn't be up to you few. In fact, he lied. Zhao Ziyu was clearly not injured, but now he was seriously injured. The reason for saying this was purely to make Lu Yuanyuan take this matter seriously, especially so that she could get more compensation. This shows that the two have a good understanding and cooperate very well even without prior discussion. Su Changqing took out the 50 mid-grade spirit stones that Su Mingsheng had given him. Senior brother, if it weren't for your help this time, things would definitely not have been easy to resolve. Lee Sankei didn't even glance at it. This is compensation for you, keep it for yourselves. Well. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to accept it, Su Changqing weighed the options in his mind and said, then how about this, every month from now on, you will receive 20% of our profits from Casting Peak. If I were after the spirit stones, Lee Sankei frowned. However, before he could finish speaking, Su Changqing quickly interrupted, senior brother, please don't refuse. Seeing the other person's sincere expression, Lee Sankei had no choice but to agree, alright. Su Changqing then began searching for Han Xin, only to find that she had already left. Helpless, he had no choice but to find another time to thank her. Half an hour later, Su Changqing returned home and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Wang Wang and Pearl Chicken were both alright. He then took out a communication talisman to contact Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyu. Not long after, the two arrived together. Hu Bagui hurriedly asked, Old Su, how did things go? Zhao Ziyu, standing beside him, also looked on nervously. Su Changqing replied, the matter is considered resolved for now. That guy named Su Mingsheng has apologized to us and even offered compensation. After saying that, he took out 50 mid-grade spirit stones. Upon seeing so many spirit stones, Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyu both widened their eyes. Su Changqing continued, it's the same as always, I get 70%, Lao Hu gets 20%, and Lao Zhao gets 10%. No problem. Neither of them had any objections. In the end, Su Changqing obtained 35 mid-grade spirit stones. Hu Bagui obtained 10 mid-grade spirit stones. As for Zhao Ziyu, this severely injured person received 5 mid-grade spirit stones. Seeing the two happy people, Su Changqing couldn't smile. He said with a stern face, there's something else I need to talk to you about. What? Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyu suddenly tensed up. Su Changqing said earnestly, senior brother Lee Sankei helped the most with this matter, so to express my gratitude, I gave him 20% of the profits. Upon hearing this, Hu Bagui fell silent. Zhao Ziyu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded to show his understanding, I should have done so. I was impulsive this time. I shouldn't have gambled with that guy. I guess I'll just lose my 10% now. Seeing that the two weren't angry, Su Changqing continued, give senior brotherly 20% of the profits first, and the remaining 80% will be divided according to the previous ratio. Ah, Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyu stared wide-eyed. They had thought they might lose all their profits this time, or even be kicked out. After all, if the two of them had handled things properly, the matter wouldn't have escalated. If Zhao Ziyu had any sense, he would never have challenged Wang Xian to a duel, let alone used the business of Zuki Peak as a wager between the two. Hu Bagui also had problems. Not only did he fail to stop Zhao Ziyu, who had already lost his temper, he even watched the situation escalate further. Fortunately, Su Changqing returned in time. He first asked Han Xian to help suppress Wang Xian, and then asked Lee Sankei to negotiate with Lu Yuanyuan of Nongzhen Society, which resolved the matter. The whole process seemed simple, as if all it took was finding someone, but in reality, it involved a great deal of risk. Su Changqing waved his hand, we're all brothers. The profits from the forging peak were declining every day. Now, giving senior brotherly 20% would not only resolve the issue but also get him on the pirate ship, which felt pretty good. After all, his most profitable business with spirit stones was actually in the rogue cultivator market. One sells spirit rice wine. One is selling high-quality pills. If things stabilize in the future, the spirit stones earned each day will be at least several times that of the forging peak, and possibly even dozens or hundreds of times more. Hu Bagui took a deep breath, old Su, from now on, whatever you say goes. Zhao Ziyu was also very moved, I will help your spiritual plants bring rain every day. Su Changqing was startled, don't let it rain every day. If the spiritual plants are drowned, I'll suffer a huge loss. Not long after, Hu Bagui left first, as he still had many things to do in the Spirit Beast Valley. During this time, he has been buying land and continuously expanding the number of spirit beasts, and now it has taken shape. In a year or two, Hu Bagui will likely become the largest supplier of excrement in the Spirit Beast Valley. Zhao Ziyu felt a little ashamed, so he sent down a magical rain before leaving. Seeing that it was already noon, Su Changqing went into the kitchen to start cooking. Half an hour had passed by the time everything was settled. After eating and drinking their fill, Wang Wang and the guinea fowl rested under the poplar tree. Su Changqing moved a wooden chair to the doorway, sat down to rest, and took out Han Xian's communication talisman. Who? Your junior brother Sue. It seems the matter has been resolved? Thanks to senior sister Han for her help this time. Stop talking nonsense, what do you want? I have some new yellow rice wine here, would you like to try it? You big dummy. You've given me goosebumps. Alright, Lao Han. That's more like it. I have something to do here and can't come over. You can bring the millet wine over yourself. The call between the two then ended. Su Changqing put the communication talisman back into the small storage bag, then got up and walked into the kitchen. Upon entering, he looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but frown. Because we need to brew quite a lot of alcohol, we feel that the current space is not enough. 1 barrel contains high-quality Ling Mai wine. 1 barrel contains top-grade Ling Mai wine. There is also a barrel of top-quality yellow rice wine. These alone already take up 2/3 of the kitchen space. The remaining third consisted of a stove, cutting board, medicine pot, water bucket, and drainage ditch. Su Changqing pondered, it seems I need to ask junior brother Han to expand the space, and it would be best to build a basement as well. Then, he walked to the large vat used for brewing yellow rice wine, lifted the gauze, and looked inside. The quantity is not much, only about 5 pounds. Unless the scale is expanded, the maximum yield is 10 kilograms per month. They didn't even have enough for themselves, and now they have to give it all away. But there was nothing he could do, after all, he owed Han Xian a favor. Therefore, Su Changqing could only first pack 5 caddies of yellow rice wine, and then open the large barrel containing the top-grade spirit rice wine and take out 20 caddies from it. Send 25 jin, 12.5 kilograms, as a token of appreciation first. If the other party is not satisfied, send more. He then left home without stopping and rode the large-leafed grass toward the ley lines. Since it wasn't my first time, I arrived smoothly. Unexpectedly, the person guarding the entrance to the cave was still Shan Fei. It was that tall, muscular, sharp-eyed strongman. What is it? Shan Fei's attitude became serious when he saw that it was big leaf grass. These days, you can roughly judge a person's identity and background just by their mode of transportation. If it's a flying paper crane or a land-based spirit beast, then it's definitely an ordinary formal disciple. In the world of cultivation, anyone with a bit of ability uses more advanced technology. Su Changqing smiled slightly, I've come to find the array master Han Xian. Han Xian? Shan Fei raised an eyebrow and pressed, was there any prior contact? Su Changqing nodded slightly, I had already made an appointment with her before I came. Shan Fei nodded slightly, in that case, come down with me. Anyone who knows a formation master is definitely not an ordinary person. Therefore, he reduced the number of questions specifically targeting formal disciples and eliminated the procedures. Immediately, Su Changqing followed Shan Fei, and the two of them walked little by little towards the deepest part of the cave along the circular path. Upon reaching the bottom, Su Changqing found that the place was no different from when he last came. Everywhere were Earth Spirit Root disciples who looked like miners. They all had sallow complexions and heavy bodies, and were reluctant to speak. Shan Fei pointed to the entrance of a ley line and said, almost all array masters live below the 20th level of the ley line. The Han Xian you mentioned is on the 38th level of the ley line. Thank you. Su Changqing cupped his hands in thanks, then walked towards the entrance. As Shan Fei watched the receding figure, he frowned and said, I feel like I've seen this person before. On the other side, Su Changqing slowly descended deeper underground. After a while, he finally saw the notice board. The 4 large characters above read Earth Vein Level 1. As is well known, starting from here, 1 floor is added every 100 meters down. Han Xian lives on the 38th floor of the Earth's vein, which is 3,800 meters. The deeper you go, the denser the Earth's energy becomes. Fortunately, Su Changqing had come for several days in a row when he helped Human cultivate the Earth Lotus. Therefore, I have a good understanding of the environment, atmosphere, and situation here, and I know that the further down I go, the greater the pressure will be. But things are different now. He has reached the early stage of foundation establishment and has the assistance of the accompanying green lotus. Therefore, as long as it is not the 100th layer of the Earth vein, there will be absolutely no problem. He immediately began to delve deeper, layer by layer. 10 floors, 20th floor, 38th floor. Upon successfully arriving at the 38th level of the Earth's veins where Han Xian was located, Su Changqing was surprised to find this was actually a spacious platform, surrounded by many disciples with Earth elemental roots, including Han Xian, who was standing in the very front row. There were 3 men and 1 woman beside her, and the 5 of them were surrounded by a circle of empty space, as if no one dared to approach them easily. At this moment, everyone was gazing into the depths opposite, as if searching for something. Just then, the entire space began to hum, followed by a rumbling sound from the depths opposite, as if an ancient creature was awakening. Is it coming? It's been ringing for the past few days, it should be about ready. Whether we can break through depends on this. Faced with this situation, ordinary Earth Elemental disciples, though agitated, remained silent. Only the 5 people standing at the front, namely Han Xin and her group, were discussing among themselves. Su Changqing was puzzled, so he stepped forward and asked, "Senior Sister Han, what are you doing?" Upon hearing this, Han Xin turned her head and saw that it was an acquaintance. She then replied, "Over the past year, the Earth Lotus has been maturing at an increasingly faster pace. Everyone is guessing that this is a sign that the Earth's energy is about to erupt. Coincidentally, someone predicted that it would erupt completely today." Earth's energy? Su Changqing seemed to understand but not quite. Han Xin smiled and said, "You don't have an Earth elemental root, so you don't know the benefits of the Qi to us. Be prepared to have your eyes opened." Suddenly, a male array master next to her asked, "Han Xin, who is this person?" At this moment, someone came to disturb them, which made him and several other array masters unhappy. Unexpectedly, Han Xin was chatting and laughing with the other party. "I have a friend with a wood elemental root." Han Xin shrugged. Upon hearing that it was a wood elemental root, the group was all surprised. Although wood overcomes earth, we are currently in a period of explosive earth energy, and theoretically, the deeper we go underground, the greater the pressure we will bear. But the other person didn't seem to feel any pressure at all. Su Changqing originally intended to give the spirit rice wine to Han Xin, but seeing the situation, he felt he shouldn't disturb her, so he stood aside and waited. Of course, he was mainly curious about what would happen. As time ticked by, the rumbling from the depths grew increasingly deafening, sounding like the roar of terrifying creatures. Not long after, a crackling sound was heard, as if something was splitting open. "They're here." Han Xin's eyes lit up. Immediately, everyone excitedly looked into the distance. At this moment, although everyone is underground, the view is not completely dark. Even with the light emanating from the spirit stone vein, it was still possible to see things clearly. From a great distance away, with a gurgling sound, a cloud of yellow mist drifted out. At first glance, it seems to be just an ordinary yellow mist, but in fact, it is the yellow aura that Han Su once mentioned. A wisp of yellow vapor, weighing 10,000 jin. What you see is not just a wisp, but a whole clump. Snap! Click! Splash! Click! The yellow mist formed by the convergence of yellow vapors could not be stopped by anything in its path. No matter how hard the rock, metal, or even mineral vein, it all turns to dust the moment it encounters this yellow mist. Su Changqing watched helplessly as a spirit stone vein was cut in half by this cloud of yellow mist, resulting in a loss of at least 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Faced with this weight, the space itself seemed to hum, as if a colossal object was moving, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. At this moment, one of the male array masters, who was over 2 meters tall, spoke up, "Everyone, whether you can capture a wisp of yellow energy depends on your individual abilities." Upon hearing this, the other array masters nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with fervent admiration. Su Changqing saw this and finally understood why Han Xin was holding a compass, which she had used to set up the formation, instead of a wine pouch. Swoosh! The 4 array masters, excluding Han Xin, suddenly leaped up. The person was in the air and did not fall downwards. Some people have a layer of yellow armor on their surface, with a row of vertical characters on their chest in the center. Following the example of Heaven, the Earth Goddess, others float in the air, their feet resting on seemingly real lotus flowers emerging from the ground. Then, they all rushed towards the yellow mist on the opposite side. Su Changqing asked curiously, "Aren't you going?" Han Xin explained, "This cloud of yellow mist weighs at least 1,000,000 pounds. The closer you get, the greater the pressure you will experience. Even with protective magic, there is still a possibility of injury. I choose to wait a little longer." In fact, she was not alone in thinking this way, especially among the formal disciples of the Earth Spirit root around her. These people have low cultivation levels, low spell levels, and low endurance, so they dare not rush forward at this time, otherwise it would be no different from courting death. Seeing this, Su Changqing thought to himself, "Junior brother Han once said that if an Earth Elemental disciple wants to become a core disciple, he either needs to perform exceptionally well in the formal disciple competition or he needs to withstand a trace of yellow energy with his body." Clearly, these formal disciples probably share similar thoughts. As time went on, more and more people came to the 38th level of the Earth's veins. They quickly split into 2 groups. Array masters gathered together. Formal disciples gathered together. No more than 10 on each side. There were at least 100 people on one side. Moreover, the number of people is constantly increasing. On the other side, those who were the first to approach the yellow mist were already attempting to absorb it. Although Su Changqing was not an earth elemental cultivator, he could tell that these people were probably using a technique like the earth guiding technique. Especially the 2-meter-tall male array mage, as he gradually devoured the enemy, the yellow armor on his body became more and more prominent, even radiating a luster comparable to gold. The words on his chest, in particular, exuded an indescribable charm. Moreover, this person is the closest to the yellow fog. Everyone else maintains a distance of at least a kilometer to ensure they don't get injured. The male array mage was only a few hundred meters away, and was even trying to close the distance. Su Changqing asked in surprise, with such a thick yellow fog, can anyone really succeed? Han Xian nodded, a whole mass can't be absorbed, but a strand or thread is fine. Suddenly, a gurgling sound came from below, as if water was flowing. Su Changqing, Han Xian, and the people around them looked over upon hearing the sound, and their eyes widened in surprise. The spirit stone vein, which had been cut in half by the yellow mist, suddenly released a burst of spiritual energy like a spring with a whoosh. The yellow fog above created a direct clash. The yellow mist was torn apart little by little, and wisps of yellow gas scattered in all directions. At the same time, a massive amount of spiritual energy overflowed into the surrounding area. Damn it! Su Changqing hurriedly sat cross-legged and immediately activated the max level Azure Lotus creation technique. He even took a big gulp of yellow rice wine while Han Xian wasn't paying attention, in order to speed up the absorption of spiritual energy. There are two types of spiritual energy. One type is attribute-free spiritual energy, which anyone can absorb. One type is spiritual energy with attributes, which is absorbed according to the attributes of the spiritual root. At this moment, the spiritual energy gushing out of the spirit stone vein is precisely the attribute-free spiritual energy that anyone can absorb. Not only Su Changqing, but most people present were absorbing and refining it. However, they clearly lacked max-level cultivation techniques and top-grade yellow rice wine, thus falling far short in terms of speed, efficiency, and benefits. Su Changqing's body was like a vortex that could devour anything, absorbing a large amount of attribute-less spiritual energy into his body, which was then continuously transformed and eventually became the wood and fire spiritual energy in his danshin. From the time I broke through to the early stage of foundation establishment until now, I have accumulated a total of 6 drops of wood elemental power, while I only have 1 drop of fire elemental power. As it was continuously absorbed and refined, the wood elemental power began to increase, rapidly increasing from 6 drops to 7 drops, then 8 drops, and 9 drops. Suddenly, the sea of chi trembled, and 9 drops of wood spiritual power gathered together, constantly absorbing and merging, eventually forming a pool. Su Changqing exclaimed inwardly, I've broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. For any cultivator, whether they have a single spiritual root or multiple spiritual roots, the only thing they need to do after reaching the foundation establishment stage is to continuously accumulate spiritual power. Now, Su Changqing's wood elemental power has fused from 9 drops into 1 pool. Not only has the quantity changed, but the quality has also changed. Both the concentration and the intensity have at least doubled. But he didn't stop, he continued to absorb attribute-less spiritual energy. This is because, although the wood elemental power has reached the standard of the mid-foundation establishment stage, the fire elemental power has not accumulated much during this period, so there is only 1 drop in the Chi Sea. Su Changqing's biggest problem is that although he has a fire spirit root, he can't find a place to absorb fire spirit energy. Now, facing so much attribute-less spirit energy, it is obviously an excellent opportunity to absorb and improve, so he can't miss it. In the following period, the fire elemental power that occupied the other half of the Chi Sea also began to slowly increase in quantity. 1 drop, 2 drops, 5 drops, 7 drops, and it looked like it was going to be 9 drops. Suddenly, a man's sharp shout came from the entrance behind them, no one except those with earth elemental roots is allowed to stay here. I don't care who you are, leave now. Su Changqing opened his eyes and couldn't help but turn his head to take a look. The man was wearing a bright yellow armor and was tall and imposing. It has a pair of huge, copper bell-shaped eyes with a rather fierce look. Standing there, he seemed not to be a person, but a majestic mountain. Han Xian whispered a reminder, this man is called Yang Jinayu. He is in charge of our ley lines. He's starting to kick people out, so you can't stay any longer. If it's an ordinary formal disciple, or a formation master, Han Xian could try talking to the other party, perhaps they would give her some face. But the manager is different, his strength and status are even higher than those of the core disciples. Moreover, this guy named Yang Jinayu has a complicated background and identity. After a moment's thought, Su Changqing said, but I'm about to break through to the foundation establishment stage. He absolutely could not miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In any case, the quantity and quality of fire spiritual power must be raised to the mid-foundation establishment stage. The combination of the 2 spiritual powers can even rival single-root cultivators in the late foundation establishment stage. Even if not used for combat, it would be more convenient for slash-and-burn agriculture or daily use. Han Xian was stunned when she heard this. Seeing Yang Jinayu shooing people away, she thought it over and over, and finally got up helplessly and walked towards him. Yang Jinayu raised an eyebrow and demanded, why are you looking for me instead of going to devour the yellow energy? Han Xian pointed to Su Changqing, who was sitting cross-legged behind her, and said, that's a friend of mine with a wood elemental root. Yang Jinayu glanced at him sideways, then urged him without any politeness, hurry up and let him leave. Han Xian quickly explained, but my friend is about to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Yang Jinayu was stunned on the spot. In that case, he really couldn't just kick the person out. When breaking through a certain level, any mistake can lead to a major disaster. Failure to break through is a minor matter, the real danger is the possibility of losing one's life on the spot. Although the other party was only a chi refining stage with spirit root cultivator, he was also just one of the thousands of spirit farmers. But at such a critical moment, you really can't just kick them out. After thinking it over, Yang Jinayu walked towards Su Changqing. Seeing this, Han Xin hurriedly followed behind. Su Changqing kept seizing opportunities to devour attribute-less spiritual energy, and even though he knew someone was approaching, and that it was even the manager of the earth veins, he still did not stop. After all, attribute-less spiritual energy can only be transformed into fire spiritual power in the Danshan after being inhaled and refined. Therefore, outsiders cannot detect it, especially since he has the max level Azure Lotus creation technique. As he approached, Yang Jinayu narrowed his eyes and looked the person up and down. Indeed, the person in front of him was emanating a rich wood elemental energy. However, just to be on the safe side, especially to prevent the other party from lying, he used his golden core divine sense to envelop the person. At this moment, Su Changqing's absorption speed of spiritual energy, refining efficiency, and especially the aura he exuded were indeed very similar to when he broke through, so it seemed that he was not lying. Yang Jinayu felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Han Xin was extremely nervous and couldn't help but ask, "What do you think, manager?" Yang Jinayu frowned, but his attitude softened. "Let's wait until he breaks through before we leave." Han Xin breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great. If Yang Jinayu insists on Su Changqing leaving, she can only bring up Li Lingbai. Perhaps the other party will give the core disciple some face." Although Su Changqing was cultivating, he could still hear the conversation between the two people behind him. He breathed a sigh of relief and finally refined the 9th drop of fire spirit power. Sure enough, just like with the wood elemental power, when they reached 9 drops, they quickly gathered together, devoured and merged with each other, and finally became a pool of fire elemental power. However, the two spiritual energies in the Chi Si are a bit strange. The fire spiritual energy actually wants to devour the wood spiritual energy, so it must be kept under constant watch. Currently, Su Changqing has raised his cultivation level to the mid-foundation establishment stage, and even the two spiritual energies in his Chi Si have reached the form that is only available in the mid-foundation establishment stage. However, in order to avoid suspicion, he only released a strong wood elemental power, but no longer pretended, and directly unleashed the aura that only a foundation establishment stage cultivator could possess. Someone has broken through? Foundation establishment stage, the foundation establishment stage I've been longing for. This person actually has a wood elemental root? The aura of a foundation establishment cultivator was released, immediately attracting the attention of those around him. All eyes turned to Su Changqing, their gazes filled with either envy or jealousy. After all, there is an essential difference between Qi refining stage cultivators and foundation establishment stage cultivators. Especially after reaching the foundation establishment stage, you can be rewarded with 1 mid-grade spirit stone and 1 bottle of foundation spirit pill every month. As for the wood spirit root spirit farmer, as long as he reports the information, he can immediately obtain 1 acre of grade 2 spirit field, and he can even obtain another acre of grade 2 spirit field every time he breaks through his realm in the future. In other words, this person is about to take off. Su Changqing stood up, smiled, and bowed with his hands clasped in thanks. "Thank you, Steward Yang and Senior Sister Han." Han Xin rolled her eyes in annoyance, not wanting to say a word. Yang Jinayu said in a deep voice, "Congratulations on breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, but the earth veins are becoming increasingly dangerous. Please leave here as soon as possible." "Okay, I'll be going now." Su Changqing handed Han Xin the yellow rice wine he had just taken a sip of and the 25 caddies of top-grade spirit rice wine, and then walked towards the entrance. Han Xin weighed it in her hand and thought to herself, 30 pounds, huh? This kid has some conscience. Yang Jinayu glared at him. "They've already broken through to a higher realm. What are you doing holding onto the wine? Hurry up and start absorbing the yellow energy." Han Xin gave an awkward smile, quickly put away the drinks, and then took the compass and soared into the air. Upon seeing this, Yang Jinayu opened his right palm, and a dark blue stone with rough texture and hardness appeared out of thin air, with 6 large characters on it. "To ward off evil spirits and suppress calamities." With a gentle flick, the dark blue stone flew out of his hand and sped towards the yellow mist ahead. Then, an invisible force field radiated out, reducing the movement speed of all the scattered yellow energy by 50%, while increasing the pressure resistance of all earth elemental roots within the force field by 50%. Su Changqing, male, 20 years old, remaining lifespan 665 years, Greenwood Thunderfire spiritual root, mid-stage foundation building, evergreen technique 5 levels, Lingmai wine a miraculous touch. Yellow rice wine, a masterful touch. Wood spirit entanglement, 3 layers. Ironwood armor technique, level 4. Pointing the green finger, 9 layers. Wood concealment technique, level 6. High heat oil cooking method, 3 layers. Azure lotus creation technique, 9th level. Grade 2 spirit rice, 5000 jin. Current points, 1605. Medium grade spirit stones, 250. Low grade spirit stones, 6388. This breakthrough from the early to the middle stage of foundation establishment adds 30 years to one's lifespan, equivalent to harvesting high-quality spiritual plants from 1 acre of grade 2 spiritual field. Su Changqing walked uphill alone, encountering many disciples with earth elemental roots along the way. Even after returning to the bottom of the pit, Han Su was still nowhere to be seen. Upon seeing this, he immediately opened the small storage bag and took out the other party's communication talisman. This is a golden opportunity that we absolutely cannot let the other party miss. We must notify them. Hello? Junior brother Han. Long time no see, senior brother Su. Do you need me to loosen the soil? No, where are you? I've been cultivating lately and haven't even gone mining. Yellow energy is erupting from the 38th layer of the Earth's veins. You need to get there quickly. What? However, Su Changqing did not elaborate and abruptly ended the communication. He didn't want to waste the other person's time. Anyway, the words have already been spoken. Whether Hansu believes Su Changqing or not, and whether he will go to the 38th level of the Earth vein, is up to his own choice. He then left the ley lines as quickly as possible. But instead of going home, it flew towards the core management office of Lingtian. Now that we've announced our breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, there's no need to hide it any longer. Although it was 6 months earlier than expected, it didn't matter. I might as well go directly to Elder Hua to collect the 2nd acre of grade 2 spiritual land. Half an hour later, Su Changqing saw Pingdingshan. At this time, there are basically no people, so there is no need to queue. Upon entering the palace, Su Changqing immediately saw Elder Hua. He immediately walked towards the other person, a smile appearing on his face. It's you! Elder Hua recognized the disciple who could grow top-grade spirit rice at a glance. Su Changqing cupped his hands in a respectful bow. Manager, I have broken through to the early stage of foundation establishment. Upon hearing this, Elder Hua was surprised. Not long ago, weren't you only at the late stage of qi refining? Su Changqing immediately recounted what had just happened deep within the Earth's veins, in great detail. Specifically, it involves delivering wine to Han Xin, then encountering Yang Jinayu, the manager of the Earth vein, who tries to drive people away, and so on. After listening, Elder Hua nodded slightly. You actually have such great fortune that you can break through your realm without even needing the foundation establishment pill. It seems that although this child is only so-so in terms of comprehension, he has an extremely high talent in planting, and even his cultivation is very smooth. Everyone has their own opportunities, adventures, and fortunes. This thing is hard to explain and inexplicable. Sometimes all sorts of seemingly coincidental things do happen. If Su Changqing hadn't known Han Xin, he wouldn't have been able to penetrate the 38th layer of the Earth's veins, nor would he have encountered the yellow qi that collapsed the spirit stone vein, and he certainly wouldn't have been able to take this opportunity to break through to the foundation establishment stage. When one coincidence after another is put together, it is no longer a coincidence. Su Changqing scratched his head. I didn't expect that either. Hua Lao chuckled and said, as the saying goes, it's all about timing and fate. Now that you've broken through to the early stage of foundation establishment, you should receive the benefits and treatment that come with this level. First, you will be rewarded with 1 mid-grade spirit stone and 1 bottle of basic spirit pills each month. In addition, Wood Spirit Root spirit farmers will receive an extra acre of grade 2 spirit field. Soon, Su Changqing was the first to receive this month's reward. Although it wasn't much, it was at least better than when he was in the qi refining stage. Then Elder Hua asked, so, where did you choose for your 2nd acre of spirit field? Su Changqing immediately said, it's right next to my 1st acre of 2nd grade spirit field. Elder Hua nodded and said, alright, go back now. Soon, a disciple with the Earth Spirit Root will come to your door to start clearing the wasteland. Goodbye, manager. Su Changqing bowed again, then turned and left. Watching the other person's receding figure, Elder Hua couldn't help but sigh. I've witnessed the rise of the immortal sect, and I've also seen cultivators fall one after another. How far can you go, kid? In the blink of an eye, Su Changqing rode the large leaf grass back to his own spiritual field. As soon as it landed, Wang Wang and the guinea fowl surrounded it, sniffing around incessantly. Seeing this, Su Changqing sat cross-legged, releasing the remaining attribute-less spiritual energy within his body while waiting for the earth elemental disciples to come and cultivate the wasteland. Wang Wang absorbed the overflowing spiritual energy and soon closed his eyes in a daze. The guinea fowl shrank back to the ground, remaining motionless like a ball. After an unknown amount of time, a slight tremor was felt in the ground. Su Changqing opened his eyes and saw a group of Earth Spirit Root disciples running towards him from not far away. Regardless of gender, each of them was robust and had the physique of an ox. Is it senior brother Su? The one in the lead was a male disciple, who was somewhat respectful. Su Changqing stood up and smiled at the other person. That's right, I am Su Changqing. It wasn't easy. It's been almost 4 years since I joined the Dongting Immortal sect, and finally someone calls me senior brother the moment we meet. It has to be said that it does sound pleasant. Greetings, senior brother Su. Greetings, senior brother Su. Senior brother Su, we're here to help you cultivate your second acre of grade 2 spirit field. Soon, the other disciples with earth elemental roots greeted him warmly. Su Changqing was not stingy and immediately gave everyone a top-quality black-skinned watermelon. After receiving the watermelon, the leading male disciple with the earth elemental root immediately introduced himself. Junior brother's name is Wu Guangman, and he is the leader who will help you clear the land this time. They are all members of the team. If you need help with tasks like loosening the soil or infusing the ground with energy in the future, feel free to ask us. No problem, no problem. Su Changqing couldn't refuse outright, so he changed the subject and asked curiously, how do you clear the land? Wu Guangman immediately explained. First, we measure the ground, location, and distance. Then, we loosen the soil to turn it over. Next, we infuse it with earth energy to form nutrient-rich black soil. This is the whole process. For disciples with earth elemental roots, it's not troublesome, just a bit tiring. Su Changqing then asked, is it charged or free? Wu Guangman smiled slightly. The sect will cover the costs for the first time. If you need to move the location or change the shape in the future, you will have to pay for the spirit stones or spirit rice yourself. Su Changqing roughly understood, so he stopped wasting time. Then, Wu Guangman called on the members of his team to begin measuring the ground. As for the location and shape of the second mu of spiritual field, Su Changqing had actually thought about it a long time ago. The first acre of grade 2 of spiritual land is directly in front of my wooden house, so the second acre of grade 2 spiritual land has to be moved slightly to the left. In this way, not only will it look aesthetically pleasing and harmonious, but more importantly, it will be closer to the Rocky Mountain, allowing me to secretly move the mutated spiritual plants and black soil out at any time. Bang bang bang. As the vibrations continued, the originally uneven ground gradually became smooth. The stone turned to dust. The weeds turned into fragments. With the sun about to set, the second mu of spiritual field was finally successfully cultivated. The next step is to expend earth elemental power to infuse the soil with earth energy. Compared to loosening the soil, this is the most difficult part, and it cannot be done by one person alone. Thank you all for your hard work. Su Changqing brought over a table and placed clean spring water on it. Wu Guangman and the others would take a break from time to time and drink some of the still cool spring water. Everyone gathered around the new grade 2 spirit field, continuously circulating the earth attraction technique to draw in the surrounding earth energy and then pour it into the soil beneath their feet. Gradually, the originally yellowish-brown and even somewhat dry soil, under the transformation of a large amount of earth energy, became sticky and even turned a little black. But it still doesn't look like true black soil. Su Changqing couldn't help but ask, this doesn't seem to be black soil, does it? Wu Guangman nodded slightly. Senior brother Su is right. This is only the initial black soil. In the future, you will have to use the slash and burn method to continuously allow the soil to absorb nutrients from the spiritual plants. You will even have to add spiritual beast excrement to it for several years. Their method of infusing the earth's energy is somewhat similar to forcing the growth of spiritual plants. Moreover, it will not quickly form nutrient-rich black soil. It has only reached the initial stage. Su Changqing needs to nurture it little by little until it becomes the same color as the black soil in the adjacent acre of second-grade spirit field before it can be considered complete. The whole process will be exceptionally long, but fortunately, cultivators have no shortage of time. Okay. Su Changqing kept it in mind. Wu Guangman blinked. Of course, if senior brother Su wants to speed things up, he can ask us to infuse him with earth energy every now and then. This will speed up the formation process and improve the quality of your spiritual plants. Su Changqing waved his hand. We'll talk about it later. Hiring a team with earth elemental roots would definitely cost a lot of spirit stones, so it's better to just steal a little from the Rocky Mountain every day. Even when you reach the foundation establishment stage, you must not be extravagant or wasteful, and you must not attract the attention of others. Another half hour passed, and it was completely dark. Wu Guangman and the others said they needed to rest and wanted to go back to recover before finishing the rest the next day. To put it bluntly, the longer they delay, the more pay their entire team can get. Su Changqing didn't care about this. Since it wasn't his money, there was no need to expose the thoughts of these Earth Spirit Root disciples. He might even have to cooperate with them in the future. After the people left, he turned and went into the cabin to start cooking dinner. Half an hour later, the fragrant food was placed on the dining table. A plate of tomatoes with white sugar. A plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. 3 cups of fresh tomato juice. In short, tonight's dinner was all about tomatoes. To celebrate acquiring the second acre of spirit field, some golden mutated spirit rice was specially steamed this time. I thought Wong Wong and the guinea fowl would really like it, but after waiting for a long time, there was still no sound from outside. What's going on? Su Changqing asked, puzzled, as he approached the door and looked to the other side. But they found that Wong Wong and Pearl Chicken were still fast asleep in the same spot where they had been sitting. Seeing this, he didn't disturb them, left some food behind, and started eating by himself. Tomatoes mixed with white sugar, each piece cut into a crescent shape. It looks bright red and translucent, and the flesh is full of juice. When the white sugar is first sprinkled on, each grain is distinct, like granular snowflakes. It's melted a bit now, blending with the tomato juice, like a thick syrup. With one bite, the unmelted sugar is quite sweet and crunchy, while the sour taste of the tomato bursts forth as you continue chewing. The sweet and sour flavors mingle together, causing saliva to be secreted wildly in the mouth. The sweet and sour flavors were already appetizing, and the food was just what he wanted. Plus, he was in high spirits because of the happy occasion, so Su Changqing ate heartily and finished off his portion completely. They were practically licking the plate clean. After finishing his meal, he immediately washed the dishes and chopsticks, then took a bottle of premium spirit rice wine and slowly walked out of the house, plopping down on a creaking wooden chair. I looked up at the starry sky, while drinking premium Ling Mai wine. Their appetites were satisfied. Abundant spiritual energy brings a feeling of fullness. In addition, there were the familiar sounds of insects chirping and frogs croaking. The pleasant atmosphere made Su Changqing cross his legs. He mumbled under his breath, "Do you remember you said home is?" The next day arrived. The autumn morning was slightly chilly. The leaves gradually turned yellow and withered, and a leaf would fall from time to time. Su Changqing opened the door and went out. He first glanced at Wong Wong and found that it was already awake. As soon as its owner arrived, the dog's eyes became quite fawning, and its tail wagged wildly. But it remained lying down, showing no intention of getting up. It seems they are still adapting, and it's unclear when they will be able to completely refine the spiritual energy. Su Changqing looked at the guinea fowl again and found that it was still asleep and had even started to shed feathers. Currently, the two children have undergone significant changes in their bodies after absorbing spiritual energy this time. Since that was the case, he didn't disturb them. After patting Wong Wong's head, he began his daily routine. First, clean up the dog poop and chicken poop at the entrance. Later, when he arrived at the spirit field, he absorbed a small amount of wood spirit energy into his body. Then, with a wave of his hand, he removed all the weeds around the spirit rice. Once all that was done, he started to use his finger techniques one by one. This time, let's start with 3 relatively rare spiritual plants. The first plant is a green gourd. The second plant is the fire vine. The third plant is Geotrichum candida. However, as soon as the right index finger landed on the first green gourd, a ding sound rang out. "Ha!" Su Changqing asked in surprise. Then, the green gourd in front of them began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. Logically, as it grows, its size should gradually increase. In addition, Su Changqing has been using the Qinglian domain to force growth during this period. Therefore, the string of green gourds above is almost the size of an adult's palm. But nowadays, its color is becoming increasingly emerald green, and its size is constantly shrinking. Su Changqing remembered clearly that there were 3 known mutation types of the green gourd. 1. An oval-shaped gourd. 2. A small gourd with a bright green color. 3. A giant gourd with an enormous size. Currently, it appears that this mutation belongs to the second type. As time went on, it turned out exactly as predicted. Not only was its size reduced to that of a baby's fist, but its color was also emerald green. In particular, the number has exceeded 20, and they are still growing one after another. A mutated gourd is currently priced at 60 mid-grade spirit stones on the market. If refined into storage items, one could sell for 300 mid-grade spirit stones. 42 small, bright green gourds gradually grew from the entire gourd vine. If each one is refined into a storage item and then sold, it will yield 12,600 mid-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to 1.26 million low-grade spirit stones. Why does everyone want to obtain mutated spiritual plants? It's valuable, which is one of the main reasons. If you have even one mutated spiritual plant, becoming rich overnight is not a dream. Su Changqing pondered, but we can only rely on a slow and steady approach. Alternatively, instead of refining it into a storage item, sell it directly and earn the cost price. Alternatively, find a trustworthy blacksmith and establish a partnership with them. But no matter which one you choose, you need to take it one step at a time. This can't be rushed. As the sun rose higher and higher, Su Changqing summoned his companion Lotus to accelerate its ripening. He had to harvest the crops before Wu Guangmen and the others arrived. Although the earth spirit root may not be able to recognize every spiritual plant, but it's better to be safe than sorry, one should always be wary of others. After all, this is a valuable mutated spiritual plant, and we must not take it lightly. As time went by, the wood elemental power in the Chi-Si was gradually depleted, and finally, before Wuguangmen and the other earth elemental roots arrived, they all matured. Mutant green gourd, mature, abundant spiritual energy, no damage. It is worth noting that all the mutated green gourds grow from a single gourd vine. According to the records of spirit fields, as long as the gourd vine is not damaged, it can be harvested multiple times until its spiritual energy is exhausted. Therefore, although Su Changqing picked up the sickle again, he did not cut the entire gourd vine, but only targeted the tendrils from which the gourds were growing. Aim the sickle, leaving about an inch of its length, and gently pull it back. With a click, the first mutated green gourd fell smoothly into his hand. It feels slightly cool to the touch, and you can feel the wood spirit energy contained within it. The concentration is decent, stronger than that of ordinary spiritual plants around it. Harvest 1 mutated green gourd and its lifespan will increase by 49 days. Harvesting 22 mutated green gourds increases lifespan by 1078 days. Harvesting 42 mutated green gourds increases lifespan by 2058 days. Remaining lifespan, 670 years. Su Changqing was surprised, as expected of a mutated spiritual plant, they really gave a lot. Of course, the most important thing to mention is the phoenix feather that was harvested before, as a single feather can increase one's lifespan by 1 year. After losing all the mutated green gourds, the entire gourd vine shrank at a visible rate, with both the leaves and tendrils becoming at least half the size. Judging from its color, spiritual energy concentration, and condition, it was not as good as the ordinary spiritual plants next to it. Fortunately, with careful nurturing, watering with spring water, providing spirit beast droppings, and the abundant nutrients of the black soil, it will soon be reborn. Once everything was settled, Su Changqing used his pointing green finger technique on the remaining spiritual plants. Unfortunately, all the luck was used up on the green gourd, and none of the vegetables mutated afterward, resulting in failure. Fortunately, Su Changqing was not a particularly greedy person. Even without the mutation of the spiritual plants, he was still very satisfied as long as he saw them growing stronger and stronger. Once everything was settled, it was 9 a.m. Wu Guangmen and the others reappeared, just like yesterday, running all the way from the earth's veins. These earth spirit roots move on the ground at a speed comparable to that of land spirit beasts and flying paper cranes. If one uses earth escape technique, it can be even faster. Good morning, Senior Brother Su. Senior Brother Su, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. We'll get the last bit done today. These earth elemental spirit farmers are very friendly when facing wood elemental spirit farmers, especially those who are in the foundation establishment stage. Su Changqing smiled slightly, thank you for your trouble. In fact, only a small area remains without the infusion of earth energy. If I had just persevered a little longer yesterday, I definitely could have gotten it done. Now, although Wu Guangmen and the others have all arrived, they did not attack together. Instead, they split into 2 teams. After one team finishes teaching, another team takes over, and so on. What should have taken less than half an hour didn't finish until noon. Su Changqing knew that these earth spirit roots were hard-earned, so he didn't care. As long as the second acre of second-grade spirit field was fine, that was all that mattered. Senior Brother Su, this is my communication talisman. If you need anything in the future, you can contact me anytime, and I will definitely come as quickly as possible. Wu Guangmen presented his communication talisman with both hands. No problem, no problem. Su Changqing reached out and took it. Although he had Han Su's help, he still had to be prepared for anything. What if Han Su has something to do and can't come? Well, we're leaving. Wu Guangmen waved to the members of his team. Thank you for your hard work. Su Changqing watched them leave. Then, he turned around and came to the vicinity of his newly added second-grade spirit field. The first mu of second-grade spirit field had been used by other spirit farmers before, so it was acceptable in all aspects. The second acre was newly cleared by the earth spirit root, and it looked somewhat different, especially the taste. The first acre of grade 2 spiritual field, due to its black soil and previous and burn cultivation and fertilization, emitted a pungent odor similar to that of rotting fallen leaves. The newly added grade 2 spirit field has black soil that is in its initial stage. In addition, it has never been used before, and there is neither spring water for irrigation nor fertilizer, so it only has a relatively faint earthy smell. The colors are also different. The left side is darker. The right side is more yellowish. Su Changqing pondered, with 2 acres of grade 2 spirit fields, these spirit plants won't have to be crammed into one area, they can be planted separately. The first acre of second grade spirit field was not only planted with spirit rice, but also with various vegetables, and 4-leaf clovers grew beside the irrigation ditch. If it weren't for the constant use of spirit beast manure as fertilizer, coupled with the occasional spiritual rain, this would actually be a planting method that consumes a lot of nutrients from the black soil. Of course, the biggest benefit of adding a second acre of spirit field is that it allows all the mutated spirit plants inside the stone mountain to be moved out. Without sunshine and rain, and with the area not being large enough, production has remained stagnant. Nowadays, as long as you disguise yourself a little, especially by placing it in a concealment array, you won't have any worries and can plant whatever you want. In this way, the yield of premium Lingmai rice remains at around 4,000 jin per mu. However, the yield of the mutated spirit rice will be greatly increased from now on. Furthermore, if Su Changqing were to be more diligent, he could eat mutated spirit rice with a higher spiritual energy content every day from then on. Immediately afterwards, he took out communication talismans one by one from his small storage bag. Li Sankei, Zhao Ziyu, Hu Bagui, Zhang Su, Han Xin, Han Su, Bai Linger, Chu Chiu. Since we're going to announce to the outside world that we've successfully established our foundation, we can no longer keep it a secret. You should especially tell those you know and share this joy. Hello? Senior brother Li, it's me. Junior brother Su, is there something you need? I have reached foundation establishment. Apart from Han Xin and Han Su, who could not be contacted, the rest of the people who received the notification had almost the same reaction. What? Stunned. Not long ago, Su Changqing said he was in the late stage of qi refining, and now, not long after, he has actually broken through to the foundation establishment stage. This is incredible. Normally, after the late stage of qi refining, there is another minor realm or a stage where one is easily stuck, which is the qi refining perfection stage. Many people even need to use foundation building pills to break through to the next level. Unexpectedly, Su Changqing suddenly announced to the public that he had successfully established the foundation. Li Sankei was stunned. You've reached the foundation establishment stage? Zhang Su exclaimed in disbelief. Already at the same level as me? Hu Bagui was both surprised and delighted. Old Su, wait for me, I'll bring some spirit beast meat over, let's celebrate properly. Zhao Ziyu suddenly dropped the fishing rod from his hand, his expression one of dejection. Is fishing really a dead end? Bai Linger grinned and said, congratulations. It's a pity my older sister won't let me come to you. Chu Chu raised an eyebrow. I'm still participating in the Crossing the River tournament. We'll talk about it when I get back. I only know a few people for now, and I've already notified everyone I could. Anyway, apart from Chu Chu and Bai Linger, the others will all come to celebrate. Therefore, starting from noon, Su Changqing was busy in the kitchen preparing various foods. They generously provided a portion of everything they had, whether it was top-grade spirit rice, top-grade vegetables, top-grade fruits, or top-grade wines. The first person to arrive was Hu Bagui. Upon hearing that Su Changqing had successfully established his foundation, he immediately and excitedly slaughtered one of his own raised spirit pigs, and then bought a lot of meat from spirit beasts that were over 100 years old. While others were surprised and astonished, only Hu Bagui remained convinced. After all, once a spirit farmer reaches the foundation establishment stage, he will have 2 acres of second-grade spirit fields, at which point he will definitely need more spirit beast manure. Given their relationship, they naturally couldn't look for someone else. You're here. Su Changqing handed over a slice of watermelon. Hu Bagui happily took a bite, his mouth immediately filled with sweetness. Then, while looking at the newly added spirit fields outside, he asked, Old Su, what do you plan to plant in your second acre of spirit fields? Su Changqing chopped pork ribs with a kitchen knife and replied, I might plant some valuable spiritual plants. Hu Bagui wholeheartedly agreed. When there is enough spiritual rice, making money should definitely be the priority. Cultivating immortality requires that wealth, companions, methods, and location are all indispensable. Wealth represents the elixirs, food, clothing, and retreat expenses required for cultivation. Couple doesn't necessarily mean lovers, it can also refer to like-minded cultivation partners. The term lan naturally refers to the techniques and spells used in cultivation. The land varies depending on the spiritual root. For a wood spiritual root, it is definitely a spiritual field. Su Changqing smiled and said, if you have any suggestions, you can speak up. Hu Bagui held a watermelon in his left hand and scratched his head with his right. If you ask me about things related to spirit beasts, I can talk a lot about them, but I really don't know much about planting. Su Changqing nodded slightly to show his understanding. It's alright, take your time eating, there are other people coming later. Not long after, the second person finally arrived, but to the surprise of both Su Changqing and Hu Bagui, it wasn't Li Sankei or Zhao Ziyu, but rather Zhang Su. Master Su, no, now I should call you fellow deist Su. Zhang Su descended from the sky on butterflies that kept changing their camouflage colors, holding a yellow spiritual plant in her hands. Su Changqing quickly washed his hands and then led Hu Bagui out to greet them. Senior brother Zhang is too kind. In front of you, I will always be your junior brother. Zhang Su was taken aback for a moment, then her smile widened. No wonder you were able to successfully establish your foundation, junior brother Su. Fellow deist and junior brother may seem to be just different in terms of address. In reality, this also represents the relationship between them. It must be said that this junior brother Su is truly flawless in terms of his character. Some people may seem honest when they are at a lower level, but once they reach the same level, they immediately start to show their true colors. Jiang Su had encountered similar situations more than once. However, Su Changqing was different. Even though he had reached the same level as him, he remained humble, low-key, and honest, and was especially sincere in his dealings with others. Although Hu Bagui wasn't familiar with him, he still bowed respectfully and said, "Senior brother Jiang." "Hello." Jiang Su responded and then handed over the spiritual plant in his hand. "Junior brother Su, to celebrate your foundation establishment, I have specially prepared a sunflower. Thank you, senior brother." Su Changqing hurriedly accepted the gift with both hands. The sunflower is actually a type of sunflower. Two flowers are the most famous in the Dongting Immortal sect. One of them was located at the core of the spiritual field. It was enormous, resembling a small golden sun. Almost all sunflowers originate from this plant, so it can be considered the mother plant. The other flower, however, has been refined into a magical artifact by the sword cultivator Qin Bailey. The sunflower, the spiritual plant, has two functions. One is to absorb and store sunlight. One is to gather more sunlight. For the spiritual plants in the spiritual field, it can accelerate their growth. Of course, if there is only one flower, the amplification effect is not significant. Since it was a gift from Jiang Su, Su Changqing naturally valued it highly. Looking at the extra acre of spirit field, Jiang Su couldn't help but nod. "That's great. With 2 acres of spirit field, the yield will double, and we can earn more spirit stones." Su Changqing placed the sunflower on the windowsill and then joked, "Compared to my senior brother, I'm definitely a nobody." Ha ha ha. Jiang Su burst into laughter upon hearing this. Su Changqing brought over a wooden chair. "Senior brother, take a short rest. Senior brother Li Sankei should be coming over later. This time, I'll let you taste my cooking." When Jiang Su heard that Li Sankei was coming, she originally wanted to leave, but now she immediately sat down. Of course, the environment, atmosphere, and daily necessities here are definitely not comparable to those at home. After a while, a third person appeared. Who? Zhao Ziyu. This fellow was holding several white fish in his hand. Su Changqing went over to greet him. "Old Zhao, you've arrived." Zhao Ziyu chuckled dryly. "This is from." At this moment, Hu Bagui curled his lip and said, "There's nothing shameful about buying it." Zhao Ziyu's smile froze, but he forced himself to continue. "This is a red snapper I caught from a river near Spirit Beast Valley." Jiang Su couldn't help but say, "This kind of fish has tender flesh and few bones, making it suitable for steaming." Su Changqing took it, examining it as he said, "Senior brother is an expert." Jiang Su said with considerable pride, "When it comes to eating, drinking, and enjoying life, no one in the entire Lingtian can compare to me. Alright, I'll listen to my senior brother and steam it." Su Changqing didn't care about this. Then, he took the red carp with its upturned mouth and turned to go into the kitchen. Because Jiang Su was present, Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziya didn't dare to speak freely, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Fortunately, it wasn't long before someone appeared to break the deadlock. Naturally, it's Li Sankei, whom everyone is eagerly anticipating. Su Changqing washed his hands again and went out to greet him. "Senior brother Li." Jiang Su greeted him with a smile. "Fellow deist Li Sankei." Li Sankei was surprised. "I didn't expect fellow deist Jiang to be here as well." Jiang Su explained, "Junior brother Su and I are old acquaintances." After Li Sankei landed on his flying paper crane, he took out a mirror from his storage bag. "Junior brother Su, this is a gift I brought for you." Su Changqing took it and examined it carefully, then asked curiously, "Senior brother, what is this?" Jiang Su clapped his hands first and said, "This is a good thing. It's called the Spirit Mirror. As long as you inject your own spiritual power, you can freely check the transaction price of the spiritual plants in the immortal sect that day. One side is worth 30 mid-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing that it would cost 30 mid-grade spirit stones, the 3 people next to him widened their eyes in surprise. Su Changqing presented the gift with both hands and bowed again, saying, "Thank you, senior brother." Li Sankei waved his hand. "Don't be so polite." Su Changqing pointed inside the room and said, "Senior brother, come inside." Before he could finish speaking, a paper crane drifted in from afar, carrying 3 people who surprised Su Changqing, Hu Bagui, and Zhao Ziyo. Su Changqing was quite surprised. "Why are they here?" Jiang Su was taken aback. "Cousin?" Only Li Sankei looked completely bewildered. He didn't recognize anyone and couldn't understand a word they said. "Who are the 3 people?" "The Bai sisters and Zhang Shui." Whether it's Bai Linger, Bai Zuer, or Zhang Shui, they haven't seen each other for at least 2 months. Ever since the Kaiyufeng incident, the older sister, Bai Zuer, has forbidden her younger sister, Bai Linger, from coming here. As for Zhang Shui, after learning of Su Changqing's requirements for a deist partner, she also disappeared. Unexpectedly, all 3 women came over today. Although Bai Linger was petite, she had large eyes that sparkled with intelligence. Bai Zuer has a hot figure and a more mature appearance, with a beauty mark on the lower left corner of her lip. Zhang Shui, dressed in a white silk dress, paired with her pure and innocent face, exuded an ethereal charm. Each of the three has their own style. Before the flying paper crane could land, Bai Zuer spoke first. Fellow Deus Su, is it alright for us to come uninvited? After realizing what was happening, Su Changqing smiled and said, although it was unexpected, I am very happy to welcome you. Bai Linger winked playfully and explained, as soon as my sister heard that you had reached the foundation establishment stage, she insisted on dragging me and senior sister Zhang over here. Bai Zuer took out some pills from her storage bag and added, of course, we're not here to freeload. These 3 bottles of Foundation Spirit Pills are a gift for you. Su Changqing took the 3 bottles of Foundation Spirit Pills from her hands, roughly guessing Bai Zuer's thoughts, but he didn't pay them any mind. Instead, he pointed to the wooden house behind him and said, welcome, welcome, everyone, please come in. Zhang Shui approached and smiled slightly. Fellow Deist Su, it's been a long time. Looking into her bright eyes, Su Changqing nodded slightly. It has indeed been a long time. At this moment, Zhang Su asked curiously, cousin, do you know junior brother Su? Zhang Shui replied, yes, cousin. As for why, she didn't say. Soon, a group of people entered Su Changqing's wooden house. It's not exactly spacious, but it can easily accommodate a few people. Bai Linger, Bai Zuer, Zhang Shui, Zhang Su, and Li Sankei sat in chairs. Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyu sat on the bed. Su Changqing took out a top-quality black watermelon, placed it on the table, quickly cut it open, and said, eat as much as you like. There's more if you're not full. I'll go to the kitchen to cook. Bai Zuer leaned forward to observe, and quickly raised her eyebrows, as expected of a spiritual farmer. Even the spiritual energy contained in the fruit is so rich. Bai Linger's eyes darted around, and seeing that no one was making a move, she grinned and immediately grabbed the largest piece of watermelon, taking a bite as if afraid someone would snatch it. She quickly got watermelon juice all over her face, but instead of feeling dirty, she ate it happily. Ever since her older sister Bai Zuer forbade her from getting close to Su Changqing, she has never been able to eat such delicious fruits and vegetables again. Even if she buys them, the taste, texture, and spiritual energy concentration are several levels inferior. Seeing that Bai Linger had started eating, everyone stopped being polite. Everyone has it, even Li Sankei is no exception. Although in his eyes, Su Changqing was more of an obedient junior brother. However, it must be admitted that in terms of cultivating spiritual plants, he is indeed inferior to his junior brother. Of course, the gap isn't just in the cultivation of spiritual plants, it's also enormous in terms of winemaking. Hu Bagui kept his eyes fixed on Bai Zuer. After thinking for a moment, he stood up and said, well, I'll grill some meat for everyone. At this point, there was still some time before dinner. If we just wait like this, the atmosphere will only get more and more awkward. During this time, Hu Bagui traveled back and forth between the weapon forging peak and the Spirit Beast Valley, learning a great deal along the way. Although everyone has different genders, spiritual roots, and levels of attainment, they are surprisingly similar in one thing. What? That's delicious food. Everyone loves delicious food, no one will refuse it. Hu Bagui's specialty dish is roasted spirit beast meat. I'll help you. Zhao Ziyo followed the other person out of the wooden house, as he was also unaccustomed to this atmosphere. Apart from Su Changqing, the only people left in the room were Bai Zuer, Bai Linger, Zhang Shui, Zhang Su, and Li Sankei. Zhang Su and Zhang Shui know each other, they are even cousins. We don't have much contact, or you could even say we don't have much contact at all. If it weren't for Zhang Er's disappearance, the two of them would never have met. As for Li Sankei, since he didn't know anyone, he simply didn't say a word. On the contrary, the 3 female cultivators were more relaxed. They were either cutting watermelons or eating other fruits and vegetables, and even planned to go to the kitchen to help. Su Changqing decisively refused. Sorry, I don't like anyone around when I'm cooking. You guys go do whatever you want. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shui had no choice but to turn around and leave the wooden house, heading towards the doghouse. Wan Wang was lying comfortably when it heard someone approaching. Thinking it was its owner, it immediately put on a fawning smile. But when it saw who it was, its expression froze and its pupils shrank instantly. The next second, it jumped out of its kennel in fright, barking loudly as it disappeared at the end of the field ridge. Zhang Shui paused for a moment, then turned her gaze to the chicken coop on the other side. Coo coo. The guinea fowl blinked, suddenly having a bad feeling. The next second, it was grabbed by a pair of evil big hands and then frantically kneaded. It wasn't until this moment that the guinea fowl finally understood why Wang Wang had reacted so strongly. Unfortunately, I realized it too late. Hearing the commotion outside, Su Changqing looked sympathetic inside. It seems Wang Wang hasn't been able to sleep these past few days. Strangely enough, Guzi wasn't afraid of anyone else, but he was afraid of Zhang Shui. At this moment, Jiang Su in the living room asked, "Fellow Daesli, I heard that your cousin Li Lingbai hunted down a great demon that is over 500 years old in the central region." Li Sankei put down the watermelon in his hand and replied, "To be precise, it was a powerful demon that Lingbai and several other members of the demon hunting team hunted down together. Although Li Lingbai possessed high aptitude, spiritual roots, and comprehension, he was ultimately just a cultivator who had reached the foundation establishment stage. In the central region, the main battlefield between humans and demons, even a single powerful demon is over 500 years old, and their strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, battles between humans and monsters are rarely one-on-one, they are almost always team battles. Different spiritual roots produce different effects, and everyone needs to cooperate with each other." Jiang Su said with a hint of flattery, "Even among the core disciples, few dare to go to such a dangerous place as the central region. Li Lingbai's courage to go is already quite remarkable. I greatly admire his boldness and courage." Li Sankei nodded slightly, agreeing with this. Although the Immortal sect has many core disciples, very few have actually been to the central region. Most of them explore, adventure, and wander around the vicinity of the Immortal sect. In fact, Li Lingbai had no choice. To break through to the Earthgrade Golden Core, he had to rely on the core parts of 5 great demons, and the deeper his cultivation, the higher the success rate of the breakthrough. The only place they could find it was the battlefield in the central region. After a while, the aroma of roasted meat wafted in from outside. Zhao Ziyo walked in carrying 2 skewers of grilled meat coated with barbecue seasoning. "Please try them and see how they taste. If you need any modifications, I will pass them on to Hu Bagui." Li Sankei and Jiang Su exchanged a glance, then each took a string of them. Although they hadn't eaten yet, the aroma emanating from the grilled meat whetted their appetites. In addition, after being coated with barbecue seasoning, it has a layer of rather bright red oil on top. Therefore, it looks exceptionally tempting. Li Sankei and Jiang Su immediately took a bite. Its crispy exterior makes a clear crunch sound. When the meat is bitten open, the oil and juices inside burst out. Instantly, a rich, savory flavor ravaged the mouth. Adding barbecue seasoning elevates the flavor of the grilled meat to its peak. It's both numbing and spicy, and so addictive that you can't stop eating it. At this moment, Li Sankei finally understood why Su Changqing and others were able to make a fortune by setting up stalls at Casting Peak. This one serving of grilled meat alone is enough to attract a large number of customers. Even Jiang Su, who was very picky about food, gave a thumbs up at this moment. "Delicious, delicious." Zhao Ziyo smiled and said, "We've only learned a tiny fraction of Su Changqing's skills." Upon hearing this, Jiang Su, Li Sankei, and the Bai sisters all widened their eyes. Such delicious barbecue was only a small fraction of what Su Changqing had eaten. Does that mean this person is extremely skilled in cooking? Suddenly, everyone was filled with anticipation. As time went by, the sky grew darker and darker. As dusk settled, Su Changqing called out from the kitchen, "Dinner's ready." Upon hearing Su Changqing's voice, everyone gathered around the dining table. 3 cold dishes. 1 dish is tomatoes mixed with white sugar. 1 dish is cold watermelon rind salad. 1 dish is smashed cucumber. Crushed white sugar sprinkled on red tomatoes, combined with juice that resembles sugar syrup, makes even a simple cold dish look delicious. Watermelon rind, which is often disliked, is seasoned with slightly salty soy sauce, which not only preserves the crispness of the flesh but also adds a richer color. The cucumbers are first chilled in slightly cold spring water, then crushed with the back of a knife to loosen their shape. A little minced garlic, a little chili oil, and a little aged vinegar are then added, creating a flavor that is sour and spicy with a sweet aftertaste, making it very appetizing. Next came 6 hot dishes: tomato and egg stir-fry, garlic pork belly, sweet and sour pork ribs, braised pork belly with secret recipe, winter melon and pork rib soup, and steamed red-lipped fish. Every dish was visually appealing and had an enticing aroma. For the rice, I cooked a pot of lean meat porridge and steamed some premium spirit rice. The drinks are the same as always, with unlimited supply of premium Lingmai wine. Actually, these are just everyday dishes. Since Su Changqing transmigrated to this world of cultivation, his biggest hobby besides farming has been researching food, so his cooking skills have become more and more proficient. Wow! Bai Linger's eyes widened, and saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth, making the maid extremely hungry. Bai Zur looked on incredulously. "I've never seen so many of these dishes before." Looking at the table laden with delicious food, Zhang Shui's heart began to race. She murmured, "Isn't this exactly the scene I've always dreamed of?" Li Sankei gave a bitter smile. "It seems that my cooking skills are indeed not very good." Jiang Su gave him another thumbs up and couldn't help but praise, "Junior brother Su, you're amazing." Although Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyo had already witnessed Su Changqing's culinary skills, they were still speechless upon seeing such a sumptuous dinner, unsure of what to say for a moment. Su Changqing wiped his hands clean with a rag, then said with some regret, "It's a pity that the preparations weren't sufficient and it was a bit rushed, otherwise we could have made more delicious food." Bai Linger quickly replied, "It's already very good." John Su nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Su Changqing smiled slightly upon hearing this, then pointed to the food on the table and said, then everyone, please don't be shy, let's eat. Immediately, everyone picked up their bowls and chopsticks. Upon tasting it, they were immediately amazed, finding it to be divine. Stir-fried eggs with tomatoes, the sweet and sour sauce coating the golden and fluffy scrambled eggs, is both appetizing and perfect with rice. White meat itself doesn't have much flavor, but after adding garlic sauce, it seems to gain a soul. The fat is smooth and the lean meat is tender, making it more and more addictive. The sweet and sour pork ribs are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, coated with a layer of clear sweet and sour sauce. When you bite into them, you get a crispy and sweet caramelized flavor, as well as a slightly sour taste from the vinegar. Bai Linger couldn't help but lick her fingers after eating them. The braised pork belly, made with a secret recipe, is rich and dark in flavor, with a slightly wobbly texture. It's fatty but not greasy, tender and flavorful. Winter melon and pork rib soup has a clear broth, with the melon flesh almost transparent and a light, slightly sweet taste. Steamed red snapper has snow-white, tender flesh with no fishy smell, retaining its original flavor. Seeing everyone enjoying their meal, Su Changqing felt very satisfied. Immediately, he picked up the premium spirit rice wine and personally poured everyone a full cup. Cheers! Everyone put down their bowls and chopsticks and picked up their wine glasses. Bai Zuer glared at her younger sister and said, "You can't drink alcohol yet." Su Changqing waved his hand. "It's okay, the alcohol content isn't high, and it tastes sweet and sour." He. Bai Linger grinned and immediately took a bite. Sure enough, it was sweet and sour. The wine was good, and the food was good. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed the meal. From dusk until midnight, which is 11 p.m. As it was getting late, everyone reluctantly got up to say goodbye. John Su summoned her personal transport butterfly. "Thank you very much for your hospitality, junior brother Su." Bai Zuer wiped the oil off her sister's face and said, "Let's go back." Hu Bagui and Zhao Zio walked together, saying, "We won't bother you any longer." After much deliberation, Li Sankei finally managed to utter 3 words, "See you tomorrow." Zhang Shui stayed behind last, staring intently at Su Changqing. She opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. A hint of regret lingered in her eyes before she left with the Bai sisters. Su Changqing bowed in the direction the group had left, saying, "Goodbye everyone, thank you for your company." The once lively wooden house was soon left with only one person, one dog, and one chicken. From bustling to deserted, it only takes a moment. Su Changqing washed the dishes and tidied up the trash. Then he took a bottle of premium yellow rice wine and went outside. But this time, instead of sitting at the door, he jumped up and onto the roof. Lying there, gazing at the stars and full moon in the night sky, feeling the quietude after the hustle and bustle, he murmured, raising a cup to invite the bright moon, "Let's drink together." The next day, Su Changqing woke up on the roof. The autumn mornings grow colder day by day. Fortunately, he was a cultivator and had awakened both wood and fire spiritual roots. Although I could keenly sense the temperature changes, I did not experience any discomfort. After leaping off the roof, Su Changqing couldn't help but stretch and make an sound. The bones all over his body were crackling and popping like popping beans. After staying up all night, Wang Wang emerged from its kennel looking slightly tired and staggered forward. Su Changqing squatted down, stroked the dog's head, and chuckled, "I knew you couldn't sleep." Wang Wang opened his mouth and let out a long yawn. His eyes started to wander, which showed how torturous last night must have been. Su Changqing glanced at the guinea fowl in the coop again and realized that something was wrong with them too. It used to sleep right in the middle of the chicken coop, but this time, it actually huddled in the deepest corner, curled up into a ball. Sure enough, both children fell victim to Zhang Shui's poisonous hands. Next, Su Changqing began his daily routine. This time, however, he targeted the 2nd acre of 2nd grade spiritual land. First, the withered mutated gourd vines were transplanted and used to create a fence around the outermost layer. However, a square spiritual field has a side length of 20 to 30 meters. Although the gourd vine has undergone mutation, it is still less than 10 meters long. Therefore, it is not realistic to completely enclose the area. But for now, this is the only way we can do it, and we'll take it one step at a time later. Although Su Changqing has announced that he has successfully established his foundation, he will continue to do what he did before, and nothing will change. Moreover, he wouldn't let the 2nd acre of spiritual land be planted immediately. In any case, we must first fertilize with spirit beast dung, then send down some spirit rain, and then practice slash-and-burn agriculture. Only after all these steps are completed can the 2 acres of spirit fields be cultivated simultaneously. As morning approached, the small storage bag vibrated. "Senior brother Li? Junior brother Su, the orchids here are ripe. Come and harvest them." Okay. Su Changqing then understood why the other party had said, "See you tomorrow." Because he needed to help senior brother Li harvest the orchids, Su Changqing put aside what he was doing. After preparing breakfast and lunch for the two little ones, I immediately left, stepping on the large-leaved grass. Before long, they arrived at the location of Li Sankei's spiritual field and found that he was already waiting in the pavilion. Su Changqing controlled the large-leafed grass to land and chuckled, "Senior brother, I'm here." Li Sankei nodded, "The orchids are ripe, you can harvest them at any time." Upon hearing this, Su Changqing glanced at the spirit fields on both sides and discovered that the previously mutated golden spirit rice had increased from one plant to dozens, a significant increase in quantity. Before the other party could ask, Li Sankei explained directly, "Next, I will gradually reduce the amount of normal spirit rice and focus on planting mutated golden spirit rice." Su Changqing asked in surprise, "Why is that?" For the spirit farmers, the lack of a stable supply of spirit rice is tantamount to losing income. Although the mutant golden spirit rice is quite valuable, its cultivation period is exceptionally long. Moreover, and most importantly, an array capable of absorbing metal spiritual energy needs to be installed. Li Sankei said seriously, "The reason for doing this is naturally to increase Lingbai's chances of breaking through to the Earth-grade golden core. After all, he has 3 spiritual roots, so it's best for him to eat 3 different types of spiritual rice." Su Changqing suddenly realized, "I see. If there is no mutated spirit rice, the best spirit rice should definitely be chosen first. In terms of absorption, transformation, and enhancement, the same properties are better." In fact, whether Su Changqing or Li Sankei will take off in the future depends mainly on whether Li Lingbai is a strong enough backer and whether they can break through to the Earth-grade golden core stage. If successful, their status and position will rise accordingly. However, if they fail, although they will still retain their status as the opponent's core disciple, their resources will be greatly reduced, and they may not even be able to support their team. Ultimately, in the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Earth-grade golden elixir is awesome. A person's character and inner strength are not impressive. Why did Xu Feng become possessed by a demon? It's because he couldn't accept the result of failing to break through to the Earth-grade golden core stage. Everyone has to accept reality, but whether they can withstand it is a big question. Then, Su Changqing took off his shoes, took a sickle, and entered the spirit field. Since this wasn't my first time harvesting rainbow orchid, I've become increasingly skilled at it. Colorful orchid. Mature. No damage. Abundant spiritual energy. Today's highlights. Tomorrow's best. Su Changqing scanned with his spiritual sense and discovered that senior brother Li's planting ability had improved. In the past few times, there was always a difference of 2 or 3 days. This time, I was only 1 day away from reaching the highest level. The closer the time of cultivation is to the quality or top grade, the more advanced the planting technique. It seems that I'm not the only one improving during this period, others are too. But as usual, Su Changqing didn't say anything to remind him. Although the two are very familiar with each other, there is absolutely no need for this. Even if he reaches the foundation establishment stage, he still has to keep a low profile. You must not attract the attention of anyone, especially acquaintances. Harvesting 1 premium variegated orchid will increase its lifespan by 5 days. Harvesting 500 premium orchid plants, increasing their lifespan by 2,500 days. Harvested 1,114 high-quality orchids, with a lifespan increased by 55-70 days. Remaining lifespan, 685 years. Compared to last time, it's 5 days shorter. However, there's not much difference between a little more and a little less. Not everyone has the system's assistance like Su Changqing, nor can they master the techniques to the maximum level and accurately control their movements. For the others, it would be quite good if they could get close to the previous number. Li Sankei handed over a glass of wine. "Junior brother, you've worked hard." Su Changqing took it and asked with a chuckle, "Senior brother, are you about to reach the mid-foundation establishment stage in your cultivation?" Li Sankei was quite surprised to hear this and asked curiously, "How did you know?" Su Changqing pointed to the empty space on the other side and said, "You've already started measuring the area of the 3rd mu of spirit field." Li Sankei was stunned for a moment, then admitted with a wry smile, "I forgot about that." Since losing to his childhood sweetheart Hua Wan in the Forging Peak arena, he has been secretly working hard to improve his cultivation level and strength as much as possible. Perhaps it was this persistence that brought them rewards. "We are now only 1 step away from the mid-stage of foundation building," Su Changqing said with envy. 3 acres of second-grade spirit fields can bring in at least 500 mid-grade spirit stones every year. Li Sankei joked, "I can't compare to you. You can easily make a dozen or 20 coins a day by doing some business." Su Changqing waved his hand. "Before, there were many people joining, so we could make some money. But since what happened with Su Mingsheng, the number has been decreasing day by day. After the formal disciple competition ends, I guess we won't be able to make any money." The two drank and chatted. Su Changqing vaguely sensed that the relationship between the two had become closer since yesterday's dinner. In private, Lee San-kei no longer displayed the serious image of a senior brother and appeared particularly relaxed. Suddenly, Su Changqing's storage bag vibrated again. He picked it up and saw that it was a communication talisman flashing brightly. However, he did not answer the call immediately. Instead, he looked at Lee San-kei on the other end and waited until Lee San-kei had no objection before starting the conversation. "Hello? Junior brother Su, it's me. Is there something you need, senior brother John? Junior brother, do you remember I told you before that I was going to the alchemy pavilion to find someone? I remember, I've been waiting for your notification. Junior brother, are you free today? I think so. Alright, come to my house this afternoon, and I'll take you to the alchemy pavilion." The conversation ended, and Su Changqing put down the communication talisman, feeling quite expectant. Lee San-kei stood up and walked towards the harvested orchids, saying, "If you have something to do, go ahead and do it." Su Changqing glanced at the sun in the sky and, seeing that it was already noon, reminded him, "Isn't it almost noon?" Lee San-kei stiffened for a moment, but quickly recovered. "Oh dear, I suddenly remembered that there is something I haven't taken care of yet. I have to go out later, so it seems I can't entertain you." Su Changqing's lips twitched several times as he listened to the excuse the other party had made up on the spot. Good grief, so they're not including lunch? Since his attempt to freeload a meal failed, he had no choice but to get up and leave. Instead of going home, he flew directly towards Jiang Su's spiritual field. Since senior brother Lee doesn't provide lunch, that senior brother John can't just ignore it, can he? To be fair, Jiang Su is someone who knows how to enjoy life, so she puts a lot of thought into food. Before long, as he watched the 10 acres of spiritual fields draw ever closer, Su Changqing grew increasingly excited. Once they got close, they immediately controlled the large-leafed grass to land, and then called out in front of the fence gate, "Senior brother Zhang! Senior brother Zhang! Senior brother Zhang!" However, there was no sound from inside. Su Changqing's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. He immediately took out the other party's communication talisman from his small storage bag and quickly infused it with elemental power. "Hello? Senior brother Zhang, I'm at the door. Where are you? I wasn't home for lunch." After failing to get a meal twice, Su Changqing was stunned. Looking at the communication talisman in his hand, he was speechless for a moment. On the other side, seeing that there was no further movement, Jiang Su proactively disconnected the communication. Suddenly, a questioning voice came from behind. "Are you Su Changqing?" Su Changqing turned around and saw that the person was not tall and looked somewhat mature, but looked quite familiar. After thinking for a while, he suddenly realized, Zhao Ying, Zhao Ying, Zhao Ziao, and Linen became formal disciples together at that time. However, Zhao Ying's aptitude was low and her talent in cultivating spiritual plants was relatively poor. Therefore, she was 100 jin short in the third assessment and failed the assessment. Originally, she could not become a formal disciple. Later, she followed Zhang Er and became a tenant farmer, which was how she became a formal disciple. However, compared to a normal Jinan, it falls short in every aspect. All the yield of the spirit rice that Zhao Ying carefully cultivated had to be handed over to Zhang Er, but the cultivation resources she received each month were disproportionately small, even very little. His cultivation level barely improved, and his cultivation technique was only one level higher than when he was in the outer section. However, this person has changed quite a bit. Her previous appearance was completely different from her current appearance. He used to look very tired, old, and haggard, and even hunched over. Now even the wrinkles are gone, and she looks exceptionally relaxed. Zhao Ying was quite surprised. "You still remember me?" Su Changqing nodded. "We are outer disciples who were promoted in the same batch." Zhao Ying glanced around, then asked curiously, "Isn't Linen with you?" Su Changqing countered, "You don't know?" Zhao Ying shook her head and said, "Zhao Ziao, several other tenant farmers, and I have only been away from Zhang Er for a short time, so we don't know much about the situation outside." Su Changqing suddenly realized, and then explained, when Linen was on the outskirts, didn't he find 2 people to help increase production? Later, when he couldn't produce spirit rice, he was taken away by the Ministry of Punishments. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ying looked incredulous. "You and Linen are the most talented among the 4 of us, yet he actually owes spirit rice?" Su Changqing shrugged and simply recounted the situation at the time. Zhao Ying found it unbelievable after hearing this, and couldn't even understand it. Of the 4 people at the time, Su Changqing and Linen were the most promising. Zhao Ziao was half a candidate, but he was unlucky in the end and had no choice but to seek refuge with Zhang Er. Unexpectedly, in the end, only Su Changqing remained as a stable person. Zhao Ying sighed, then asked, "Are you here to see senior brother Zhang?" Su Changqing gave an affirmative answer, "Yes." Zhao Ying glanced at the tightly closed door, then extended an invitation. "Since senior brother Zhang isn't here, why don't you come over to my place and we can catch up?" "Sure," Su Changqing said indifferently. Then, the two walked along the ridge to the right. Along the way, they talked about what happened back then. Looking back now, the area around Lingtian was actually quite nice. Upon reaching the core of the spirit field, although he obtained a second-grade spirit field, the pressure was immense. Before long, Su Changqing finally arrived near the spirit field that Zhao Ying had planted. To be honest, the environment is quite nice. There's a small river across the river, making it very convenient to fetch water. Su Changqing couldn't help but ask, "Is this the spirit field you acquired later?" As Zhao Ying led the way, she said without turning her head, John Er disappeared. People from the Ministry of Punishment and the core of the spirit field came to investigate. After discovering our situation, they allowed us to change the location of the spirit field. Su Changqing looked at the second-grade spirit field next to him, where a large number of spirit rice plants were growing. The color is slightly yellowish, but it's not ripe yet. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense, and all sorts of information emerged. Premium spirit rice. Spiritual energy is acceptable. Infested with pests. There was indeed a problem, and a big one at that. It seems that although Zhao Ying has awakened the wood spirit root, she is indeed lacking in the ability to cultivate spirit plants, and she has not even discovered pests. Come, sit down. Zhao Ying brought out a chair from the house. Although it wasn't dusty, she still wiped it with a cloth. As soon as Su Changqing sat down, the man brought him a bowl of cold tea, showing great enthusiasm. After the meal was served, Zhao Yingke brought out a wooden chair, and the two sat facing each other. John Er has disappeared, you know that, right? I know, people from the Department of Penalties came to ask. I was prepared to run away, but unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better. You're planning to run away? I'm working myself to the bone every day, and John Er keeps cutting back on my cultivation resources. It's too agonizing. So, it's good that John Er is dead, gone. As the two were talking, another person walked over from the other side. Who? Zhao Ziao. Zhao Ying stood up to greet him. Ziao, you've come. Zhao Ziao nodded, then looked at the other guest, and his eyes widened. Su Chang. Senior brother? Senior brother? What senior brother? Zhao Ying was completely bewildered. Zhao Ziao opened his mouth, about to give an explanation. Su Changqing laughed and said, 3 of the 4 are here, now only Linen is missing. Zhao Ziao was stunned for a moment, and his expression became complicated. Actually, he had just found out about it himself. The person in front of me has broken through from the early stage of Qi refining to the early stage of foundation establishment in less than 4 years. He is no longer just a fellow deist, but must be respectfully addressed as senior brother. The 3 of them then chatted for a while longer. The atmosphere became a bit awkward compared to when Su Changqing and Zhao Ying were together. Zhao Ziao was very nervous and dared not say anything out of turn, which affected the other two. Su Changqing rested there for a while, then stood up and said, I should go back now. Zhao Ying smiled and stood up to see him off. Let's talk again next time. Su Changqing walked step by step to the edge of the field, glanced at the spirit rice in the spirit field, and then reminded him, you'd better check it. Ha! Zhao Ying was taken aback. However, Su Changqing summoned his mode of transportation, the big leaf grass, and soared into the air, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Only then did Zhao Ziao dare to step forward. Su Changqing and we are no longer on the same level as Lingnang. Zhao Ying asked, seemingly understanding but not quite, not on the same level. Zhao Ziao took a deep breath, his eyes filled with envy. I just received news that Su Changqing is already a foundation establishment stage spirit farmer, and he owns 2 acres of second-grade spirit fields. Hiss! Zhao Ying gasped upon hearing this. Zhao Ziao quickly said, since senior brother Su reminded you that there is a problem with the spiritual plant, then check it quickly. Yes, yes, yes. Zhao Ying finally realized what was happening and jumped into the spirit field without even taking off her shoes. Seeing this, Zhao Ziao followed closely behind. After checking, the two were immediately shocked. Unexpectedly, the roots of the sacred rice were covered with small brown insects that looked like cicadas. Zhao Ziao breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily we discovered it in time, otherwise it would have been terrible. Zhao Ying excitedly ran up the ridge of the field, cupped her hands in a gesture of respect in the direction Su Changqing had left, and said, thank you, senior brother Su. Time flew by and it was afternoon. Su Changqing went out again. Sure enough, the door was open this time, and the person was home. Upon seeing Su Changqing arrive, Jiang Su was overjoyed and said with a smile, it just so happens that the alchemist I know just refined a new pill today, so we'll definitely be able to buy it first. Su Changqing nodded slightly, everything will be arranged by senior brother. Jiang Su didn't waste any time. He summoned his mode of transportation, the disguised wooden butterfly, and waved, hurry up and get on. We're going to the alchemy pavilion now. Su Changqing carefully put away the large leaf grass, then leaped up and landed steadily on the butterfly's back. He had thought it would be very soft, but it turned out to be exceptionally tough. Jiang Su's heart stirred, and she issued a command. The wooden butterfly under her feet began to flap its wings, and a strong wind swept around, blowing weeds and scattering stones. Then, carrying the two people on its back, it soared into the sky and flew upwards. Standing on the back of the wooden butterfly, Su Changqing observed it carefully and soon revealed an envious look in his eyes. This spirit beast's ability is too incredible. It can disguise itself as the exact same color as anything around it. If there is only sunlight, the body, along with the person on its back, will gradually become transparent, making it ideal for escaping or stalking. At this moment, Jiang Si spoke up. The alchemy pavilion is located south of our spiritual fields. There is a particularly rare earth fire there, which is said to improve the quality of pills and reduce more impurities. Su Changqing smiled and said, "This is my first time going." Jiang Si then introduced, in the alchemy pavilion, alchemists are divided into 5 levels: Fire Spirit Root Apprentice, Elementary Alchemist, Advanced Alchemist, Top Alchemist, and Grandmaster of Alchemy. My friend here is called Chu Xiu, and he is currently an Elementary Alchemist. Su Changqing immediately flattered him. To be able to know senior brother Jiang, this person must be extraordinary. Sure enough, Jiang Su's smile became even brighter upon hearing this. Junior brother, you are absolutely right. Novice alchemists can attempt to refine foundation establishment pills. Chu Xiu succeeded once. Originally, he planned to introduce this novice alchemist to Su Changqing so that he could purchase foundation establishment pills in the future. Unexpectedly, this junior brother Su successfully established his foundation without making a sound, and didn't even need to use any pills. This situation is extremely rare. It might only happen to 1 in 10,000 cultivators. However, even if we don't need foundation establishment pills now, we still need other pills. For example, the foundation spirit pill, which is taken during the foundation establishment stage, is indispensable because it can accelerate the absorption and refining efficiency of spiritual energy. The two kept talking throughout the journey. As time went by, the surrounding temperature rose higher and higher. You can even feel an invisible wave of heat surging towards you. There was little vegetation around, and even the river had dried up. The ground was dry and peeling, with shocking cracks everywhere. Immediately, Jiang Si said, "This is the Earth Fire Zone where the alchemy pavilion is located." Su Changqing looked into the distance and discovered that there were many buildings of different sizes, especially in the deepest depression, where there was even a 3-story Dan Tower. The number of people, especially Fire Spirit Root apprentices, is greater than expected. Jiang Si pointed downwards and said, "The medicinal herbs we grow will all be sent here and processed personally by the apprentices with Fire Spirit Roots." Su Changqing asked curiously, "Are all the alchemists in the pill tower?" Jiang Si shook his head and said, "The pill tower contains all kinds of rare pills and pill formulas. Only advanced alchemists are qualified to enter. Whether they are apprentices with fire elemental roots or novice alchemists, they all have to build their own alchemy rooms." Su Changqing suddenly realized, "I see." Before long, the wooden butterfly slowly landed and stopped in front of a 2-story house. Jiang Si landed first, then called out softly, "Fellow Deis Chu." Not long after, the door creaked open, and a man with panda eyes poked his head out. "So it's fellow Deis Jiang." Su Changqing stood behind and observed. This person is in their 30s or 40s. He is of medium build, neither tall nor short. Some of them were slovenly, with messy hair, looking like a bird's nest. He had a medicinal scent that Su Changqing was quite familiar with. It was actually the scent that every alchemist would give off. Jiang Si pointed at Su Changqing and introduced him. "Fellow Deis Chu, this is my junior brother whom I value highly in the spirit field. His name is Su Changqing, and he is also a spirit farmer." Su Changqing stepped forward, cupped his hands in greeting, and said, "Master Chu." Chu Xiu couldn't help but look him up and down. Her first impression was that he was young, probably in his early 20s. Other than that, there was nothing special about him. However, this address of master made him feel very comfortable. Jiang Si said with a smile, "Junior brother Su, this fellow Deis Chu is very skilled in alchemy. If you need any pills in the future, you can come directly to him." Chu Xiu pouted and said, "You can look for me, but you can't disturb me while I'm refining pills." Of course, Jiang Si nodded hurriedly in agreement. Then, Chu Xiu called out, "Don't stay outside, come in." Su Changqing and Jiang Si exchanged a glance, then entered the house one after the other. Upon entering, Su Changqing glanced around and his first impression was one of disorder. The entire living room was almost entirely filled with all sorts of medicinal herbs, dregs, and defective products, which resulted in a very complex and even somewhat pungent smell. Jiang Si immediately asked, "Fellow Deis Chu, how many kinds of pills did you refine this time?" Chu Xiu didn't answer, but turned and went into the alchemy room next door. A short while later, she came out with 2 trays of pills, one yellowish and the other greenish, and then said, "Recently, the demand for Lizhuang pills and Jilin pills has surged, and I've been refining these 2 types." Upon hearing the name Lao Zhuangwan, Su Changqing stepped forward to investigate. To be honest, this Lizhuang pill is really well made. The colors and sizes are perfectly uniform, with no deviation whatsoever. Seeing how serious the other party was, Chu Shiu couldn't help but say proudly, "This is a premium-grade strengthening pill. You've never seen one before, have you?" Su Changqing blinked. Jiangsu picked up a greenish-colored foundation spirit pill to examine it, then asked, as expected of fellow Deus Chu, "Your alchemy skills are truly impressive. How many spirit stones does one foundation spirit pill cost?" Chu Shiu shrugged, "I usually sell it for 50 low-grade spirit stones. Considering our many collaborations, I'll give you a discount of 5 low-grade spirit stones." Jiangsu's eyes lit up, 45 low-grade spirit stones apiece, that's really cheap. Su Changqing asked curiously, "How many spirit stones does one of these labor-strengthening pills cost?" Chu Shiu said calmly, "Since you were introduced by fellow Deus Zhang, I'll give you 5 low-grade spirit stones per stone." Su Changqing was stunned. If he remembered correctly, this item, of the same high quality, could be bought for 3 low-grade spirit stones in the market for rogue cultivators. Even the labor-strengthening pill refined by the Lei family only costs 4 low-grade spirit stones. We're all in the same immortal sect, and we were introduced by someone we know. And then he actually took advantage of someone he knew. Speaking of which, why did I bring junior brother Su here this time? Jiangsu hadn't finished speaking. Chu Shiu interrupted, "I understand. Your junior brother Su needs a foundation establishment pill to break through his realm, but we'll have to wait until after the formal disciple competition, and he'll need to prepay 100 mid-grade spirit stones. They're exploiting acquaintances and demanding advance payments of spirit stones." Immediately, Su Changqing's impression of the alchemist in front of him worsened considerably. After Chu Shiu finished speaking, she looked at the two of them, seemingly certain that they would compromise. However, Jiangsu shook his head and said, "Fellow Deus Chu, you misunderstand. My junior brother Su has already broken through to the foundation establishment stage and doesn't need foundation establishment pills at all." Upon hearing this, Chu Shiu was stunned for a moment before saying incredulously, "You've already reached the foundation establishment stage?" Su Changqing smiled slightly and immediately released his aura, exuding the refreshing aura unique to wood spirit roots. After confirming that the person in front of him was a foundation establishment cultivator, Chu Shiu's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. "You keep calling me junior brother, I thought you were a chi refining cultivator." Jiangsu explained, "The main reason I brought junior brother Su here this time, besides getting to know you, is to discuss cooperation." "Cooperation?" Chu Shiu raised an eyebrow. Jiangsu nodded slightly. "You should know that once a spirit farmer reaches the foundation establishment stage, they will gain an additional acre of grade 2 spirit field." Chu Shiu then understood what the other party meant and couldn't help but frown, saying, "With you providing the medicinal herbs, I don't need a second partner." Su Changqing tactfully replied, "I won't steal my senior's business." Not wanting to lose face, and since he was already there, Jiangsu simply said, "Fellow Deus Chu, you know so many alchemists, could you introduce a few to my junior brother?" Chu Shiu rolled her eyes in annoyance. "You have 10 acres of spiritual fields, planting so many medicinal herbs, and you're not just cooperating with me, the only alchemist." Jiangsu spread his hands and said quite sincerely, "Most of my partners are apprentices with fire spirit roots. Although there are some junior alchemists, none of them can compare to you." Su Changqing saw this and was deeply moved. Most spirit farmers who have just broken through to the foundation establishment stage don't know what kind of spirit plant to plant in their newly added second acre of grade 2 spirit field, so to be on the safe side, they generally choose spirit rice. After all, it's a sure thing, no risk. But if you really want to get rich, you must plant rare spiritual plants. Collaborating with the alchemists of the Alchemy Pavilion is clearly a good choice. Not only can they access elixirs and medicinal herbs, but they can also earn a stable income. This can be described as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chu Shiu never expected that her business partner would ask her for help for the sake of a junior brother, which would leave her indebted to him. Considering that the other party could reliably provide the medicinal materials needed for his alchemy, and given the reputation of the Zhang family of Lingtian, he decided not to refuse after much deliberation. Jiangsu's eyes lit up. "Thank you, fellow Deus Chu." Su Changqing followed closely behind. "Thank you, Master Chu." Chu Shiu gave a heads up. "I can introduce you to a few alchemists, but whether it will be successful depends on your own choices." Su Changqing and Jiangsu expressed their understanding of this. "Let's give it a try first, what if it works?" Just then, Chu Shiu finished refining the pills and needed to rest for a few days. Therefore, he went to the next room to take a shower, changed into a new light red outfit, and then took Jiangsu and Su Changqing outside. The 3 of them walked step by step into the depths of the fairly wide street. On both sides, there are almost entirely buildings that combine residential buildings with alchemy workshops. However, most of the people living here are apprentices with fire elemental roots. True alchemists are extremely rare. After all, this profession requires not only talent, but also time and perseverance. Here, the older the alchemist, the more sought after they are. Before long, a 3-story building appeared in front of the three of them. Its name is Dangzhenlu. There were many apprentices with fire spirit roots and novice alchemists coming and going, and even the sound of conversations could be heard coming from inside, making it quite lively. Chu Xiu pointed to the building and introduced it. This is where we meet privately to exchange our alchemy experiences. Jiang Su already knew this and was not surprised. Su Changqing, however, began to observe carefully. With so many fire elemental roots gathered together, the entire building did not emit a scorching aura. Instead, it was filled with a cool breeze. It makes people feel very comfortable. Immediately afterwards, the three of them quickly entered. The 3-story Dangzhen Tower has a large first floor, furnished with numerous tables, chairs, and benches, much like the inns and restaurants in the scattered cultivator market. You can see fire spirit root apprentices and novice alchemists drinking wine and eating snacks while chatting amicably. The atmosphere is indeed very good. Has fellow deist Chu finished refining the pills? How was the harvest this time? Could you introduce a few guests? Clearly, Chu Xiu is quite famous here. As soon as you enter, someone always greets you. Jiang Su explained. Fellow deist Chu once refined a foundation establishment pill. Even though it was only one pill and of poor quality, it still gained him considerable fame. After listening, Su Changqing pondered to himself. It seems that the ability to refine foundation establishment pills has become a watershed moment for this profession. Chu Xiu was able to refine it, even if he only succeeded once, and only produced one piece, and the quality was not high. But compared to his peers who mostly failed, he was still very impressive. That's why their status and position are higher than others. Outside, cultivators mostly value strength above all else. But here, especially in an environment full of apprentices and alchemists, whoever has a higher success rate in refining pills and produces better quality ones is the most awesome. However, Chu Xiu's reaction to the enthusiasm of those around her was quite cold. Without even glancing at them, as if he hadn't heard a thing, he led Su Changqing and Jiang Su up the wooden steps and quickly ascended to the second floor of Dangzhen Tower. Compared to the first floor, there are fewer people here, and the environment is better. Most of the seats were empty, with only people near the windows and railings. To avoid arousing suspicion from the two people behind her, Chu Xiu said, "Most of the alchemists I know are drinking tea on the second floor." Jiang Su immediately responded, I understand. Su Changqing didn't say anything, he just followed silently. Soon, they arrived at a window on the second floor, where 3 people were sitting, 2 men and 1 woman, all of whom are alchemists. Old Chang, Chu Xiu greeted him first. The oldest of the 3 smiled and said, Little Chu has finished refining the pills. Chu Xiu nodded, then pointed to the 2 people behind her and introduced them. These 2 are both spirit farmers. The one on the left is called Jiang Su, and the one on the right is called Su Changqing. Su Changqing, the only female alchemist who had been looking at the window, turned her head in surprise. After seeing the other person's face clearly, Su Changqing exclaimed in astonishment, Bai Zuer, isn't this Bai Linger's older sister? Goodness, after all this time, it turned out to be someone I knew. Chu Xiu was quite surprised. You 2 know each other? Bai Zuer said with a playful expression, I've more than just known him, I've always been lusting after his body. Upon hearing Bai Zuer's words, the group reacted in different ways. Chu Xiu's gaze shifted back and forth between the 2 of them, a mixture of surprise and uncertainty in her eyes. Jiang Su was astonished, never expecting that the person she had met yesterday was actually an alchemist. Chang Zizhe narrowed his eyes, appearing the most composed, but no one knew what he was thinking. The other male alchemist directly opposite him glared, his eyes sharpening. Bai Zuer realized that her words were inappropriate, so she waved her hand and said, Just kidding, we're friends. Chang Zizhe nodded slightly. Since you are Zuer's friend, then sit down and have some tea together. Jiang Su snapped out of her daze and chimed in, Yes, let's have some tea. While moving the chairs, Chu Xiu introduced, This is Chang Zizhe. He is the most senior alchemist among us. He can refine Earth Rank, Breakthrough Pill, and Golden Pill. Master Chang. Su Changqing and Jiang Su bowed respectfully. Chang Zizhe put down his teacup, his eyes smiling, and said, I dare not call myself a master, just call me Lao Chang. Chu Xiu then pointed to another male alchemist opposite her and introduced him. Jiang Qin is also a junior alchemist, but his spiritual root is a mutated fire spiritual root. Su Changqing and Jiang Su exchanged a glance, then cupped their hands in greeting. Master Jiang. Humph. Jiang Qin snorted coldly. It was unclear whether he was responding or simply too lazy to respond. Chu Xiu looked at Bai Zuer and opened her mouth. Since you know each other, there's no need for introductions. Bai Zuer felt it was necessary. Although Su Changqing knew she was an alchemist, he was not clear about her specific strength, so he took the initiative to say, I am also a beginner alchemist. At this point, the names of the 4 individuals and their alchemy skills were clear. Old Chang, also known as Chang Zizhe, is the oldest and a senior alchemist. Jiang Qin's age is unknown. Although he is a novice alchemist, he has a mutated fire spirit root. Bai Zuer needs no further introduction. Chu Xiu already understood. Jiangsu picked up the teapot next to him and poured a cup for each of the alchemists in turn. Then he said, to be honest, junior brother Su and I have come to find business partners. Lingnine has always been there to provide you with medicinal herbs. Some people nodded in agreement, while others remained indifferent. Zhang Qin spoke up, his tone quite disdainful. That's true, but we don't cooperate with just any spirit farmer, especially those in the qi refining stage. Get as far away from them as possible. On the surface, he seemed to be stating conditions, but his eyes were fixed on Su Changqing, and his words implied contempt for the qi refining stage spiritual farmer. Jiangsu knew the rules. If Su Changqing hadn't broken through to the foundation establishment stage, he would never have brought him along. Therefore, he nodded and said, don't worry, everyone. Junior brother Su and I are both foundation establishment stage spirit farmers. Upon hearing that Su Changqing was at the foundation establishment stage, Zhang Qin was stunned for a moment, then looked away with displeasure. If the other party is only at the qi refining stage, then they are at the very bottom of the hierarchy of contempt. Although most people don't want to offend Lingnine, otherwise they won't have anything to eat. Alchemists have a higher priority than spirit farmers, so they won't have trouble finding partners. Chang Zizhe was bound to side with his own people, so he said in a deep voice, we already have cooperative spirit farmers. Adding one more would not only bring additional risks, but also require an extra investment. The meaning of these words is quite clear, it's a polite refusal. To put it bluntly, Chu Xiu doesn't have that much influence. Chang Zizhe couldn't just find any Lingnan to cooperate with. Of the four people, Chu Xiu is not good, Zhang Qin is hostile, and Chang Zizhe is unwilling to cooperate. Therefore, Su Changqing and Jiangsu had no choice but to turn their attention to their acquaintance, Bai Zuer. To be honest, Su Changqing and Bai Zuer missed each other. When they came to Lingtian in person to express their willingness to cooperate, they were rejected on the spot. Unexpectedly, the tables have turned. In truth, Su Changqing didn't care at all whether or not he could cooperate with alchemists. After all, he possessed several rare and mutated spiritual plants. In addition, selling wine and pills in the market by independent cultivators is actually quite profitable. But this time it was Jiangsu who acted as matchmaker, and for that she owed Chu Xiu a favor. If she left like this, it would be like offending her. Jiangsu, unfortunately, was someone who valued his reputation above all else. If they do that, their newly restored relationship will definitely be shattered. Even if they don't fall out, resentment will still linger. Bai Zuer said helplessly, I'm sorry, I already have a partner, Lingnan. He. Zhang Qin laughed gleefully. Seeing this, Chu Xiu was powerless to do anything. Although he knew many alchemists, he could only name a few of them. With no partners available, Jiangsu's expression turned somewhat grim. Su Changqing, observing the situation, quickly said, whether we cooperate or not is not important. Getting to know you alchemists is the greatest gain of this trip. Although he knew it was just polite talk, it was better than giving him a cold shoulder. Chang Zizhe revealed an appreciative look in his eyes, young friend, you are already a foundation establishment stage spiritual farmer at such a young age. Your future is limitless. However, Bai Zuer then changed the subject, although we cannot cooperate, I can introduce you to a high-level alchemist. Oh, Su Changqing asked in surprise. Bai Zuer raised her slender right hand and pointed in the direction of the pill tower, saying, I have a senior sister who has just returned from her training outside and happens to be looking for a partner. Zhang Qin asked in astonishment, senior sister Kaiking? Chang Zizhe was surprised, you Kaiking? Chu Xiu exclaimed, she's a genius female alchemist just like Huo Wan. Huo Wan, Su Changqing really does know her. My own senior brother Li's childhood sweetheart is now with Rong Yan of the Rong family. This was the first time I had ever heard of this female alchemist named Yu Kaiking. The key point is that an alchemist actually needs to go out for training, which sounds like something extraordinary. Bai Zuer stood up, come on, I'll take you to find senior sister Kaiking. Zhang Qin stepped forward to stop him, why are you introducing this person to senior sister Kaiking? Bai Zuer raised an eyebrow, because I want to. Zhang Qin was speechless for a moment. Bai Zuer ignored the man and went to Su Changqing's side, saying, let's go. Then, senior brother? Su Changqing looked at Jiangsu beside him with a questioning look in his eyes. Jiangsu patted him on the shoulder and nodded, saying, go ahead. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing stood up and walked downstairs with Bai Zuer. Those who stayed didn't chat much and soon dispersed. On the other side, Su Changqing followed closely beside Bai Zuer. The two were heading straight for the three-tiered pill tower in the pit. The closer you are, the higher the temperature you feel. The heat wave was intense and relentless. Bai Zuer teased, if you had cooperated with me back then, you wouldn't have to put up with Lao Chang and Zhang Qin's attitudes now. Su Changqing appeared very calm and said lightly, times have changed, and no one can predict what will happen in the future. Bai Zuer seemed lost in thought, then suddenly asked after a few seconds, "What do you think of my sister?" Well, faced with Bai Zuer's sudden question, Su Changqing didn't know how to answer. The two of them stared at each other, wide-eyed. Bai Zuer raised an eyebrow, slightly impatiently. "What do you mean by not answering?" Su Changqing chuckled dryly. "You asked too suddenly." Bai Zuer hummed a few times. "So, what exactly is my sister to you?" After careful consideration, Su Changqing replied, "Your sister is very cute, and she has good talent and comprehension." That's it. Bai Zuer thought it would be a long and rambling talk, but she didn't expect it to be so brief. Curiosity flickered in Su Changqing's eyes. "Why are you suddenly asking this?" Bai Zuer said helplessly, "Ever since she ate your cooking, she's been clamoring to see you every day." Su Changqing smiled and said, "Kids only have a short attention span, they'll quiet down in a few days." Bai Zuer pouted, "You're not young anymore, you'll be 18 next year." Su Changqing hesitated, then said, "But she looks." Bai Zuer explained, "I take after my father, and she takes after her mother." Su Changqing suddenly realized. No wonder they look completely different even though they are sisters. A more mature one. One is smaller. I initially thought it was due to the age gap, but it turns out it was actually. Along the way, the two chatted idly until they finally arrived at the entrance to the Dan Tower. There aren't many people here, there are almost no apprentices with fire spirit roots, and most of them are alchemists. You need to register before you can get in. If Su Changqing comes alone, he probably won't be allowed to enter. Fortunately, Bai Zuer, a fellow alchemist, was by his side. Even though she was only a beginner, she could vouch for him. Therefore, after reporting their information, the two successfully entered the first floor of the Dan Tower. Upon entering, Su Changqing glanced around and noticed that the place was exceptionally spacious. The entire first floor is like a small square, with display pills everywhere. They have pills ranging from low-grade and high-grade, all the way up to earth-grade and even heaven-grade fragments. One of each type, with a note indicating who crafted it and when. Su Changqing discovered that even pills like Lizhuang pill and Jilling pill weren't qualified to be displayed, which shows just how terrifying the Dan Tower's resources are. Bai Zuer explained, "On the surface, the pill tower only has 3 layers, but in reality, there are 3 layers above ground, and 18 more layers underground to better utilize the earth fire." Su Changqing nodded slightly, like an inverted tower. As Bai Zuer led the way, she continued, "My senior sister, Yu Kaiking, has an exceptional talent for alchemy. She became a high-level alchemist at a young age, and can easily produce foundation establishment pills and profound heart pills. Crucially, her talent in cultivation is also quite strong. In recent years, in order to break through to the golden core stage, I have been training outside." Su Changqing was surprised. "It seems your senior sister is very capable. He's a high-level alchemist, and he's about to break through to the golden core stage. This person's talent is absolutely extraordinary. She might be even stronger than Huo Wan, who is currently ranked number 1 in the alchemy pavilion." The two descended the spiraling steps, feeling the temperature rise higher and higher. If Su Changqing hadn't awakened his fire spirit root, he definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand the impact of this heat. Bai Zuer watched in astonishment. When did the wood spirit root become able to withstand such intense heat? Although she had doubts, she didn't ask them. After all, she didn't have a wood spirit root and didn't know much about this aspect. Moreover, everyone's situation is different, so generalizations cannot be made. The two stopped on the 9th underground floor, where a very long passage appeared in front of them. Both sides were tightly closed stone doors, and not a sound could be heard. Bai Zuer pointed to the stone doors on both sides and said, "These are all earth fire alchemy rooms that only advanced alchemists can possess. They not only have controllable earth fire, but also advanced alchemy furnaces, which can increase the yield of good pills by 20%. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing speculated, "Wouldn't the yield rate be higher as you go down the product line?" Bai Zuer gave an affirmative answer, "Yes, that's right. Therefore, every novice alchemist longs to own a fire alchemy room. Unfortunately, only advanced alchemists are qualified to reside in the pill tower." Soon, the two arrived at a heavy stone door. The words above represent the 7th alchemy room on the 9th floor. Because it was tightly closed and there was no sound at all, neither of them knew what was happening inside. Bai Zuer took out a communication talisman from her pink storage bag and infused it with her fire elemental power. "Who? Senior sister, I am Bai Zuer. What is it? I have found a Ling Oman for you." Then, there was no further movement from the other side. Su Changqing thought the other party didn't want to meet, but fortunately, not long after, the tightly closed stone door trembled violently, then made a rumbling sound, and slowly opened from the inside. Before the person even appeared, a plume of grayish-white hot mist surged out. Then came the sound of footsteps, tap tap tap. Then, she revealed a beautiful face. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains covered in snow, and her eyes were like a cold pool reflecting the moon. Her skin was pale, almost transparent, and her lips were as pale as newly blossomed cherry blossoms. He wore a moon-white robe with wide sleeves and a jade medicine pouch hanging at his waist. A crystal hairpin was inserted in her hair, emanating a chilling aura. This is none other than the renowned high-level alchemist, Yu Kaiqing. Su Changqing was stunned for a moment, but fortunately he reacted quickly and looked down. Every time Bai Zuer saw this person, she would look at them with envy, and then bow and say, "Senior sister, I hope I didn't disturb your alchemy." Yu Kaiqing swept her cold gaze over the two of them, then said indifferently, "The Xianming cauldron is very stable and does not require my control for the time being." Bai Zuer breathed a sigh of relief, then pointed to Su Changqing next to her and introduced, "This is my friend from the spirit field, his name is Su Changqing. Senior sister Yu." Su Changqing bowed respectfully. In response, Yu Kaiqing simply gave a perfunctory which was her way of greeting him. Bai Zuer continued, "Senior sister, haven't you been looking for a spiritual farmer to cooperate with? My friend should meet the requirements." Yu Kaiqing asked expressionlessly, "What realm?" Su Changqing replied, "Early stage of foundation building." Yu Kaiqing continued to inquire, "What quality are the cultivated spiritual plants?" Su Changqing smiled slightly and said confidently, "Top-notch." Upon hearing this, Yu Kaiqing's previously icy expression finally softened, and for the first time, a look of interest appeared in her eyes. A foundation establishment stage spiritual farmer can actually cultivate top-grade spiritual plants. No wonder junior sister Zuer personally introduced them. Bai Zuer leaned forward and hugged the other's arm in a coquettish manner, then, "Senior sister, could you take me with you next time you refine pills?" Su Changqing couldn't help but chuckle when he saw this coquettish demeanor for the first time. Yu Kaiqing did not answer Bai Zuer's question, but looked at the foundation establishment stage spiritual farmer in front of her and said, "Since you can cultivate top-grade spiritual plants, I am willing to give you a chance." Su Changqing's eyes lit up, "Thank you, senior sister." Yu Kaiqing took out a handful of tiny, pale white seeds from her jade medicine pouch. "If you bring 1,000 top-grade bright moongrass plants a month from now, we can have a long-term partnership." Su Changqing left the pill tower with the seeds of the bright moon grass. Bai Zuer stayed behind, seemingly to learn alchemy skills from Yu Kaiqing. Originally, Su Changqing also wanted to see just how skilled this advanced alchemist was. Unexpectedly, they refused outright. Ultimately, the two had only known each other for a short time and weren't yet qualified. "Moon grass, I remember it's a rare spiritual plant that only grows at night. The stronger the moonlight, the faster it grows and the higher its quality." Su Changqing had memorized the entire contents of the Spirit Field Chronicle, so he hardly needed to look up any more information. Knowing how to cultivate it, plus max-level Evergreen Technique, max-level Azure Lotus Creation Skill, and Azure Lotus Domain. Therefore, it doesn't take a month, it can be done in at most 20 days. This could be a significant challenge for other ginseng farmers. But for Su Changqing, it was no challenge at all. Not long after, he returned to Chu Shiyu's door and called out, "Master Chu." Soon, the door opened, and Chu Shiyu poked her head out. "It's you." Su Changqing immediately asked, "Is senior brother John here?" Chu Shiyu shook her head and said, "He's no longer here, it seems he's gone back." Upon hearing this, Su Changqing turned to leave, saying, "All right, sorry to bother you," etc. At this moment, Chu Shiyu called out, then asked curiously, "Have you seen senior sister Yu?" Su Changqing nodded slightly, "Yes, I've already met senior sister Yu." Chu Shiyu eagerly pressed on, "So, have we cooperated?" Su Changqing grinned, "Senior sister Yu has given me a test. If I pass, we can cooperate long-term." Upon hearing this, Chu Shiyu was greatly surprised. "Senior sister Yu is a high-level alchemist, how could you, a spirit farmer who has just broken through to the foundation establishment stage, possibly?" In fact, no one would believe this news. If even low-level alchemists don't want to cooperate, how could a more powerful high-level alchemist possibly agree? Su Changqing didn't offer any further explanation. "I'm busy, so I won't disturb Master Chu any longer." Then, he summoned his mode of transportation, the big leaf grass. The 4 enormous leaves began to spin rapidly, lifting the person off the ground and quickly disappearing into the distance. Chu Shiyu was surprised and doubtful upon seeing this, and murmured, "Even senior sister Yu is willing to give us a chance to cooperate. Could it be that we misjudged her?" On his way home, Su Changqing happened to pass by Zuki Peak. At that moment, a rumbling sound came from my ears. He looked up and saw a burning fireball falling from above. Good heavens, which blacksmith is littering again? Suddenly, Su Changqing had an idea. "I have a mutated emerald gourd in my hand, should I refine it into a storage item?" The one we're using now is the small storage bag we were given when we first became full-time employees. Although there is more than one, as the amount of things stored increases, the space is no longer enough. Since I have some free time now, I might as well go there on my way. Who should we look for? Of course, it's the blacksmith, Zhu Tong. Admittedly, this person gives off a very creepy vibe. However, there is not a single flaw in the forging and refining techniques. After thinking it over, Su Changqing took out the other party's communication talisman. Who is it? Su Changqing, I asked you to refine the big leaf grass before. Oh, it's you, brother. How's the big leaf grass going? It's great, I'm very satisfied, your skills are truly amazing. So what brings you here, sister? I'd like to ask if you craft storage items? What kind of storage item do you want to craft, brother? I have a small, bright green gourd. This thing? I can make it, you come and do it. Su Changqing cut off the communication and then controlled the large leaf grass to rise upwards. Not long after, I saw Casting Peak Square again, with 9 arenas. Although it was almost evening, the flow of people here was still very large. Some fought one-on-one in the ring. Some set up stalls under the ring. Everywhere you look, there are formal disciples who have awakened different spiritual roots. Su Changqing did not delay and walked directly toward the huge palace in front of him. Just as he reached the door, he was stopped by a shirtless male apprentice with a golden spiritual root. Fellow deist, do you have an appointment? Su Changqing replied, I just made an appointment with Zhu Tong, an expert-level blacksmith. After he finished speaking, his expression turned strange. Something about this statement feels off, something's off. Jin Lingen suddenly realized, so you made an appointment with Sister Zhu. Cough cough cough. Su Changqing choked on his own saliva. Jin Lingen stepped aside with a half-smile. Alright, I won't delay your business any longer. Su Changqing covered his face and walked towards forge number 17. Since it was my second time here, I knew the place well. The door was closed. A clanging sound came from inside. Snap snap snap. Su Changqing raised his right hand and pounded on the doorframe a few times with a little force. The room fell silent immediately, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching from afar. If Su Changqing hadn't been here once, he would have thought that what came through the door wasn't a person, but some terrifying beast. The door creaked open, revealing a familiar pectoral muscle. Zhu Tong looked down and greeted him with a smile. Hey bro. Su Changqing nodded awkwardly. Sister, I'm here. Zhu Tong waved his hand. Then come in and chat. Su Changqing hesitated instinctively for a moment, but quickly stepped inside. It's probably because it was just being forged, the internal temperature is a bit high. The room was stuffy and hot. Zhu Tong pointed to the chair next to him and said, Brother, please sit wherever you like, make yourself at home. Su Changqing looked left and right, and seeing that it was full of miscellaneous items, he couldn't sit down. He chuckled dryly and said, I'll just stand. Zhu Tong didn't mind. He picked up a round wine vessel next to him, filled it with strong liquor, took a big gulp, burped, and asked, Hiccup brother, are you going to refine the azure gourd? Su Changqing took the item out. Yes. Zhu Tong took it and examined it carefully. It looks to be of decent quality. If I were to refine it, it would take at least 7 days, and the reward would be 80 mid-grade spirit stones. Su Changqing nodded slightly. No problem. The current market price is generally between 80 and 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Once this thing is successfully refined, it can be sold for 300 mid-grade spirit stones. He immediately took out 80 mid-grade spirit stones and handed them to the other party. Zhu Tong, seeing the money, grinned and said, Since you've taken such good care of me, I'll get you an extra spirit rune when you're refining it. Su Changqing's eyes lit up. That's great. As we all know, the more spiritual patterns a crafted magical artifact has, the more spiritual power it can withstand, and therefore the stronger its power, endurance, and defensive capabilities. Zhu Tong slapped Su Changqing on the shoulder, making him shrink back by at least 20 centimeters, then said loudly, Brother, you can rest assured. Harvested 1,166 premium spirit rice plants, increasing their lifespan by 7,000 days. Harvested 453 premium watermelons, with a lifespan increased by 2265 days. Harvesting 820 premium cabbages, with a lifespan increased by 4100 days. Current remaining lifespan, 706 years. Currently available, premium Lingmai rice, 8,000 jin. This harvest increased lifespan by 13,365 days, which is approximately 36 years. Su Changqing's current lifespan has surpassed the 500 years of the Golden Core stage. Who would have thought that he was just a foundation establishment stage cultivator? Even if they never harvest lifespan again, they can still live for more than 700 years. As for rare spiritual plants, excluding the mutated green gourds that have already been harvested, the other two types were not processed because they were not yet mature. Next, Su Changqing divided the straw in half. Half of the first mu of second-grade spiritual land should be reserved. The remaining half was placed in the newly added second acre of second-grade spirit field. Once everything was settled, he stood on the edge of the field and activated the blazing fire cooking oil technique, activating the fire elemental power in his danshin. His hands instantly turned bright red, and then with a whoosh, 2 burning flames emerged. With a flick of his wrist, red flames flew out and landed on 2 piles of straw. The flames spread rapidly, followed by a sizzling sound. This is the traditional way of farming, called slash-and-burn agriculture. Its function is to quickly clear the spirit field. Moreover, ashes contain various nutrients. It has a similar effect to spirit beast excrement, increasing the fertility of black soil. The burning flames were reflected in Su Changqing's eyes, and he couldn't help but sigh. Everything has become much more convenient since I acquired the fire spirit root. And so on. Once you awaken your earth spirit root, you can loosen the soil yourself. Awakening the water elemental root allows one to generate rain on their own. Once you awaken your golden spiritual root, you can eliminate insects on your own. Possessing 5 spiritual roots, it is completely self-sufficient. As time passed, the flames gradually died out. The burned straw turned into warm ashes. Su Changqing opened his small storage bag, took out a common spiritual artifact rake, and then walked towards the first acre of second-grade spiritual field on the left, and began to spread the ashes evenly on the black soil. Originally, Han Su could have helped with this step. After all, the earth spirit root is faster and more efficient at loosening the soil. So far, there has been no word from the other party. I don't know if they went to the 38th level of the earth's veins or came into contact with the yellow energy. Therefore, Su Changqing had to do it himself. Although it was hard work, it was safer. Why not find another earth elemental spirit? Strangers you've never worked with are ultimately not trustworthy. After finishing the pile on the left, Su Changqing immediately headed towards the second acre of grade 2 spirit field on the right. Using the exact same method, the ash was spread evenly on the black soil with a rake. It does take a lot of time for one person, but thankfully he enjoys it. After that, the matter was not over. Next, Su Changqing brought over the spirit beast's excrement. Then, in the exact same way as before, we began to fertilize the black soil. Ash can indeed increase fertility, but compared to spirit beast excrement, it's still not quite there. The excrement had been processed by the people of Spirit Beast Valley, becoming very dry. With a slight tap of a rake, it immediately crumbled into tiny fragments. After finishing the first mu of spiritual field, we started working on the second mu. 3 hours had passed after all the spiritual fields had undergone the processes of slash-and-burn cultivation, spreading ash, and fertilizing. With a rake slung over his right shoulder, Su Changqing smiled contentedly at the fruits of his labor. Once old Zhao finishes sending down the magical rain, I can start a new round of planting. Then, he turned around and went to the ditch, where he put the rake, which was covered in dust and excrement, in to wash it a little. Only after ensuring that no residue was visible on the outside was it placed into another small storage bag. Then they walked towards the wooden house and began preparing lunch. About half an hour later, Zhao Ziu's voice rang out from outside old Su. Hearing the noise, Su Changqing came out of the house with 2 slices of watermelon in his hand. "You finally arrived." Zhao Ziu immediately explained, "I was late because I went fishing in a river that was quite far away this time." Su Changqing approached the other person, handed them a slice of watermelon, and asked, "Did you catch any fish this time?" Zhao Ziu took the watermelon, chuckled, and said proudly, "A small crucian carp." Su Changqing was speechless for a moment. While munching on a watermelon, Zhao Ziu said, "By the way, I heard from other fishermen that Black Dragon Pool seems to be safe now, and the fish demon hasn't appeared for a long time." Su Changqing knew the reason, but pretended not to know and said, "Isn't it great? We can fish for dragonfish without worry." Zhao Ziya nodded in deep agreement. "That's what I was thinking too. When shall the 3 of us go to Black Dragon Pool again?" Su Changqing took a step back and laughed. "I probably don't have time to spend with you." Zhao Ziyo exclaimed and asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Su Changqing pointed to the 2 acres of grade 2 spirit fields in front of him and said, "As you can see, I have to cultivate these 2 acres of spirit fields now, so I don't have time to go fishing. Most importantly, he caught all the arowanas himself. Going to Black Dragon Pool is a complete waste of time and pointless." "That's true." Zhao Ziya nodded slightly. Su Changqing continued, "Moreover, I am currently cooperating with a senior alchemist at the Alchemy Pavilion, and I will be providing them with medicinal herbs in the future, so I am even more tied up with him." Zhao Ziyu's eyes widened upon hearing this, a high-level alchemist. "Although I don't have a deep understanding of elixirs. However, the reason he was able to break through to the Foundation Establishment Pill was because of it, so he knew how powerful advanced alchemists were." Unexpectedly, after only a few days, Su Changqing has actually reached a cooperation agreement with a senior alchemist. Does this mean that he can now buy pills through back channels? The 2 chatted for a while until they finished the watermelon. Then, Zhao Ziyo began to cast the minor cloud rain technique. Su Changqing reminded him, "Later, please send more spiritual rain to the second newly added spiritual field on the right. The nutrients in the black soil are still too low." Zhao Ziyo nodded, "No problem." After he finished, he left immediately. "I'm planning to meet with Hubagui to discuss going fishing at Black Dragon Pool. After all, it's a well-known saying in Spirit Beast Valley that as long as you catch a dragonfish, you can become the apprentice of that golden core stage fisherman. Whether it's him or Hubagui, if they succeed, they won't need to participate in the formal disciple competition. I am well aware of my own capabilities. Even if you participate, you'll be eliminated after a few rounds. After all, even Lan Tian, the top official disciple of the Imperial Water Pavilion, has now fallen to 7th place on the pre-competition rankings. It's easy to imagine how fierce the competition will be in next year's formal disciple competition. Even genius disciples can fail, so the outcome for ordinary, formal disciples is predictable. Watching their departing figures, Su Changqing grinned and said, "You guys go fishing, you'll catch one and not make a sound." The night sky was cloudless, the moonlight was like water, and the stars were few and far between. Because the harvest had just been completed, there were no sounds of insects or frogs. The atmosphere at night was both tranquil and chilly. Now they're spreading ash, fertilizing, and sending down divine rain. With the help of various effects, the nutrients consumed by the first acre of Grade 2 spiritual field have been restored. Even the second acre of second grade spirit field was much darker than before. At this time, one should logically rest. Su Changqing stood alone on the edge of the field, holding rice seedlings that he had prepared beforehand. He activated the Azure Lotus creation technique, stimulating the wood elemental power in his dantian to envelop it all, and then flicked his hand, throwing it into the first acre of second grade spirit field in front of him. At first glance, it looks messy and disorganized, with bits and pieces here and there. As Su Changqing activated the wood spirit entanglement technique, he controlled all the rice seedlings within range. Then, after carefully controlling the distance and quantity, he raised his right hand and pressed down. In an instant, rustling sounds rang out one after another. These controlled rice seedlings seemed to automatically burrow into the black soil. Immediately afterwards, Su Changqing repeated the action, using wood elemental power to wrap the rice seedlings that needed to be planted, controlling them to burrow into the black soil. After the rice seedlings are planted, the next step is to plant vegetable seeds, sweet potatoes, cabbage, and the like. The seeds are numerous and extremely small. They are not easy to control for any ginseng farmer. Fortunately, reaching the foundation establishment stage activates spiritual consciousness, and Su Changqing possesses multiple max-level cultivation techniques, so the difficulty is not great and remains within a controllable range. Finally, some 4-leaf clovers were planted around the irrigation ditch. In this way, all the spiritual plants in the first acre of Grade 2 spiritual field were ready. Immediately, Su Changqing shifted his gaze to the second acre of Grade 2 spirit field and pondered, 1,000 bright moon grass plants. Although it sounds like a lot, these things are small in shape and curved like crescent moons. Perhaps there will still be some space left so that I can transfer the mutated spirit plants here. Then, he walked along the ridge to the right. Upon arriving directly opposite the second acre of Grade 2 spirit field, he immediately took out all the bright moon grass seeds from his small storage bag. Using the exact same method as before, he wrapped the seeds in wood elemental energy, then flicked his hand, throwing them all out and scattering them across the acre of spirit field. Next, using the wood spirit entanglement technique combined with spiritual sense to control the distance and quantity, the seeds of the moongrass were finally controlled to burrow into the black soil. Since we only need to plant moongrass at the moment, the process is very efficient and doesn't take much time. Immediately afterwards, Su Changqing threw out his companion green lotus, and the moment it landed, it immediately released a green lotus domain that just covered the entire acre of spirit field. Then, the wood elemental power in the chi si began to be consumed. Meanwhile, the seeds of the moongrass, which normally take 3 or 4 nights to germinate, visibly began to grow thanks to a growth-enhancing effect similar to pulling up seedlings. The grayish-white sprouts gradually emerged from the hard outer shell of the seed. The slender roots explored downwards, absorbing nutrients from the black soil. As time went on, a miraculous scene unfolded on Su Changqing's side. The spiritual field before them became even brighter. It seemed to have attracted the moonlight emanating from the moon. The soil, which had turned somewhat grayish-black after being covered with ash, fertilized, and rained on, now appears to be covered with a layer of silvery-white quicksand. This scene is like a dream. Su Changqing couldn't help but say, the moongrass only grows after absorbing moonlight. Now I've accelerated this process through the Azure Lotus domain, and I didn't expect it to have such a magical effect of gathering moonlight. If one cultivates the Taiyan technique, this opportunity will definitely allow them to improve their strength. Unfortunately, Su Changqing was not one of them, so he could only watch helplessly. Nourished by the rich moonlight, the moongrass grew faster and faster. At first, it was just sprouting. It grew to an inch in no time. It should be noted that the moongrass is considered mature when it reaches 7 inches in diameter. Therefore, it doesn't take a month or 20 days at all, it can be harvested in 10 or 15 days. If Yu Kaiking knew about this efficiency, she would definitely be astonished. She had never encountered a spiritual farmer with such a fast planting speed. It wasn't until late at night, when Su Changqing's wood elemental energy in his dantian was almost completely depleted, that he stopped. He first retrieved the green lotus from the spirit field, and then walked towards the wooden house. I can finally sleep. The next day arrived. Because he had used up a lot of energy last night, Su Changqing didn't get up until this morning. Just as I was drifting off to sleep, I suddenly felt a slight vibration coming from my small storage bag. Upon taking it out, I discovered it was a communication talisman that hadn't been used in a long time. He infused a wisp of wood elemental energy into his ears and then placed them over them. Hello? Su Changqing. Yes, it's me. My sister allowed me to come see you. Your sister? Who is your sister? My sister is Bai Zuer, and I am Bai Linger. Su Changqing, who had been drowsy, suddenly opened his eyes upon hearing this. He instantly regained consciousness, then took the communication talisman in his hand and examined it. Good heavens, it really is Bai Linger's communication talisman. She thought her sister, Bai Zuer, would continue to keep an eye on things and not allow her to come over. Now it seems that as my strength has increased, the other party's attitude has also changed. Just then, Bai Linger's voice came from the other side. I can help you make it rain now. Su Changqing paused for a moment, then said awkwardly, well, I don't think there's any rush. Although Bai Linger was petite, she wasn't stupid and immediately understood. You have someone else helping you? Su Changqing had to admit, yes, I know a Foundation establishment stage fisherman from the Imperial Water Pavilion. He comes to the spirit field every few days to perform the minor cloud rain technique. First of all, this can't be kept secret. Secondly, Lao Zhao's little cloud rain technique is more advanced than Bai Linger's. In addition, Bai Linger wanted money, but Lao Zhao did not. No matter how you compare them, Zhao Zio offers better value for money. Bai Linger asked with some disappointment, then, can I play with you? Su Changqing smiled slightly, of course, you are welcome anytime. Then I'll come find you now. Bai Linger said and then ended the communication. Su Changqing looked at the communication talisman that had lost its power and couldn't help but scratch his head. He originally wanted to sleep a little longer to recover his energy. Seeing that Bai Linger was coming, he had no choice but to reluctantly get out of bed. First, go outside and clean up the droppings of the guinea fowl and other birds. Then he went to the chicken coop and put his right hand inside. Then, to the guinea fowl's astonishment, the 2 eggs were removed. Then we started making breakfast, which was even more lavish because there was one more person. About half an hour later, Bai Linger's voice came from outside, Su Changqing, I'm here. Hearing the noise, Su Changqing slowly walked out of the house and looked up. In the sky, a paper crane is slowly descending. The problem is, there's not only Bai Linger on the crane's back, but also another familiar person. Who came with Bai Linger? Zhang Shui. She is petite and cute. She has a pure and beautiful appearance. They looked more like sisters. After Su Changqing and the other 2 landed, they asked, why did you 2 come together? Bai Linger explained, when I went out, I happened to run into senior sister Zhang. When she heard that I was looking for you, she came with me. At this moment, Zhang Shui asked softly, won't this disturb you? Su Changqing waved his hand, it's not that bad. Upon hearing this, Bai Linger and Zhang Shui both smiled. As Su Changqing walked towards the house, he asked, would you like to have breakfast together? Bai Linger's eyes lit up, although I've already eaten, I can still try it. Su Changqing was not surprised at all by this. This person is a complete foodie, they're happy whenever there's delicious food. Even if they've already eaten breakfast, they'll still want to taste it. Zhang Shui asked, quite surprised, you just had breakfast? Su Changqing nodded, I've recently been cultivating a spiritual plant called bright moon grass, which only grows at night, so I have to stay up all night to take care of it. Upon hearing this, Bai Linger and Zhang Shui glanced at the spirit fields on both sides. Soon, some grayish-white grass-like spiritual plants could be seen in the spiritual field on the right. The part that emerged from the soil was about an inch long. It seems this is the bright moon grass that Su Changqing mentioned. However, neither of them had ever heard of the spiritual plant and didn't recognize it at all, so they didn't pay any attention to it. The 3 then went inside the house. Since it was breakfast, it wasn't prepared to be particularly lavish. A plate of fried rice with eggs. A plate of boiled cabbage. Each grain of fried rice is plump and glistening like a jade bead. Slightly browned egg flowers dot the dish, giving it an oily sheen. The leaves of the cabbage are snow white and translucent, resembling a piece of ice jade when still. The soup was crystal clear, with a faint, luminous glow. Even though Bai Linger and Zhang Shui had already eaten breakfast, they still had a great appetite upon seeing this. Bai Linger felt the dishes looked familiar, but couldn't quite place them, so she asked curiously, what are the names of these 2 dishes? Su Changqing introduced with a smile, these 2 dishes are not simple. The one on the left is called Golden Glow Stir-Fried Sun and Moon, and the one on the right is called Pure White Jade Soup. Although the method is very simple, the name is quite sophisticated. At first glance, it seems as if only immortals are qualified to taste it. It looks delicious. It smells so good. It has a nice sounding name. Bai Linger and Zhang Shui couldn't help but swallow hard. Seeing this, Su Changqing picked up the bowls and chopsticks and ladled 2 bowls of fried rice and 2 bowls of cabbage soup for the 2 of them. Bai Linger and Zhang Shui couldn't wait to take a bite of the golden glow fried sun and moon, and their eyes widened immediately. The rice is fragrant and chewy. The broken egg yolk has a slightly caramelized flavor when you bite into it. Although it's just a simple combination of rice and eggs, it tastes exceptionally good. After the first bite, I wanted a second. The two quickly finished their egg fried rice. Then it was Taisu White Jade Soup's turn. The name itself has an ethereal quality. The soup is incredibly sweet and delicious, like biting into a spring of pure water. Although the aftertaste is bland, it leaves you feeling exceptionally comfortable after drinking it. Zhang Shui couldn't help but exclaim, "Fellow Deus Su, with your current culinary skills, you are already qualified to be a spirit chef." Su Changqing was taken aback. "What is a spirit chef?" Zhang Shui explained, "It's a profession that specializes in making delicious food, even rarer than alchemists or array masters. It's said that a skilled spirit chef can help someone break through their cultivation level just by making the food they prepare." Su Changqing said, "Oh," seemingly understanding but not quite. After all, he was just cooking according to the method he remembered. The entire process involved almost no major changes. The only difference is that the ingredients used are all imbued with a rich spiritual energy. However, the delicious food resulted in. Su Changqing barely got a few bites before the two women devoured it all. Looking at the empty porcelain bowl, Bai Linger grinned foolishly. This is her usual tactic. As long as she isn't embarrassed, it's others who will be. Zhang Shui said apologetically, "Sorry, I accidentally ate it all." Su Changqing didn't care at all, and even felt a sense of accomplishment as long as you like to eat it. Anyone who cooks wants their culinary skills to be recognized by others. Therefore, although I didn't eat much, I wasn't angry at all. Zhang Shui still felt guilty. After thinking it over, she stamped her foot and said, "How about this? I'll perform the lesser cloud rain technique on you for free." Bai Linger nodded in agreement. Yes, we won't eat your cooking for free." Upon hearing this, Su Changqing's lips curled up, but he still said with feigned reluctance, "Oh dear, how could I possibly allow you to each use your minor cloud rain technique once in my 2 acres of spiritual fields? It's all right. Zhang Shui waved her hand and turned to walk towards the spirit field outside. Bai Linger drank the last bit of cabbage soup at the bottom of the bowl before skipping and hopping after him. Su Changqing, holding a bowl and chopsticks, watched the two women's retreating figures without any intention of stopping them. "Thank you for your hard work." However, the more he said that, Bai Linger and Zhang Shui felt even more guilty. "There are fewer spiritual plants in the spiritual fields on the right, so you go there." "Alright, then I'll leave the spirit field on the left to you, senior sister." "Junior sister, don't be lazy." "Don't worry, I would never betray Su Changqing." Immediately, the two women stood on the edge of the field and began to perform the lesser cloud rain technique. After washing the dishes, Su Changqing came out and his eyes widened in surprise. Logically speaking, Zhang Shui should be older, so her little cloud rain technique should be more powerful. Unexpectedly, Bai Linger, who was younger, proved to be more skilled. 2 acres of sacred land. The one on the left is Zhang Shui. The one on the right is Bai Linger. Bai Linger's little cloud rain technique has already begun to possess the oppressive feeling of dark clouds. The spiritual rain falling from within was fierce and torrential. On the other hand, Zhang Shui's color, although covering a wider area, was not deep enough. It looks like a dark cloud. The other one remains in a foggy state. In fact, it wasn't just Su Changqing who noticed it. Zhang Shui was also greatly surprised to see that her junior sister's little cloud rain technique was more powerful than her own. To avoid losing face, she increased the consumption of water elemental power as much as possible. As a result, the rainfall increased dramatically, making a loud splashing sound. The rice seedlings below received the nourishment of the rainwater and absorbed more nutrients. On the other side, Bai Linger felt inexplicably provoked when she saw her senior sister increase her intensity, so she couldn't help but increase her intensity as well. The atmosphere between the two women gradually became strange. It was clearly to help Su Changqing use the minor cloud rain technique to nourish the spiritual plants. Unexpectedly, the two of them ended up competing with each other. Neither side is willing to concede to the other. It's a battle of wills to see who gives in first. The key is that the water spirit is known for its long-lasting spiritual power. The main selling point is large portions that will fill you up. At first, Su Changqing was happy to see this, since he was the one who benefited. However, as time went on, the water in the spirit field increased, and the water level even began to rise. He panicked immediately and rushed forward, shouting, "Stop! My spiritual plants are going to drown." Upon hearing Su Changqing shout, the two of them came to their senses as if from a dream. They all stopped the escalating little cloud rain technique. When the spiritual energy supply ceased, the 2 clouds above the spiritual field began to dissipate. Despite the abundant spiritual rain, the spiritual fields did not smell fresh after the rain. Instead, they smelled of a stench from leaked rotten matter. Zhang Shui apologized first. "Fellow Deist Su, I'm so sorry, I got carried away." Bai Linger clutched the hem of her clothes, looking very nervous. Su Changqing glanced at the two apologetic faces, then at the spirit field, and frowned, saying, I have other things to attend to, so I won't continue entertaining you. Go back to that Imperial Water Pavilion. Hearing him order her to leave, Zhang Shui opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Bai Linger looked aggrieved and quite depressed. I finally managed to come all this way, but I never expected to have to leave now. But I really did something wrong this time, and I'm too embarrassed to stay any longer. I'm sorry, junior sister, I shouldn't have gotten carried away. Senior sister, I'm hooked too. Then let's still be best friends. Aha! Let's go back to the Imperial Water Pavilion. After a few words, their relationship was restored to normal. Then, holding hands, they rode a paper crane towards the other side of the spirit field, disappearing into the horizon in no time. Su Changqing's eyes widened, his expression one of disbelief. They'd made up already. Once the two women left, Ling Tian finally quieted down. Although the rainfall was abundant, the irrigation canals were not dug for nothing. Without the continuous rainfall from the lesser cloud rain technique, the water level in the spirit field began to slowly drop. Su Changqing reacted quickly, hurriedly went inside to take out several wooden buckets, filled them with spirit water mixed with spirit beast excrement, and quickly headed towards the stone mountain. Because of the concealment array, the scent of the mutated spirit rice was masked, and not a trace of it could be smelled from the outside. However, Su Changqing knew very well that the mutated spiritual plants in the Rocky Mountain had definitely matured. I've always taken care of it myself, so I'm good at judging the timing. Sure enough, as soon as he moved the stone blocking the entrance and entered with the bucket, he immediately smelled a rich fragrance of herbs and trees as soon as he crossed the area covered by the portable array. Even before getting close, their eyes caught a glimmer of golden light. The mature mutant spirit rice not only exudes a rich aroma, but also radiates a dazzling golden light. The number of rice ears has increased from the original 6 to 12. Each one was so heavy that it bent the mutated rice plants over. Mutant rice. Mature. Undamaged. Abundant spiritual energy. Yield 80 jin. Apart from the mutated mother rice plant in the middle that cannot be harvested, the remaining mutant rice plants, one by one, all showed signs of maturity. Unfortunately, because the number planted was not large enough, even if the yield doubled, it was still not much. Su Changqing put the bucket aside, took out a sickle from his small storage bag, and then swung it without hesitation. Harvesting one mutant rice plant increases its lifespan by 10 days. Harvesting 50 mutant rice plants increased lifespan by 500 days. Harvesting 100 mutant rice plants increases lifespan by 1000 days. Current remaining lifespan, 710 years. The lifespan of mutated spiritual plants is indeed longer than that of ordinary spiritual plants. Given the opportunity, Su Changqing will definitely replace a portion of them. His small storage bag contained a large number of mutated rice seeds. As the harvest continued, the once crowded interior of the Rocky Mountains suddenly became spacious. In the black soil, only one mutated mother rice plant stands alone. It has 9 ears of rice, and the rice seeds on each ear are exceptionally plump. If mutant rice is like a gold particle, that mutated mother rice is the golden pearl. Su Changqing scanned the rice patties with his spiritual sense to check their condition. Fusion mutant mother rice. Many children, many blessings. Reiki cultivation. Domain 2 Zhang. Special effect, doubles the yield of spirit rice within the area. The yield of this mutant rice is higher than before. The main reason is that the mother rice that mutated twice has a special effect. As long as it is within the designated area, the yield of all spirit rice will double. The effects were phenomenal, and the benefits were beyond imagination. Once the moon grass matures, other spiritual plants can be planted. With some camouflage added, the mutated mother rice should be able to see the light of day again. Su Changqing put away the sickle, then took out a pot of sunflowers. This was a gift from my senior brother Zhang Su, and I've been keeping it on the windowsill to absorb sunlight. The temperature immediately rose as soon as we stepped outside. Furthermore, it emits a golden light similar to sunlight. When the light shines on a person, you can even feel a slight warmth. Su Changqing chuckled and said, Mother rice, I can only ask you to make do with this sunflower for now. I will definitely transplant you out whenever I have the chance. After saying that, he broke off the 9 ears of rice hanging above. Then, carefully loosened the soil with a rake. Finally, they poured out the spiritual water mixed with spirit beast excrement to irrigate the plants. 10 minutes later, Su Changqing packed up all his things and turned to leave. But when I passed by the concealment array, I made a point of digging it out and checking it. Seeing that the spiritual energy in the low-grade spirit stone was about to be exhausted, he immediately added another one. They then went outside and blocked the entrance again with large stones. Sure enough, when Su Changqing returned to the spirit field, the water level had returned to a safe height. Apart from some spirit beast droppings being washed out by the rain, there were no major problems overall. Seeing this, Su Changqing summoned his companion Green Lotus and threw it into the first acre of second-grade spirit field. He had already decided to cultivate the first acre during the day and the second acre at night. Although doing this greatly depletes spiritual energy, it is also a form of training. Each time the spiritual energy is depleted and then replenished, one can clearly feel that the spiritual energy becomes more concentrated. Moreover, the efficiency of refining the spiritual energy consumed is also improved. Time flies, and night falls from daytime. As soon as the moon appeared, the moongrass began to gather the moonlight. Between the 2 acres of spiritual fields, it's clear that the right side is brighter. 1,000 bright moongrass plants possess abilities similar to those of sunflowers. One is to absorb moonlight to grow. One is to absorb sunlight to grow. The only difference is that the moongrass does not have the ability to store. Moonlight is their nourishment. The more they absorb, the faster they grow. This time, Su Changqing was smarter and brought over a wooden chair. Last night, I stood foolishly on the edge of the field for a long time, until I was exhausted. Now it's much more relaxing. Not only are there chairs to sit on, but there's also plenty of food and drink. Even Wang Wang came over, curiously observing the situation in the spirit field that it couldn't understand. Su Changqing plopped down and then waved his hand. Instantly, the accompanying green lotus flew drip-drip toward the bright moon grass. Once it landed in the center, the azure lotus domain instantly expanded. A refreshing coolness spread like a breeze, and instantly, the moon grass, illuminated by the moonlight, rippled with silvery waves. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Changqing cultivated the first mu of second-grade spiritual fields during the day. Tonight, we will cultivate the second acre of second-grade spiritual field. Under almost frenzied cultivation, the spiritual plants in the 2 acres of spiritual fields grew faster and faster, changing almost every day. Especially the moonflower, which normally takes a month to mature. As a result, in just 7 days, it has grown to 4 inches. You should know that they can be harvested when they reach 7 inches. Therefore, it is basically the same as Su Changqing's previous prediction. The bright moon grass will definitely mature in about 10 days to half a month. In the morning, Su Changqing was using the azure lotus domain to cultivate the spiritual rice in the first acre of spiritual field. Just then, the spirit sensed someone approaching. There were still 2 people. Upon seeing this, he immediately retrieved the companion lotus. As they got closer, they discovered that the people approaching were Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyou. Su Changqing stepped forward to greet them. "What brings you here?" Hu Bagui grinned. "It's the end of the month, time to split the money." Upon hearing this, Su Changqing finally realized what was happening. As previously agreed, the spirit stones earned by the forging peak would be distributed once a month. It happened to be the last day of October. The 3 of them immediately went into the wooden house and made sure to close the door. Su Changqing, Hu Bagui, and Zhao Ziyou sat around the dinner table. Hu Bagui took out a small storage bag and placed it heavily on the table. He then explained, "This is a small storage bag that I bought specifically to store the spirit stones we earned from the forging peak." Su Changqing glanced at Zhao Ziyou, and seeing that the other party did not react, it seemed that he already knew. He didn't care about it. He was a hands-off manager, only providing fruits, vegetables, and spirit rice wine. As for how much money I can make, I don't care as much as I did at the beginning. Their attention is now focused on their own spiritual fields and the market town for independent cultivators. Then, Hu Bagui opened the small storage bag and poured out the spirit stones inside. In no time, the food was spilled all over the table, and a lot of it fell to the floor. But it didn't stop, it kept falling out. Gradually, it became too small to fit on a table and had to be placed on the floor. In the end, the entire living room of the wooden house was almost entirely covered with spirit stones. The smaller ones are all low-grade spirit stones, and there are a lot of them. The larger ones are mid-grade spirit stones, and there seem to be far fewer of them. The cabin was unusually quiet at this moment, with only the heavy breathing of the 3 people. Su Changqing and Zhao Ziyou looked at it so many times that their eyes were blurry. Hu Bagui glanced at the 2 of them and said with a hint of pride, "This month, although fewer people have joined, the number of people buying ingredients and resources from us has increased several times over." Su Changqing urged, "Stop keeping me in suspense and just tell me how much it is." Hu Bagui picked up the 20 mid-grade spirit stones and said happily, "These 20 are our total cost for October." Zhao Ziyou's eyes widened. "The cost is only 20 mid-grade spirit stones." Hu Bagui stopped keeping him in suspense and continued, "Excluding the last day of October, we earned a total of 440 mid-grade spirit stones and 5,683 low-grade spirit stones." Su Changqing exclaimed in surprise, "So many?" Zhao Ziyou gasped in shock, "Hiss." He could calculate that the spirit stones he could earn by recruiting others would be around 300. "I never expected it to be this many, it far exceeded my expectations. Although fewer people are joining the franchise, more and more people are buying ingredients. Not only the stall owners, but also many customers who had eaten the barbecue, premium fruits and vegetables, and spirit rice wine began to actively seek out Hubagui. That's why they made a fortune in October. Hubagui quickly said, "Old Su, you're smart, let's figure out how to divide it." Zhao Ziyo reminded him, "Yes, but don't forget that Li Sanke still accounts for 20%. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing began to think carefully. Li Sanke helped them last time, so he received 20% of the total profit. However, mid-grade spirit stones and low-grade spirit stones should be distinguished. They can't all be counted together. Therefore, Li Sanke received 88 mid-grade spirit stones and 1,224 low-grade spirit stones. The remaining portion was then divided among the three of them. He himself owned 70% of it, receiving 246 mid-grade spirit stones and 3,182 low-grade spirit stones. Hubagui took 20%, receiving 70 mid-grade spirit stones and 909 low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Ziyo took 1/10 of the share, receiving 35 mid-grade spirit stones and 454 low-grade spirit stones. With so many spirit stones, I can buy a better fishing rod. Look at your pathetic self. If you had money, you'd definitely invest more and buy even more spirit beasts. This was indeed a bit unexpected. The three of them were quite surprised to receive so many spirit stones. Hubagui and Zhao Ziyu, in particular, could hardly contain their spending. However, although they were excited and anxious, they did not act recklessly. Su Changqing will definitely have to come in person to divide the money. These are the rules, and they cannot be transgressed. Seeing how impatient the two were, Su Changqing didn't delay any longer and divided the spirit stones one by one. After an incense stick had burned, apart from the 88 medium-grade coins and 1,224 low-grade coins belonging to Li Sanke, which were placed on the ground, Su Changqing, Hubagui, and Zhao Ziyo all put them into their storage bags. Hubagui looked at the remaining spirit stones on the ground and pondered, "Old Su, you and senior brother Li are the closest, why don't you make a trip yourself?" Zhao Ziyu then said, "Of course, if you need anything, I can deliver it over." Of the three, he was the most relaxed. He's either fishing or on his way to fish all day long. As for things like cultivation and talisman making, I've hardly ever done them. However, its strength has not only not stagnated, but has even been slowly increasing. Su Changqing waved his hand, "No, I happen to have some time, I'll go there myself." It wasn't because I didn't trust Zhao Ziyo and Hubagui. They are not problematic in terms of character. The main purpose was to express gratitude to senior brother Li, and personally delivering the gift showed that it was given more importance. Upon hearing this, Hubagui and Zhao Ziyo nodded. Before leaving, Zhao Ziyo asked, "Old Su, do you need me to use the lesser cloud rain technique?" Su Changqing's expression changed slightly, and for the first time, he refused the other party's offer. "No need for now, the situation of the spirit field is still acceptable." Seeing this, Zhao Ziyo did not insist and went out with Hubagui. As they walked, the two discussed going to Black Dragon Pool to fish for dragonfish. "Anyway, I'm well off now, and there's no danger over there anymore." Watching the two figures walk further and further away, Su Changqing picked up the spirit stones on the ground, put them into another small storage bag, and then took out senior brother Li's communication talisman. Just as I was about to ask if the other party was available, another communication talisman vibrated slightly. "Hello? Brother, your storage item, the Azure Gourd, is ready. Come and get it." "Sis, can I go this afternoon?" "What are you saying? You can come anytime, how could I possibly refuse?" "Okay, I'll go pick up the Azure Gourd this afternoon." After chatting with Sister Zhu, Su Changqing began contacting senior brother Li. Upon learning that the other party was at home, he immediately rode the big leaf grass there. As they got closer, they saw that there was more than one person. Besides Li Sanke, there was another woman. She has a classic oval face, thin eyebrows, and thin lips. He doesn't look very old, and he's not very tall. A burning flame was embroidered on his chest. Just then, the woman spoke up, "Cousin, you haven't been back to the family in a long time. Everyone misses you." Upon hearing this, Li Sanke's eyes flashed with disgust, but he then said expressionlessly, "Karen, this is my home." Li Xianlin couldn't help but ask, "What happened back then is in the past, so why won't you let it go, cousin?" Li Sanke sneered and questioned, "If your parents died because of family infighting, could you just let it go like that?" "Well," Li Xianlin was taken aback, and after a while she said softly, "The family has been developing very well in recent years. As long as you go back and apologize to the new patriarch, you can regain cultivation resources every month, at least 3 mid-grade spirit stones and 50 low-grade spirit stones." Li Sanke had not returned to his family for a long time because of the death of his parents. The cultivation resources that should have been theirs were distributed to other younger generations. Over the years, it seems that they have been entirely self-sufficient thanks to the spiritual fields. Now, all they need to do is go back and apologize to the new clan chief to regain their benefits. But the other party was too stubborn, leaving no room for compromise. Senior brother. At this moment, Su Changqing landed on the big leaf grass. Li Sankei beckoned, "Come in." The fence gate was open. "Of course, you can come in even if it's locked up. This thing is purely for show, it keeps out honest people, but not scoundrels." Su Changqing glanced at the unfamiliar woman and asked, "And who is this?" Li Sankei gave a brief introduction. "My cousin, named Li Xianlin, has awakened the fire spirit root and recently became a full-fledged employee. She's here to discuss planting medicinal herbs." Su Changqing suddenly realized, "Oh, I see." Li Sankei then pointed to him and introduced him. "Su Changqing, a very close junior brother of mine, is now also a foundation establishment stage spiritual farmer." Upon hearing this, Li Xianlin hurriedly cupped her hands in greeting and said, "Greetings, senior brother Su." "Hello." Su Changqing smiled slightly. Immediately, Li Sankei asked, "You came all this way to see me, is there something you need?" Su Changqing took out a small storage bag containing spirit stones and handed it over personally. "This is the October dividend from the Forging Peak." Li Sankei opened it and immediately raised an eyebrow. "So many?" Su Changqing nodded. 88 mid-grade spirit stones and 1,224 low-grade spirit stones. "How much?" Li Xianlin, standing next to her, widened her eyes. "After becoming a formal disciple, because I am in the Qi refining stage, I can receive 1 mid-grade spirit stone and 20 low-grade spirit stones as cultivation resources from the family every month. Li San is in the foundation establishment stage, and he can obtain at least 3 mid-grade spirit stones and 50 low-grade spirit stones of cultivation resources every month. In addition, having not returned for several years, he accumulated dozens of mid-grade spirit stones and hundreds of low-grade spirit stones. Compared to what's right now, it's nothing. It sounds like this is only 1 month's bonus. If it's this much every month, wouldn't that amount to nearly 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones a year?" At this moment, Li Xianlin finally understood why her cousin was unwilling to go back and submit, and why he didn't care about the cultivation resources the family provided. However, the most unexpected person was actually Li Sankei. He knew he would receive dividends, but he never expected to earn so much in a month. "My first thought was that Su Changqing and the others had deliberately given too much. The last incident was indeed difficult to handle. If we were not careful, we would not only lose the business of Casting Peak, but we might even offend the people of Nungs in society." Seeing the other party's surprised and uncertain look, Su Changqing quickly explained, "Although fewer people joined this month, the number of people buying ingredients and resources has increased several times over." Hearing this explanation, Li San reluctantly believed it. However, this dividend still exceeded his expectations. "I thought that getting a dozen or so mid-grade spirit stones or 100 or so low-grade spirit stones would be enough. The result was unexpected. There were so many in the end, it was truly beyond expectation and unbelievable." For a moment, the atmosphere became increasingly quiet. Neither Li Sankei nor Li Xianlin spoke, still immersed in shock. Seeing that no one spoke, Su Changqing continued, "If there's nothing else, junior brother will take his leave now. I still need to go to the weapon forging peak." "Ah." Li Sankei snapped out of his daze and nodded. "Okay, go ahead. Goodbye, senior brother. Goodbye, junior sister Li." Su Changqing waved his hand, then turned and walked out of the spirit field. Only after reaching the fence gate did he summon big leaf grass. With a whoosh, he soared into the air and flew towards the forging peak. Li Xianlin looked away, feeling her mouth dry. "Cousin, no wonder you look down on the cultivation resources the family gave you, you've already made your fortune." Li Sankei's lips twitched several times as he thought to himself, "Get rich? I didn't even know it myself." Casting Peak. Su Changqing steered the large-leafed grass to a steady landing. A quick glance revealed that no one was fighting on any of the 9 arenas. Then it was discovered that many apprentices with the golden spirit root were actually repairing and reinforcing the structure. He didn't take it to heart and immediately headed towards the forging palace. If I remember correctly, Zhu Tong was in forge number 17, Jia. This time, most of the golden spirit root apprentices are probably outside repairing the arena. Therefore, no one stopped them, and they entered smoothly. Soon they arrived at the entrance of forge number 17. It was very quiet inside, without any clanging or banging sounds of forging. "Is he not here?" Su Changqing tried knocking on the heavy door. Clap clap clap. As the sound rang out, it seemed as if something inside had been activated, and soon a series of bang 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 sounds came from inside. Before long, the door was opened. Zhu Tong grinned and said, "Here comes my brother." Su Changqing nodded slightly. It was very quiet inside. "I thought my sister had left." Zhu Tong explained, "There is a difference between forging and refining. This azure gourd of yours consumed a lot of my spiritual power and energy, so I'm taking a break." Su Changqing then followed the other party into the house. Compared to 7 days ago, there was much less debris on the ground this time. Zhu Tong gestured for Su Changqing to sit down, then walked toward a bronze square cauldron and quickly took out a small, exquisite, turquoise gourd from it. Su Changqing took it and saw that it was smaller than his own palm, with several very clear and obvious spiritual patterns on it, extending from the mouth of the gourd all the way to the bottom. It looks small, but it feels unusually heavy. Zhu Tong explained, the refining process went very smoothly this time. Although it didn't become a top-grade spiritual weapon, it still reached the high-quality level, and the number of spiritual patterns on it is several more than that of ordinary spiritual weapons. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing nodded slightly, then forced out a drop of blood and left a spiritual imprint. The next second, information about gourds appeared in my mind. Azure Gourd, a high-quality spiritual artifact. Effect 1, interior space 20 cubic meters. Effect 2, fresh produce can be kept fresh for a longer period of time. Effect 3, carrying it on your person increases the efficiency of absorbing wood elemental energy. Effect 4, wood attribute items placed inside can be slowly repaired. The emerald gourd is a type of spiritual artifact. It is more advanced than a storage bag and is more popular in the foundation establishment and golden core stages. Although the quality is divided into 3 categories, low, high, and top grade, the price does not fluctuate much. Most of the time, the market price is around 300 mid-grade spirit stones, and at most it does not exceed 400. The one in Su Changqing's hand costs about 100 mid-grade spirit stones to cultivate and refine. Because it has many spirit patterns, it can be sold for about 330 mid-grade spirit stones. If you resell it, you can earn 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Judging from the current situation, the returns are quite considerable. After all, this thing is a product of mutated spiritual plants, and is quite rare. Su Changqing thought to himself, I still have 41 of these in my small storage bag. If I refine them all into storage artifacts and then sell them, I can earn at least nearly 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. At this moment, Zhu Tong reminded him, brother, because spiritual artifacts have spiritual patterns, they can be inlaid with arrays and engraved with runes. If you need them, you can find an array master or a rune master to help you enhance them. Su Changqing snapped out of his daze and nodded hurriedly, okay, thank you, sis. Zhu Tong grinned, reached out and patted his shoulder, but this time with less force, and then continued, from now on, when you store or release anything, you only need to scan it with your spiritual sense and then move your mind to control it easily. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing immediately gave it a try. He took out a low-grade spirit stone from his small storage bag and placed it in his palm. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he then sent a message to the azure gourd to put it away. In an instant, the low-grade spirit stone in his hand vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Next, Su Changqing used his spiritual sense to probe the inner space of the gourd and indeed found the missing low-grade spirit stone. At that moment, a thought struck me, and it immediately reappeared in my palm, as if it had never disappeared. Previously, storing or retrieving anything required opening a small storage bag, which was an extra step and time-consuming. Now it's much more convenient. This wasn't the first time Zhu Tong had seen this situation. Many people experience a strong sense of novelty when they acquire new items and then try them out in various ways. Therefore, they didn't find it strange, nor did they care. Su Changqing played for a while before stopping, then asked with a face full of curiosity, sister, is it necessary to have a gold spiritual root to refine spiritual weapons? Well, Zhu Tong thought for a moment, then replied, not necessarily. There are quite a few apprentices with fire elemental roots who can control flames on the forging peak. They are experts in forging. However, if one is to refine spiritual weapons, it is best to have a metal spiritual root, as this allows for a better understanding of metals and minerals. Why are most of the apprentices at Casting Peak born with the golden spirit root? Only those with a metal spiritual root can perceive metals and minerals. While those with fire elemental roots are better at controlling temperature, their spiritual power is not sustained and they need to rest after a burst of power. Therefore, most cultivators who awaken their fire elemental root will join the alchemy pavilion. Compared to refining, they are more skilled at manipulating fire and have a more meticulous control over temperature. Su Changqing suddenly understood after hearing this. In other words, the fire elemental root can be forged and refined. The only problem is that it cannot perceive metals and minerals. To put it bluntly, things refined from fire spirit roots should be inferior to those refined from gold spirit roots. Zhu Tong smiled and said, do you have any other questions, brother? No, I'm leaving. Su Changqing shook his head. He was then escorted outside by Zhu Tong. Not long after, he rode the large-leafed grass back to his own spiritual field. Seeing that there was no difference between when they left and when they arrived, they felt relieved and entered the house. Next, they took out the small storage bags one by one. There are those who store spirit rice. There are stores that store spirit rice wine. There are also various miscellaneous items. Although they are all small storage bags, there are quite a lot of them. Now that we have the azure gourd, a more advanced storage artifact, these are naturally no longer needed. Next, he put all the necessary items, such as everyday magical tools like sickles and rakes, or items for trading, like spiritual rice, pills, and spiritual rice wine, into the azure gourd. With 20 cubic meters of space, there's more than enough room to store all these things. No matter how much stuff there is, it can be instantly stored away with a sweep of spiritual sense, which is extremely convenient. However, he had not forgotten Zhu Tong's earlier reminder. I need to find an opportunity to get Han Xin, the female array master, to help me set up an array. As for the runes, Bai Linger's father might need to help. Time flew by and it was the next day, morning. Su Changqing, as always, used the Azure Lotus domain to accelerate the growth of the spiritual plants in the first acre of spiritual field. Suddenly, the Emerald Gourd released an image that projected into his mind. A communication talisman was vibrating slightly and emitting a faint glow. Su Changqing remembered that this seemed to be Han Su's communication symbol. Therefore, with a thought, it immediately appeared in his hand, and then a trace of wood elemental power was infused into it. Hello? Senior brother Su, I am Han Su. You've been missing for almost 10 days, haven't you? I'm sorry, I've been cultivating on the 38th level of the Earth's veins for the past period of time. So you've come out? Yes, I'm out. Can we meet? You want to see me for something? There's something I need to discuss in person. Soon, their communication was lost. Su Changqing put Han Su's communication talisman into the green gourd, then revealed a thoughtful expression. At that time, the 38th layer of the Earth's veins was filled with a large amount of attribute-less spiritual energy. There was even 1,000,000 pounds of yellow gas. It's been so long since we last met, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Han Su's strength should have improved. Otherwise, they wouldn't have contacted me as soon as they came out. About an hour later, Han Su, who had not been seen for a long time, finally appeared. Compared to before, this kid's skin is even more yellow. But it's not a waxy yellow, it's a crystalline yellow. It was as if a layer of yellow sheen was flowing over his body. Even their height and body shape have changed considerably. He was as robust as a bull. Han Su stepped forward and bowed. Senior brother. Su Changqing was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Han Su raised his head, his eyes filled with tears, and said with great emotion, if it weren't for your reminder, I wouldn't have been able to raise my cultivation level to the peak of qi refining this time. Therefore, you are my benefactor. Su Changqing nodded slightly, quite pleased, and said, it's good that there's been a gain. Han Su then described the situation at that time. At that time, only disciples with Earth spirit roots were cultivating on the 38 layers of the Earth's veins. Capable array masters approached the emanating yellow aura. Those with weaker abilities, such as Han Su, who is a body transformation cultivator, can only absorb attribute-less spiritual energy. Fortunately, Han Su had been eating and drinking top-grade spirit rice and spirit rice wine. This is the result of long-term accumulation, coupled with the absorption of a massive amount of attribute-less spiritual energy this time. Therefore, he raised his cultivation level from the late stage of qi refining to the perfect stage of qi refining in one fell swoop. And then, it got stuck. Han Su couldn't help but ask, Senior brother, what should we do? Su Changqing smiled slightly. When I broke through to the foundation establishment stage, I didn't get stuck at the qi refining perfection stage, so I don't know much about it. What? Senior brother, you've reached the foundation establishment stage. When did this happen? At this moment, Han Su felt his head buzzing. It's only been a few days since I last saw them, and they've already reached the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, he did not get stuck at the qi refining perfection stage and broke through very smoothly. It's true what they say, comparisons are odious. Su Changqing retorted, haven't you heard? Han Su shook his head, looking bewildered, and said, where would I have heard that? Su Changqing chuckled and said, I broke through at the 38th level of the Earth veins. Han Su was stunned, then thought carefully and finally realized, I remember now, when we first arrived there were indeed people discussing that someone with a wood spirit root had successfully established their foundation. I didn't expect that they were talking about you, senior brother. Su Changqing nodded slightly, that's right, you're talking about me. Han Su said somewhat awkwardly, I didn't prepare a gift either. Su Changqing didn't seem to care much, waving his hand and saying, your breakthrough is the greatest gift you could give me. Upon hearing this, Han Su's eyes filled with tears, and he choked with emotion. If it weren't for senior brother Su's timely reminder, I wouldn't have been able to break through this time. Although yellow gas emerges from the Earth's veins, this happens only once in a while. However, it doesn't always cause the spirit stone vein to collapse and release attribute-less spiritual energy. To some extent, this is a unique opportunity or serendipitous encounter for those with an Earth elemental spirit root. Unfortunately, Han Su only managed to grasp the attribute-less spiritual energy this time, without bearing a trace of yellow energy. Otherwise, they could take this opportunity to become core disciples and cultivate more advanced spells. At this moment, Han Su noticed that there was an extra acre of spirit field on the other side, and couldn't help but regret, that's right, when the spirit farmer breaks through to the early stage of foundation establishment, an extra acre of grade 2 spirit field will be added. I actually missed loosening the soil. Seeing the other party's guilty expression, Su Changqing comforted him, so what if you missed it? It's not a big deal. In the early stages of land reclamation, there were disciples with earth spirit roots who infused the soil with earth energy while loosening it. Han Su still felt bad about it, but, I should at least do something for you, shouldn't I? Su Changqing pondered and said, in that case, I'm planning to build a basement to store things. If you have a lot of energy to spare, you can do it. Han Su's eyes lit up, okay, leave it to me. After reaching the peak of qi refining, his control over earth elemental power became even more refined. Therefore, it can handle everything from loosening soil and building houses to digging basements. Next, the two began to plan the depth and scope of the basement. In fact, Su Changqing had already thought it through, so he made the arrangements very quickly. Open an entrance to the basement right where the kitchen is located. In this way, all the ingredients for brewing alcohol can be put into it. Bang! Bang bang! As the ground continued to shake, the basement gradually took shape. The pheasants, who were lying in their nest, were so frightened by the noise that they immediately ran out and didn't dare to stay near the wooden house. They quickly ran to the edge of the field. Looking at the startled dog Wang Wang and the startled guinea fowl, Su Changqing grinned wickedly, seemingly gloating. Time quickly came to noon. Thanks to Han Su's efforts, the basement began to take shape. The height from the kitchen floor to the bottom of the basement is about 3 meters, and the overall space is a 7 meter by 7 meter square, which is enough to store things. While Han Su was resting, Su Changqing started making lunch. Considering that the disciples with earth spirit roots eat a lot, a large pot of top-grade spirit rice was specially steamed. The dishes were all home-style cooking. A plate of top-quality chili stir-fried with spirit beast meat. A pot of top-quality winter melon and pork rib soup. Add a plate of premium chili-fried pearl eggs. This was Han Su's first time eating Su Changqing's cooking, and he was very much looking forward to it. Even though I haven't eaten it yet, just looking at it makes my mouth water. The dish, made with premium chili peppers and stir-fried spirit beast meat, is glossy and reddish-brown, with a pungent aroma. This premium winter melon and pork rib soup features a clear broth, translucent winter melon flesh, and tender pork ribs. Premium chili peppers stir-fried with pearl eggs, the egg yolks are fluffy and the chilies are bright red. After setting down the bowls and chopsticks, Su Changqing called out, "Let's eat." Han Su didn't pick up his chopsticks immediately. Instead, he waited until Su Changqing picked up a piece of slightly brown spirit beast meat and put it in his bowl before he began to eat. He liked to eat meat, so he chose to stir-fry spirit beast meat. He picked up a piece, put it in his mouth, chewed it a few times, and then his eyes widened. Although the outer layer of the spirit beast meat is slightly crispy, the inside is firm and chewy, and the spicy flavor has a strong aftertaste. After only a few bites, you'll start to sizzle. At this moment, Su Changqing said, "Junior brother Han, I suddenly remembered something." Han Su scooped up a spoonful of pork rib soup to relieve the spiciness, then asked, "What?" Su Changqing continued, "I've heard from others that if you're stuck at the qi refining perfection stage, you need a foundation establishment pill to break through." He then remembered that Hua Lao and Jiang Su had mentioned it before. However, foundation establishment pills are extremely rare and expensive, making them difficult for ordinary disciples to obtain. Moreover, different attributes require different foundation building pills. For example, if you have an earth spirit root, you need to add the rare earth lotus to the foundation building pill as the main ingredient. If I remember correctly, one of these plants costs 80 mid-grade spirit stones. Of course, these were the previous prices. As the official disciple competition draws ever closer, the prices of all sorts of things are skyrocketing. Su Changqing put down his chopsticks, found the spirit mirror that Li Sankei had given him, and then infused it with wood elemental power. Soon, the prices of various spiritual plants appeared. Seeing this, Han Su also put down his chopsticks and stepped forward with a curious expression. Su Changqing quickly located the earth lotus and immediately checked today's transaction price. When they saw that one flower required 100 mid-grade spirit stones, both of them were stunned. If a single earth lotus costs so many spirit stones, you can imagine how expensive foundation establishment pills are. However, the spiritual mirror can only display the price of spiritual plants, it cannot display the price of elixirs or similar items. This function was originally present, but it was cancelled due to a collective protest from the alchemists of the Alchemy Alliance. Han Su was dumbfounded. 100 mid-grade spirit stones would take me at least 5 years of mining to collect, unless I worked tirelessly to loosen the soil for others, which would be faster. Su Changqing thought for a moment, put away the spirit mirror, and then took out Bai Linger's communication talisman. As the wood elemental power was injected, the connection was quickly established. "Hello? I am Su Changqing. It's lunchtime, are you going to treat me to lunch? If I'm not looking for you, is your sister home? Why do you want to see my sister? I have something I'd like to ask you." "All right." You could tell that Bai Linger was a little disappointed, but she didn't get angry. Instead, she obediently handed the communication talisman to her sister. Su Changqing is looking for me? Bai Zuer was quite surprised. Her first reaction was that the other party had messed up and failed to pass Yu Kaiking's test. Otherwise, why would they take the initiative to contact me at this time? 9 times out of 10, they are seeking help in this regard. After confirming the change of personnel, Su Changqing went straight to the point without any pleasantries. What is the current price of a foundation establishment pill with Earth Spirit Root as its main ingredient, Earth Lotus? Upon hearing that it had nothing to do with senior sister Yu, Bai Zuer breathed a sigh of relief, then retorted irritably, "You've already reached the foundation establishment stage, why are you asking this? And it's a foundation establishment pill exclusive to Earth's spiritual roots?" Su Changqing glanced at the anxious Han Su beside him and replied, "I asked for a friend." Bai Zuer thought for a moment and said, "In the current pill market, foundation establishment pills for water, wood, and fire spiritual roots are relatively cheap, costing around 200 mid-grade spirit stones. However, those for metal and earth spiritual roots are much more expensive, costing at least 300 mid-grade spirit stones." So expensive? Su Changqing and Han Su exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. I knew foundation building pills would be expensive, but I didn't expect them to be this expensive. It should be noted that Su Changqing's emerald gourd, which he had refined into a spiritual artifact, only sold for a little over 300 mid-grade spirit stones. In other words, a foundation establishment pill is equivalent to a spiritual artifact, which is truly incredible. Han Su slumped back into his chair and plopped down. "Looks like I can only mine for a few more years." Seeing this, Su Changqing immediately turned to the other side and asked, "Old Bai, do you have any channels to buy cheaper Earth Spirit Root Foundation establishment pills?" Upon hearing the word old, Bai Zuer rolled her eyes. "First of all, I'm not old. Secondly, even if there were a channel, it would never be cheaper than 300 mid-grade spirit stones. That's determined by market conditions. It's like Nangshim deliberately raising the price of spiritual plants. Yushui Pavilion deliberately raised the price of the talismans. The Alchemy Pavilion also maintains strict control over foundation establishment pills, which is why their prices remain high. Under normal circumstances, it can be bought for 100 to 200 mid-grade spirit stones. But now is a special period, and everyone wants to take advantage of the formal disciple competition to make a fortune and earn enough spirit stones to exchange for resources. Su Changqing thought for a moment and then asked, "If I give you a lotus from the earth, can you give me a discount?" Bai Zuer quickly replied, "If you can really provide it, I can only charge a processing fee of 100 mid-grade spirit stones, but after it is refined, you can only get one foundation establishment pill, and the rest will all belong to me." Su Changqing was stunned for a long time upon hearing this, and couldn't help but sigh. "Are all alchemists like this?" Bai Zuer stated matter-of-factly, "Why should I help you if there aren't enough benefits to be gained?" At this moment, Han Su raised his head and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Senior brother, forget it. It's impossible for me to break through so easily right now." Upon hearing this, Su Changqing had no choice but to put down the communication talisman and end the call. He truly hadn't expected that a foundation establishment pill would be so expensive these days, especially for the 2 spiritual roots of metal and earth. The price exceeds 300 mid-grade spirit stones, which feels no different from robbery. After that, Han Su ate in silence and did not mention the foundation establishment matter again. After finishing their meal, they didn't rest but continued digging the basement as if to vent their frustration. A series of banging sounds rang out, shaking the entire wooden house. Wan Wang and the guinea fowl ran far away, not daring to approach at all. Su Changqing saw this but made no promises. After all, to outsiders he is a foundation establishment stage spiritual farmer and does not know how to refine pills. Moreover, to refine the foundation establishment pill, one must first obtain the formula and then collect the medicinal materials. Earth-emerging lotuses, especially those that grow in the earth's veins, are rare and expensive. These things aren't something you can just get your hands on. When it's Shen Shi, which is 3 p.m. Having finished dealing with the basement, Han Su turned and left. However, Su Changqing wanted to make the other person feel better. In the name of payment, they gave him 20 caddies of top-grade spirit rice and 5 caddies of top-grade spirit rice wine. After Han Su walked away, he immediately went to the kitchen. The 3 enormous wine barrels containing high-quality spirit rice wine, premium spirit rice wine, and premium yellow rice wine were moved out of the gourd space and placed in the cold, damp basement. As a result, the kitchen became spacious again, no longer as cramped as before. He then returned to the spirit field and released the Azure Lotus domain again. In any case, one's own rhythm must not be affected. 7 days have passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, no one came to disturb them. The bright moon grass in the 2nd acre of Grade 2 Spirit Field has already grown to 7 inches tall. When evening came, Su Changqing came to the edge of the field with a sickle in his hand. The densely packed moon grass, each stalk bent over, is shaped like a crescent moon. Although they no longer absorb moonlight, they still emit a silvery white glow. They look like miniature versions of the moon, with a very beautiful shape. Immediately, Su Changqing released his spiritual sense, enveloping the entire spiritual field. Moon grass. Mature, abundant spiritual energy. No damage. Today's best. 1,000 pieces. First of all, there are no problems, and secondly, the quantity is just right. Seeing this, he no longer hesitated and decisively swung the sickle in his hand. Harvesting 1 premium moongrass increases lifespan by 7 days. Harvest 500 premium moongrass stalks, lifespan increased by 3,500 days. Harvest 1,000 premium moongrass roots, lifespan increased by 7,000 days. Current remaining lifespan, 730 years. By the time I finished, it was already midnight. Since he wasn't sleepy anyway, Su Changqing simply walked to the first acre of spirit field, summoned the companion green lotus again, released the green lotus domain, and began to accelerate its ripening once more. It wasn't until almost dawn that the wood elemental power in his dantian was completely exhausted. Slightly tired, he walked towards the wooden house to rest. I slept until noon and woke up to find Wong Wong and Pearl Chicken, who hadn't eaten breakfast or lunch, sitting by the bed with their 4 eyes looking on me longingly. He looked so eager, he was practically about to speak. Sorry. Su Changqing smiled, then got out of bed and began preparing lunch. Although he harvested all the moon grass, he did not rush to send it to Yukaiking. After all, we had agreed on a 1-month time frame with the other party. Sending it over after only half a month could easily arouse suspicion. No matter how talented a spirit farmer is, it's impossible to grow top-grade spirit plants while simultaneously having their growth rate. This is simply not something a foundation establishment stage cultivator could do. While waiting for dinner, the green gourd projected an image again. Another communication talisman vibrated and emitted a faint light. If Su Changqing remembers correctly, this photo should belong to Han Xin. Sure enough, the familiar hiccup sound from the other party came through immediately after the call connected. Hiccup, little Su. Sister Han, have you detected the yellow aura? I absorbed a trace, so I rested for a few days. So, is there something you need from me now? Little Su, this little bit of wine isn't enough to repay your old lady. Just tell me, how much more do you want? At least 50 caddies of top-grade spirit rice wine, and 20 caddies of the new yellow rice wine. The top-grade spirit rice wine is no problem, but the yellow rice wine is at most 2 jin. What? Only this much? Sister, the production is already low, it's not even enough for myself. In the end, Han Xin gave in. There was no way around it, the drinks they'd gotten from Su Changqing had already been completely consumed. What we drink nowadays is actually brewed by others. Although it tastes good, it is not as effective as premium Lingmai wine and new yellow rice wine. This is why she took the initiative to contact them after absorbing the yellow energy. Soon, the two agreed on a time to meet. This afternoon, Han Xin will come all the way from the ley line to pick up the drinks. Su Changqing held the azure gourd he carried with him in his hand, chuckling, when she arrives, she can help me see what kind of formation can be inlaid in this gourd. In the afternoon, a loud bang was heard outside. It was so violent that the ground shook. Su Changqing knew what had happened without even having to guess, because it wasn't the first time, so he wasn't surprised. Sure enough, when he came outside, he saw a dark-colored shuttle leaning precariously on the edge of the field, with a large crater on the other side. Han Xin, whom I hadn't seen for half a month, jumped down from above, wobbling. Su Changqing frowned and reminded him, "You landed at the wrong spot this time, you were too close to the spirit field." Han Xin chuckled, "I got a little tipsy this time and didn't keep my distance properly." Su Changqing said in a warning tone, "If you dare to damage my spiritual field, you won't be able to drink any more wine." Han Xin was stunned, then immediately assured him, "Don't worry, I'll aim for the cabin where you sleep next time." "You!" Su Changqing was so angry that he couldn't speak. Han Xin grinned and swayed forward, "Where's my wine?" When Su Changqing saw her come in front of him, he did not take out any wine, but instead took out a jade green gourd. Han Xin's eyes lit up, and she asked excitedly, "Is this a new tool for storing alcoholic beverages?" Su Changqing replied, "Yes and no." Han Xin was taken aback and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Su Changqing explained, "This is my new storage item, called the azure gourd. Of course, it can indeed be used to store wine and beverages." Han Xin thought about it carefully and realized that there was indeed a storage item called the azure gourd. This thing seems to be very popular among foundation establishment and golden core cultivators, but it's not cheap either. The finished product seems to require 200 to 300 mid-grade spirit stones. Finding a blacksmith to forge it would cost anywhere from dozens to hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones. The person before me is a foundation establishment stage spiritual farmer, he must have made quite a bit of money. Therefore, it was not surprising that she possessed a relatively high-grade turquoise gourd. Su Changqing continued, "This gourd of mine is a high-quality spiritual artifact with several spiritual runes on it. I'd like to ask you how many sets of formations can be inlaid with it?" Han Xin stepped forward, snatched it, and examined the spiritual patterns on it while fiddling with it in her hand. At first glance, the color appears emerald green, but it also has a bluish sheen. It has a warm, smooth texture like jade, and feels very soft to the touch. Several clear spiritual patterns extend from the mouth of the gourd all the way to the bottom. Although she was drunk, her vision was a bit blurry and double. But in terms of formations, there are absolutely no problems. After reflecting on it, I had a general idea of what was going on. Su Changqing looked on with curiosity. How was it? Han Xin casually tossed the small gourd back and said, the number of spirit patterns on it is enough to inlay 2 sets of low-level formations or 1 set of high-level formations. Su Changqing was surprised, then asked, do you have any recommendations? Han Xin didn't say anything, but instead stretched out her hand, as if she wouldn't talk unless she was given a drink. Left with no other choice, Su Changqing could only send over the 50 caddies of top-grade spirit rice wine that he had prepared in advance. Han Xian's eyes widened. Where's the new yellow rice wine? Su Changqing waved his hand. Yellow millet wine is easy to get drunk on. Tell me about the formation first, and then you can drink it. Han Xian thought it made sense. The first time I drank it, I was indeed drunk and slept until the early hours of the morning. So she stopped asking for more and instead took a big gulp of the finest spirit rice wine. He exclaimed, this is exactly the taste, and then began to talk about formations. If you choose 2 low-level formations, prioritize 1 offensive formation and 1 defensive formation, or perhaps a defensive formation and a support formation. An attack formation is easy to understand, it simply means launching an attack. As the name suggests, defensive formations serve a defensive purpose. Auxiliary formations have many wonderful uses, such as improving cultivation efficiency and enhancing recovery speed. In terms of price, offensive and defensive formations are relatively inexpensive. Auxiliary formations are quite expensive, generally costing several dozen spirit stones more. After listening, Su Changqing said thoughtfully, as a spirit farmer, I basically stay in the spirit fields, so defensive and auxiliary formations are undoubtedly the best choice. Han Xian nodded slightly. Most spirit farmers are configured this way. Only cultivators who go out to explore and slay demons will choose to combine attack and defense, or attack and support. Su Changqing then asked, what about advanced formations? Han Xian shrugged, choose one of the 3. Low-level formations consume fewer spirit runes, so you can have 2 sets. Advanced formations consume more spirit runes, so only 1 set can be used. It all depends on how you choose to weigh the pros and cons. Su Changqing was undecided, so he thought for a moment and said, you give me a price first. Han Xian leisurely took a sip of the top-grade spirit rice wine before saying, if it's a low-level formation that combines attack and defense, it will cost a total of 75 mid-grade spirit stones. If it is a low-level formation that combines attack and support, it will cost 98 mid-grade spirit stones. As for low-level formations that combine defense and support, they cost approximately 110 mid-grade spirit stones. High-end? Su Changqing asked curiously. Han Xian continued, an advanced attack formation costs 150 mid-grade spirit stones. A high-level defensive formation costs 160 mid-grade spirit stones. A high-level auxiliary formation costs 180 mid-grade spirit stones. It's more than just expensive. After listening, Su Changqing weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Seeing that the other person was deep in thought, Han Xian did not urge him. Instead, she walked to the door of the wooden house, pulled the wooden chair next to her, and sat down. Sipping the sweet Lingmai wine, they waited patiently. No matter which formation Su Changqing chooses, she will definitely profit. Alchemists, array masters, talisman masters, and blacksmiths, these are all highly profitable professions. For any cultivator, there are 4 indispensable skills. Do you need a spirit gathering array when cultivating? Do you need a breakthrough pill to break through to a higher realm? You'll need a talisman when you're on an adventure, right? You'll need to use spiritual weapons during battle, right? These are all of great importance, so no matter how expensive they are, cultivators will hold their noses and buy them. Finally, after a long silence, Su Changqing spoke up, I choose the advanced formation. He eliminated the low-level formations. Although 2 sets can be inlaid, they are inferior to advanced formations in all aspects. Therefore, you can only choose one of the 3, advanced attack, advanced defense, or advanced support. Han Xian's lips curled slightly. I have 6 sets of advanced wood attribute formations for you to choose from, 2 attack formations, 2 defense formations, and 2 support formations. Attack formation. Poison ivy entanglement, releases paralyzing toxin. Wooden spike projectile formation, instant sharp wooden spikes. Defensive formation. Aoki protective formation, automatically blocks attacks. Thorn counterattack formation, reflects a portion of the damage. Auxiliary formations. Spirit gathering wood array, accelerates spiritual energy absorption. Concealing vitality array, hides one's own aura. On Su Changqing's side, for offense, it has the wood spirit entanglement technique, accompanied by a green lotus. For defense, there are ironwood armor technique and companion green lotus. In terms of support, the azure lotus creation technique can conceal one's strength, realm, aura, and physical form. As for absorbing spiritual energy, top-grade spirit rice wine, top-grade yellow rice wine, and max-level cultivation techniques can all achieve it. Currently, only its attack and defense aspects are relatively weak. Han Xin asked with a smile, "Have you made a decision?" Su Changqing took a deep breath and said seriously, "I choose Greenwood Protective Formation. This advanced formation can automatically release a thick layer of greenwood to block all attacks." In fact, Su Changqing almost chose the offensive Wooden Spike Flying Formation, or the defensive Thorn Counterattack Formation. The Wooden Spike Projectile Formation can instantly launch sharp wooden spikes, which can then be ignited with fire elemental power, making its power considerable. The Thorn Counterattack Formation can reflect some damage, and since the Ironwood Armor technique also has a counterattack effect, the two effects might be able to stack. It seems like either set is a good deal, but in reality, after careful consideration, Su Changqing felt that it was unnecessary. Both of these advanced formations have significant drawbacks. One needs to control the distance. One needs to engage in close combat. It's better to buy cheap, incomplete spells and then use the system to repair them. That would be much more cost-effective. Moreover, the immortal sex points have already reached over 1,600. After submitting one or two more tasks, they will definitely be able to choose a high-level cultivation technique or spell this year. Therefore, the Greenwood Protection Formation, which automatically triggers defense, was ultimately chosen. There's a famous saying, isn't there? What? Because I'm so afraid of pain, I've maxed out all my defense skills. Han Xin didn't waste any words and waved her hand. "Okay, give it to me." Su Changqing tossed the emerald green gourd over. After taking over, Han Xin took out a very small carving knife from her storage bag. It also had spirit patterns on it, so it was obviously a spirit weapon. Then, in front of Su Changqing, the carving knife began to carve the formation along the spirit patterns. This is a delicate task that requires a high degree of concentration. Su Changqing noticed this and asked with some concern, "Aren't you drunk? Won't your hands be shaking?" Han Xin rolled her eyes and said angrily, "You can question my drinking capacity, but you can't question my expertise." Upon hearing this, Su Changqing gave an awkward smile and said nothing more. Try to provide the other person with a relatively quiet environment. If I say too much and the other person's hand slips, that would be bad. After all, this is his precious gourd. And so, time passed by, second by second. Half an hour later, a rather intricate array appeared on the surface of the emerald gourd. It looks a bit like tree rings. Immediately afterwards, Han Xin took out a second item from her storage bag. At first glance, it appears to be a blue crystal. As someone with a wood elemental root, Su Changqing could sense the rich wood elemental energy within. Han Xin explained without looking up, "This is the greenwood heart. Once it's inlaid into the array's core, it can resonate with your azure gourd." Su Changqing had heard of this item. It seemed to be quite expensive. If purchased separately, it would cost at least 30 mid-grade spirit stones. As expected of a high-level formation, the materials used are all quite sophisticated. The process of installing Aoki Shin is more complicated than drawing the formation. Su Changqing thought that once it was inlaid, that would be enough, but to his surprise, it took another incense stick's time to finish. The emerald green gourd had changed considerably compared to before. This azurewood protective array is very small, but through carving and guidance, it is already merged with the spiritual runes. And the greenwood heart is precisely embedded in the middle of the spirit pattern. It will be automatically triggered whenever spiritual power or energy passes by. Han Xin explained, as long as there are spirit stones in the gourd, or you inject spiritual power into it, this formation can continue to be activated. It will not stop unless the greenwood heart on top is broken. Su Changqing asked, "What about defense?" Han Xin thought for a moment. "At the same level as you, a metal spiritual root can withstand the passage of a cup of tea, a fire spiritual root can withstand the passage of an incense stick, as for an earth spiritual root." Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly threw the emerald green gourd over. Su Changqing caught it instinctively. Suddenly, the earth elemental energy around them became denser. Then, with a poof sound, the ground cracked open, and a yellow, sharp thorn, like a bamboo shoot emerging from the soil, stabbed Su Changqing hard. But at this moment, a layer of blue light shone on the surface of the green gourd. The greenwood protective array, inscribed on it, was activated, and a very thick square of greenwood immediately appeared in front of Su Changqing. The sharp earth spike slammed into it, making a loud thud. But it didn't expose the truth, it only made the square piece of greenwood tremble slightly, and that was all. But it didn't end there. Han Xin raised her right foot and stomped hard on the ground, releasing even more earth elemental power. The next second, 3 more earthen spikes emerged from Su Changqing's center, pointing towards the rear and left and right sides respectively. In other words, apart from the top of the head and the bottom of the feet, there are no blind spots. However, Su Changqing was not harmed in any way. Whenever anything came near, it would activate the array embedded in the turquoise gourd. Immediately afterwards, layer upon layer of square green would emerge, blocking attacks from all directions. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. Such strong defensive capabilities. Han Xian said with considerable pride, "This is a high-level formation. It is very small and is inlaid on a gourd. But as long as Aoki Shin isn't hurt, there won't be any problems." Su Changqing said thoughtfully, "What if we encounter a golden core cultivator?" Han Xian curled her lip, "Then you can just wait to die. Battles that transcend realms do exist. However, to achieve this, it is necessary to consider many factors. In reality, it is very easy for someone in the golden core stage to defeat someone in the foundation establishment stage. It's as simple as a human stepping on an ant. It's a complete rout." Su Changqing is currently very satisfied with this formation. At least when facing opponents of the same level, one won't be too passive. As for the higher realm, just like Han Xian said, you can just wait to die. Han Xian raised her chin and reminded him, 160 mid-grade spirit stones, no bargaining. Su Changqing was certainly not stingy, and immediately took out the spirit stones and yellow rice wine and handed them to the other party. Upon seeing the yellow rice wine, Han Xian's eyes lit up, and her face beamed with happiness. "Finally, I can have a sip." "Wait a minute," Su Changqing stopped him. Han Xian's face darkened, and she bared her teeth as if possessing her food. "What are you doing?" Su Changqing took a step back in fright and explained, "It's getting late. Why don't you go back to the ley lines and drink it there? Otherwise you'll have to sleep outside again." Han Xian frowned, thought it over and reluctantly put down the premium yellow rice wine, picked up the premium spirit rice wine again, and then drank it as she walked towards the black flying shuttle. She had to admit that Su Changqing was right. In spring and summer, sleeping outside is fine. But it's autumn now, and the cold is heavy, which is very unfriendly to the earth spirit root. Therefore, it would be better to go back to the 38th level of the ley lines first, and then drink as much as you want. Su Changqing stood at the door of the wooden house and watched as Han Xian controlled the battered, dark shuttle to float up and then sped off towards the direction of the ley lines. But not far off, it suddenly plummeted down with a loud bang. Fortunately, after a while, the dark shuttle started flying up again, albeit shakily. But it fell down again not far away. Then it started repeating the cycle of taking off and crashing, taking off and crashing. Seeing this, Su Changqing's face showed distress, and then he said with great regret, "The flying shuttle has suffered damage that it shouldn't have to at its age." The day to submit the moongrass arrived quickly. There were only a few days left before the autumn harvest. Su Changqing stepped on the large-leafed grass and arrived at the fire zone of the alchemy pavilion. Instead of seeking out Chu Xiu, the novice alchemist he had met once before, he went directly to the pill tower. "If we can cooperate with Yu Kaiking, a senior alchemist, there will be no difficulty in purchasing or learning how to make pills in the future. You've finally arrived." Bai Zuer had been waiting at the entrance of the pill tower for quite a while. The two had communicated beforehand using Bai Linger's communication talisman and chose to meet here. After landing, Su Changqing asked, "Senior Sister Yu, are you free?" Bai Zuer nodded. "Although she is still refining pills, I have already made contact with her. We can meet her as soon as we get there, and even witness her pill refining process in person." Upon hearing that he could see a real alchemy scene, Su Changqing's eyes lit up, and he became equally excited. Afterwards, the two informed the guards of Dan Tower before being allowed to enter. "This time when I came inside, I found that it was quite different from the last time. First, the number of alchemists needs to be much greater. Each of these people had a burning flame embroidered on their chest. Furthermore, apprentices with fire elemental roots are generally not allowed to enter. In other words, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they are at least novice alchemists." Upon seeing this, Bai Zuer exclaimed in realization, "So there's an alchemist leading the class today." Su Changqing said with envy, "You alchemists are really united, someone even leads the classes." As Bai Zuer led the way, she explained, "After all, there are too few alchemists." Then, the two of them walked step by step down the spiral staircase toward the alchemy room number 7 on the 9th floor. Occasionally, you'll encounter some alchemists who have come up from below. Some people recognized Bai Zuer and would greet her. Some people, even strangers, have a cold expression. Not long after, the two arrived at room number 7 on the 9th basement level of the Dan Tower. The heavy stone door remained tightly shut, and no sound could be heard. Bai Zuer took out Yu Kaiking's communication talisman and infused it with her own fire elemental power. "Who? Senior sister, I've brought Su Changqing with me." "Okay, I understand, please wait a moment." The conversation between the two was very brief. It's clear that Yu Kaiking doesn't like chatting. Then, Su Changqing and Bai Zuer waited outside the door for about 3 minutes. Finally, the heavy stone door slowly opened. A sultry mist billowed out from within. Bai Zuer, who possessed a fire elemental root, couldn't help but frown, feeling slightly uncomfortable. Su Changqing, with his dual wood and fire spiritual roots, not only felt no discomfort but actually quite enjoyed it. "Come in," came Yu Kaiking's voice from inside. Su Changqing and Bai Zuer exchanged a glance, then went inside. After passing through the thick fog, the view suddenly opened up. In the very center, there is a triangular opening in the ground, from which orange-yellow flames flicker and continuously release surging heat. Directly above, there stands a three-legged cauldron. The cauldron was entirely black, as if it were cast from deep-sea iron, with fine frost patterns engraved on its surface. The tripod is supported by three coiled dragons, their mouths slightly open, occasionally spewing out cooling air. The lid of the cauldron is carved with 9 lotus leaves, which appear to be slightly opening, making it quite magical. At this moment, Yu Kaiking stood on the right side of the cauldron, her left hand forming the fire separation technique, hand seal, her expression appearing exceptionally focused. It's said that serious men are handsome and charming. This phrase is actually quite fitting to describe Yu Kaiking today. Seeing this, Bai Zuer whispered a reminder, "Senior sister, we're here." Yu Kaiking didn't even glance at it, still focusing intently on the Xianming cauldron, and said, "Wait a moment, the temperature inside the furnace will stabilize in a short while." Upon hearing this, neither Su Changqing nor Bai Zuer dared to breathe loudly. He just stood there, watching with a face full of curiosity. As time goes by, you can definitely feel the change in temperature. The earth fire beneath the Xianming cauldron, which was originally extremely volatile and constantly releasing heat, is now gradually calming down. At this moment, Yu Kaiking's hands moved as if plucking strings in the air, sometimes as fast as lightning, sometimes as slow as a snail. With each flick of the rod, wisps of fire were drawn out, and the temperature of the Xianming cauldron finally stabilized. Only then did Yu Kaiking lower her hands and breathe a sigh of relief, saying, "Finally, I can rest." Bai Zuer winked at Su Changqing, and the two of them immediately stepped forward. "Senior sister," Bai Zuer called out sweetly, immediately hugging the other's delicate arm. Of course, if permitted. She actually preferred to cling to the coattails of this high-level alchemist. Yu Kaiking turned around, looking at Su Changqing with a slightly scrutinizing gaze, and asked, "How is the moongrass you were asked to cultivate?" Without further ado, Su Changqing patted the emerald gourd at his waist, and in an instant, 1,000 top-grade moongrasses, each shaped like a crescent moon and 7 inches long, appeared out of thin air. Bai Zuer exclaimed in surprise, "A jade-green gourd." Yu Kaiking was also quite surprised, but quickly focused her attention on the bright moon grass. A quick scan with his spiritual sense revealed that the other party was indeed not lying. Each one is truly top quality, without any problems. Su Changqing smiled slightly, "Senior sister Yu, have I passed this assessment?" Yu Kaiking put away the 1,000 top-grade bright moongrasses and nodded slightly, saying, "You do indeed have the ability to grow top-grade spiritual plants. In that case, I am willing to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with you." Su Changqing was alright, he wasn't particularly excited or thrilled, because he knew in his heart that as long as the other party did not back out, the success rate was 100%. Only Bai Zuer completely relaxed when she heard these words. It wasn't because she cared so much about Su Changqing, but because if he succeeded, her relationship with Yu Kaiking would get even closer. "Even if I can't get close to a powerful figure by then, I should at least be able to learn some alchemy skills." Su Changqing was very curious. "Senior sister Yu, what medicinal herb should I plant next?" Yu Kaiking took out her communication talisman and handed it over, saying, "This time I refined a high-grade water-fire dragon tiger pill. Next time I'll try refining an earth-grade yin-yang intertwined pill. Requires yang-type medicinal materials, namely, Xiang ginseng and Jinyu vine. Requires yin-yang medicinal materials, Xianyin lingzi and Mingyu cao, and the auxiliary medicine Taiji flower. Which one can you breed?" Bai Zuer's eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed, "A great earth pill." Su Changqing exclaimed in astonishment, "Is it this exciting from the very beginning?" Yu Kaiking frowned slightly, revealing a trace of sorrow. "I have dual spiritual roots of water and fire, and the water is a slightly mutated ice water. If I want to break through to the golden core stage, I must use earth-grade pills." Su Changqing then realized, "I see." Yu Kaiking waved her hand, "Of course, if you don't have the ability for the time being, or if you are worried about failure, you don't have to help." Su Changqing chuckled, "Senior sister Yu, you're right. Since I can cultivate top-grade bright moon grass, the other medicinal herbs will definitely be no problem either." Su Changqing now owns 2 acres of second-grade spiritual land. The spiritual plants in the first acre of spiritual field should not be altered too much, especially the finest spiritual rice, which is of utmost importance. 4,000 caddies in 1 quarter. 800 caddies were given to Li Lingbai. 150 caddies were given to Hu Bagui. But it wasn't over yet. At the end of each quarter, they still had to submit 1,250 jin, so all that was left was 1,800 jin. Of these, 300 jin were used to brew top-grade spirit rice wine and top-grade yellow rice wine, leaving only about 1,500 jin of top-grade spirit rice. Currently, the only resource that can be flexibly utilized is the second acre of second-grade spiritual land. However, it cannot be planted completely, since the mutated mother rice from the Rocky Mountains still needs to be transplanted here. Therefore, after much deliberation, Su Changqing finally chose two medicinal herbs. The medicinal herb Gynostemma pentathyllum, yin-type medicinal herb, Minjiao. The former is a type of vine that can enclose the entire spirit field, making it impossible for people to see what's inside. The latter, having been cultivated once before, is more experienced, so there's no need to worry about any unexpected events. Yu Kaiking nodded, okay, I'll figure out the rest of the Crimson Yang ginseng, mysterious Yin Lingzi, and Taiji flower myself. Su Changqing asked, how do we find the seeds? Yu Kaiking opened her jade medicine pouch. I still have a lot of bright moon grass seeds here. As for golden crow vine seeds, you can buy them in the market or exchange them with points at the Spirit Field Management Office. Su Changqing blinked, his eyes filled with anticipation as he asked, Senior Sister Yu, how will our compensation be calculated? Yu Kaiking replied, if I am in the process of refining pills, you can have one of them. You can sell it or keep it as you please. If they're not currently in the pill refining stage, buy them all at market price. Su Changqing seemed to be deep in thought upon hearing this. As a high-level alchemist, Yu Kaiking could produce at least 100 mid-grade spirit stones for any batch of high-grade pills. If it was an earth-grade pill, it would be worth at least 5 or even 10 times that amount. Moreover, people are willing to buy it with spirit stones when they are resting. No matter how you look at it, this is a surefire way to make money. However, just as Su Changqing was about to demand payment for the 1,000 bright moon grasses, on the other side, the Xianming cauldron standing at the mouth of the earth fire suddenly trembled and emitted a slight humming sound. The three people's attention was instantly drawn to it. Yu Kaiking reacted the fastest. It looks like this batch of waterfire dragon tiger pills is about to be successfully refined. This is a high-grade elixir, and Su Changqing and Bai Zuer are both very much looking forward to it. Next, Yu Kaiking took out an amber-colored box from the jade medicine pouch. As soon as she opened it, a fierce aura burst out. Bai Zuer was startled and immediately took several steps back, her eyes filled with fear. Su Changqing was initially quite calm, but when he saw that she was backing away, he also took a few steps back. Once the two had adjusted to the sight, they looked again and discovered that inside the amber-colored box was a drop of mysterious liquid, silvery golden in color, gleaming with a cold metallic luster. Bai Zuer exclaimed in surprise, this is actually a drop of essence blood from a 1,000-year-old platinum tiger. It is said that the platinum tiger possesses a trace of the bloodline of the divine beast, the white tiger. Normal blood is also red. Only the essence blood was a metallic white gold color. Yu Kaiking said in a deep voice, the final step in refining the waterfire dragon tiger pill is to put in this drop of the essence blood of the 1,000-year-old platinum tiger to make the medicinal power inside fully erupt. This was the first time Su Changqing had ever seen such a scene of alchemy, so he concentrated intently and secretly learned it. Then, Yu Kaiking approached the Xianming cauldron, opened the lid a crack, and threw in a drop of essence blood from the 1,000-year-old white gold tiger. Instantly, a hissing sound came from inside. Immediately afterwards, as if boiling, hot steam kept gushing out. Strangely, this heat not only contained the ferocious aura of the 1,000-year-old demon tiger, but also a trace of sharp gang metal sword intent. The entire Xianming cauldron was struggling to withstand the intense medicinal power inside and began to shake violently. But it wasn't over yet. Yu Kaiking switched the fire separation technique to the fire ignition technique, activated the fire spiritual power in her own chi-si, and waved her hand towards the earth fire entrance below the Xianming cauldron. The orange-yellow flames, which had been relatively stable, suddenly became violent again with a whoosh, twisting wildly as if venting their anger. The cauldron, covered in frost patterns, immediately became scalding hot and a layer of red light appeared on its surface. It looked as if it was cooked through. Wee-oo, wee-oo. The three legs, resembling coiled dragons, continuously spewed out chilling air. For a time, the entire alchemy room became extremely unstable, alternating between hot and cold temperatures. Su Changqing silently took a few steps back and aimed the emerald gourd at the Xianming cauldron. If the thing exploded, it would at least buy him some time to escape. However, as time went on, it not only did not explode, but also became more and more stable. Finally, the lotus flower on the lid of the cauldron fully bloomed, emitting a faint glow. At the same time, the waterfire dragon tiger pill in the Xianming cauldron was completed, and a rich medicinal aroma filled the air. Yu Kaiking seized the opportunity, made the fire separation seal with her left hand and the fire induction seal with her right hand, and then slammed her hand hard against the Xianming cauldron in front of her. With a gurgling sound, the lid of the cauldron flew off, and wisps of heat were drawn away. Immediately afterwards, a clump of flowing liquid floated out from inside. Because it's hot, it hasn't set in shape yet. It has a bluish-white sheen. It has the connotation of wood's vitality. It also possesses the sharpness and intensity of gold. Yukaiki manipulated the liquid with both hands, dividing the large mass into 3 smaller masses of similar size. At this moment, the Xianming cauldron emitted waves of cold air, causing the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. The previously unformed water-fire dragon tiger pill quickly transformed from a liquid to a solid state. Bai Zuer immediately gave a thumbs up and praised, as expected of senior sister Yu, she successfully refined a high-grade pill just like that. Su Changqing thought to himself, the whole process is much more complicated than when I was making the labor-strengthening pill, and it is also quite dangerous. Yukaiki packed the 3 water-fire dragon tiger pills separately, then took one of them and handed it over, saying, consider this a gift for our cooperation. Bai Zuer said enviously, right now, a water-fire dragon tiger pill can sell for at least 110 mid-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing immediately accepted the hand with a smile. Senior sister Yu is so generous. Yukaiki rubbed her temples, looking slightly tired. I need to rest for a while before trying to refine the earth-grade pill, the yin-yang intertwined pill. In a few days, autumn will come to an end. When all the spirit farmers began to harvest the spirit rice, Su Changqing, carrying 1,600 jin of top-grade spirit rice, leisurely arrived at the core management office of the spirit field. It used to be 1,200 or 1,500, why is it more this time? Of course, it's to get more points. Since we're already at the foundation establishment stage, giving us more won't be a problem. 1,600 caddies of second-grade spirit field produce top-grade spirit rice, which can be exchanged for 400 points. Adding the remaining 1,600 points, I now have exactly 2,000, enough to finally exchange for a high-level cultivation technique or spell from the immortal sect. Su Changqing quickly found Hua Lao. It's you. Elder Hua recognized the formal disciple who had grown the top-grade spirit rice once again. Su Changqing cupped his hands in a respectful bow. Greetings, steward. Old Hua looked him up and down, then asked, is there something you need? Su Changqing quickly explained his purpose. I have collected 2,000 points, so I would like to exchange them for a high-level cultivation technique or a high-level spell. If I remember correctly, there are 3 parts in total. These are, Wood Spirit Cultivation Technique, Wood Spirit Entanglement Technique, and Wood Spirit Health Preservation Technique. When he could choose for free, he chose Wood Spirit Entanglement. Therefore, you can choose between the Wood Spirit Cultivation Technique and the Wood Spirit Health Preservation Technique. Upon hearing this, Elder Hua suddenly realized what was happening and then took out a series of jade pendants. The number of them far exceeds 3, there are at least a dozen. Su Changqing was taken aback. Aren't there 3 types? Hua Lao smiled and explained, there are indeed only 3 types of qi refining stage, but you are now in the foundation establishment stage, so the number of cultivation methods and spells you can choose from will increase. Su Changqing's eyes lit up, and he immediately checked the cultivation techniques category. The Azure Emperor's longevity formula. It can extend lifespan, initially by 20 years compared to those at the same level. The scripture of transforming wood into spirit. Transform wood spirit power into wood spirit liquid, which is used for healing or cultivating spirit plants. The myriad manifestations of the universe. They can control vine armor and wood escaping techniques to conceal their form using vegetation. These are 3 advanced cultivation techniques chosen by those in the foundation